All right, welcome back to day 2 of Culturati. I'm your co-host, Savannah Barker.
I'm your other co-host, Suraj Hinduja.
And we're excited to bring you back for another day of amazing programming after, a first day that was wonderful, talking about everything from social capital and the power of making connections to sort of the evolving workplace, lessons learned from the past 2 years. And just this idea that expectations, a lot of the things, frankly, we've been talking about at Culturati for years, I think are that much more palpable and important today. So just
Totally.
a really exciting day. And then today we have a ton of really exciting programming.
And before we get
as well.
today, I'm going to ask you, so we've had a night to
yes.
reflect on it. What was
True.
your number one, like your favorite takeaway or something that's really stuck with you that you're going to take back home?
Yeah. I know for me, the thing that still really stuck with me was the quote from one of the sessions about how there's I think it was leadership can see 10% of the opportunity, but your front line can see 100% of the opportunity.
Absolutely.
And that was a theme, I feel like that was carried throughout the day, and just this idea of how do we shrink that gap and create more of those feedback loops and conversations so we can be learning from our front line and making sure that their experience isn't totally different from the experience of leadership. How about you?
Yeah, so I kind of want to cheat at my own question. I had two. I think the first main one was that the power is with you, right? And like that personal
Yes.
responsibility and that accountability to what we're trying to change, and that the status quo, it's with you.
Yep.
I still can't get Cynt Marshall out of my head.
Yes.
I was constantly thinking about it last night, just thinking about the type of leader she is, how she leads her teams, how she walked into the Mavs at a really interesting time. I still can't get out of my head the idea of those two women stopping her on her
Yes,
way,
on her
before
way
she
out.
accepted the job, her way to go meet Mark Cuban, and then to say all right, I'm doing this, but it's this way or no way. And
Yes.
just the way that you said, I think you said yesterday, she put her personal brand on the line.
Yes.
And I think that's something that we constantly have to be thinking about that we're doing. So
Yep.
I'm gonna cheat, I cheated. It's the power that you have, and then I just still can't get Cynt Marshall out of my head.
Yes.
I mean, just phenomenal conversation.
Amazing. No,
Phenomenal.
I couldn't agree more. So Cynt was a great way to start off the day. And I think we've got a lot of great stuff that I'm
Absolutely.
really excited about happening today
Absolutely.
as well.
Absolutely. So to start off day 2, we are going to be joined by the New York Times' David Brooks. And for those of you that were with us in 2020, January 2020 was the last time prior to this spring that Culturati convened in person. And there we talked about the power of civil discourse.
Yes.
And how the company was a place where no matter your gender, your sexual orientation, your background, your political affiliation, we could still find common ground.
Yes.
And we could still find a way to get things done. Get things done in the private sector, get things done in the political sector, and the nonprofit sector. And then we all know what happened come March 2020, and it felt like our world just got flipped on its head, right?
Yes.
And we had the presidential election, we had COVID, we had the social unrest throughout the summer, and there became a breaking point
Yeah.
of how do we as individuals, so if we think about yesterday, the power's with us, how do we as individuals work together and build trust?
Yeah.
And David Brooks is going to have a phenomenal conversation about how trust tethers you and I together. It tethers our organizations together. And it's going to be the crucial aspect of how we get back to common ground.
Yeah.
How we get back to respectful civil discourse. We can disagree all we want, but we don't have to make it personal. And I think everyone is going to really, really enjoy David Brooks and his conversation, so which we are very, very excited for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
So I'm going to talk about how to build trust. And trust is a social skill. And I should emphasize beforehand that social skills are not things that come naturally to me. Some of you may know the kind of Jewish home where everybody is super emotional and they're huggy. It's sort of Fiddler on the Roof. I came from the other kind of Jewish home. Our phrase around our house was, think Yiddish, act British. And so it was super stiff upper lip. We didn't. And then when I was 7, I read a book called Paddington the Bear and decided I should become a writer, which is a solitary profession. And I built my whole values around that. In high school, I wanted to date this woman named Bernice, and she didn't want to date me. She wanted to date some other guy, and I remember thinking, what is she thinking? I write way better than that guy. And so those were where my values were. And then when I was 18, the admissions officers at Columbia, Brown, and Wesleyan decided I should go to the University of Chicago. And if you know that school, that too is very heady, not very social. The famous saying about Chicago, it's where fun goes to die. My favorite saying about the school is, it's a Baptist school where atheist professors teach Jewish students St. Thomas Aquinas. So it's a very heady school. The kids wear t-shirts that say, sure, it works in practice, but does it work in theory? And so then I went off and became a journalist. And you would think journalism is social because you're interviewing people, but it's not really social. You're just asking them questions. It's not giving back and forth. It's not vulnerability. It's weirdly possible to be very socially awkward and a very good journalist. I tell my journalism students, if you are at a football game and everybody's doing the wave, and you sit there and don't do the wave, you have the right kind of aloof personality style to be a good journalist. And so it's detached. And then I came to the New York Times. I was hired as a conservative columnist there, a job I likened to being the chief rabbi in Mecca, not a lot of company. And then so that was not socially awkward. And then I wrote a book. I wanted to know about emotion. So I wrote a few books about emotion, to teach myself about emotion. It was called The Social Animal. And my friends said, you writing a book about emotion is like Gandhi writing about gluttony. It's just like not your natural skill set. So if I know anything about it, it's because I have to think really hard about it. And I'm going to start on how do we build trust by telling you 3 normal stories. These are pretty normal, at least 2 of them are. The one was told to me by a woman a couple months ago, and when she was 13, she went out to her first party and had her first taste of alcohol. And she came home so drunk, they dumped her on the front porch of her house, and she was so drunk she couldn't get inside. And her dad came out, this big, strict disciplinarian, and she thought he would start screaming at her the words that were already in her head, I'm bad, I'm bad, I'm bad. Instead, he just scooped her in his arms, carried her gently inside, and said, there'll be no punishment here, you've had an experience. So that's story number 1. Story number 2 is also very normal. It's a friend of mine had as a daughter in 2nd grade, and she was struggling. And one day the teacher pulled her aside and said, you know, you're really good at thinking before you speak. And that one comment turned around the girl's whole year, because something she thought was an awkwardness, social awkwardness, was now rendered into a strength. The third story is one you probably know if it's from the film Good Will Hunting. If you remember that movie, Matt Damon plays a math genius, and Robin Williams plays his shrink. And Matt Damon he's brilliant the whole movie, and he lacerates the Robin Williams character by stereotyping him and making fun of a painting. The Williams character brings the Damon character out to a pond and says this to him. You're a tough kid. I ask you about war, you'll probably throw Shakespeare at me, right? Once more into the breach, dear friends. But you've never been near one. You've never held your best friend's head in your lap and watched him gasp his last breath. If I asked you about love, you'd probably quote a sonnet. But you've never looked at a woman and been totally vulnerable, known someone who could level you with her eyes, feeling like God put an angel on earth just for you, who could rescue you from the depths of hell. I look at you, I don't see an intelligent, confident man. I see a cocky, scared, shitless kid. But you're a genius, well, no one denies that. But I don't care about all that, because I can't learn anything from you that I can't read in a book. Unless you want to talk about you, who you are, then I'm fascinated. But you don't want to do that, sport. You're terrified of what you might say. So why have I told you these 3 stories? Because they're about 3 very micro social skills that are super important. The dad story is about seeing with understanding. He saw his daughter, and he understood what was already in his head, her head. The second story, the teacher story, is about affirming with insight. It's recognizing a skill in another person that maybe they don't even see themselves. The Robin Williams story, critiquing with care. The Williams character has heard the Matt Damon character so well, he's heard exactly what the Matt Damon character is too afraid to express. And he says, I see that and I love you anyway. And he gives him an avenue for improvement. He says, the kind of knowledge you have is book knowledge. You have to be willing to be vulnerable and lead a life to have the kind of knowledge that is wisdom. There's a saying, you can be knowledgeable with other people's knowledge, you can't be wise with other people's wisdom. It has to come from your own experience, and he's opening the door to that character. So what skill's at the core of all those three? It's the ability to see someone else deeply and make them feel deeply seen, heard, and understood. And I've come to think that the most important skill of any organization, family, or society is the ability to see others deeply and make them feel seen, respected, heard, and understood. And I'm sure you've been around people who can do this, who just make you feel like they know you. The biographer of E.M. Forster, a novelist, wrote, to speak to him was to be seduced by an inverse charisma, a sense of being listened to with such intensity that you had to be your most best, honest self. Who wouldn't want to be that guy? Winston Churchill's mom, early in her life, went out to dinner one night with a British statesman named William Gladstone, and she left that dinner thinking Gladstone was the cleverest person in England. A couple weeks later, she went to dinner with Gladstone's great rival, Benjamin Disraeli, and she left dinner with Disraeli thinking that she was the cleverest person in England. It's nice to be Gladstone, it's better to be Disraeli. And so, how good are you? How good at you are sort of understanding what's going on in the minds around you? Well, I don't know all of you, but I can tell you based on a fair bit of research, you're not as good as you think you are. There's a guy actually at UT who studies how accurate we are at knowing what they call theory of mind, knowing what's in your mind. The average person is right 22% of the time. With friends and family, it's 35%. A lot of people are right 0% of the time and think they're right 100% of the time. By the way, a lot of marriages, people get less good at knowing their partner the longer the marriage lasts. Because when they fell in love, they built a model of who their partner is. The partner changed, but they didn't notice. And so, unless we're specifically trained at the skill, we're not good at it. And we have evolved into a culture where this skill is not taught, not thought about, and not done well. And so, the reason I became interested in this, because I was traveling around the country the last 5 years or 10 years, people kept saying, I feel invisible. I found that there's just an epidemic of blindness in this culture. And I would hear it over and over again. Black people telling me that their daily experiences was not understood by whites. People in rural America feeling they were unseen by people in urban America. Republicans and Democrats looking at each other in blind incomprehension. Teenagers in homes feeling no one knows them. Husband and wives in bad marriages thinking the person who should know them best has no clue. There was a study, I don't know if you saw, that came out from McKinsey, it's about 2 months ago now. It was about the quit. Why are people leaving their firms? They asked the employers, why are people leaving your firm? The number one answer, people are leaving because they want to make more money somewhere else. They asked the people who actually left. The number one answer, my manager doesn't recognize me. Employers saw an economic cause, which was false. The employee quitters saw a psychological and relational cause. And this general crisis, I think, is at the core of what is this bizarre and tragic crisis of emotion and spirit and sociology in this country. 54% of Americans say no one knows them well. The number of adults without a romantic partner is up by a third. There's been a 73% increase in depression among young adults, but since 2007, I know you guys had a panel on mental health in kids. Percentage of students suffering anxiety disorders doubled 2008 to 2019. Americans are the most stressed people on the face of the earth. There are 27% of Americans have broken with a member of their immediate family. That's just an epidemic of pain. And I see it in my life. I gave a talk in Tulsa a couple months ago, and it's one of those talks where they give you index cards for the questions which you read out. I'm doing normal questions, and the next one comes up is, what should you do if you no longer want to be alive? So I get that card up here, and I have no idea what to say, so I skip over it and feel terrible about that. I go home the next night, we have a young woman having dinner with her new husband. She mentions that her brother had committed suicide a couple months before. I raised this with a group of my friends on a Zoom call, and of the 15 people on the call, about 7 had some contact with severe depression or some suicidal ideation in their family. It's just pain that's not just numbers, it's palpable. It's people feeling that nobody cares them. And when they feel that nobody cares them, they don't only experience that as sadness, they experience it as rejection and injustice. And they get angry. And so that's when you see a decline in social trust. If you asked Americans a generation ago, do you trust your neighbors? It's not do you trust big institutions, do you trust your neighbors? 60% said yes a generation ago. Now it's 30%, and 19% of millennials. The younger you go, the more distrusting there is. And a lot of that distrust is earned distrust. Society hasn't been trustworthy. And so the distrust is real, and distrust sows distrust. You get into this distrust doom loop where nobody is willing to organize, work together, be vulnerable, and you get a social spiral. And so how do we reverse this? Well, I asked a lot of sociologists and political scientists, how do societies rebuild trust? Their answers were like, I don't know, we've never seen it. It's like, great. But so I've been thinking about this problem. And it starts with living on a different way, on a more humane level. I'm going to tell you another story. This is about a guy named Emmanuel Carrère, a French guy. Carrère and his girlfriend, Helene, and their respective sons were vacationing in Sri Lanka on December 26, 2004. And Carrère had once thought that he would marry Helene. But that night in Sri Lanka, he realized that they were going to break up. He wrote, "We were simply watching ourselves draw apart without hostility, but with regret." And Carrère is thinking, I don't love her, but I've never loved anyone. And he went back over the career of his romantic relationships and realized he was incapable of love. And so he's surrounded by this atmosphere of self-pity and self-condemnation, and thinks, I'll probably die alone. I'm incapable of love. So that whole family is despondent, depressed, they want to go home, and they decide not to do something they'd signed up for the next morning, which was a scuba diving lesson. And that turned out to be a consequential decision because that was the morning the tsunami hit. Remember the tsunami of 2004? A couple days earlier, they had met another family, another French family, 2 young adults, Jerome and Delphine, and a lovely 4-year-old daughter, Juliette. When the tsunami hit, Juliette was playing on the beach. Her grandfather was watching her on the beach reading the paper. Her grandfather felt himself get kicked up by a big wall of water, and he had 2 thoughts. I'm going to die. Juliette already has. He's swept inland by the tsunami, then the water starts receding, and he's pinned to a palm tree, which he grabs onto, and a piece of fence pinions him to the palm tree. The water recedes, he climbs down, bloodied, realizes he has to go into town and tell Juliette's parents what has happened. He sees them across the square and realizes they're experiencing their last moment of pure happiness. Goes up to them, and as Carrère writes, tells them what happened. Carrère writes, Delphine screamed, Jerome didn't. He took Delphine in his arms and he hugged her as tightly as he could while she screamed and screamed. And from then on, he had only one objective. I can no longer do anything for my daughter, so I will save my wife. So Carrère, Delphine, and Jerome spend the next weeks together. Nobody can get off the island. And they eat together, they look for Juliette's body, they do all the logistics that needs to get done. And Carrère is watching Delphine absorb the blow, the mother. She eats very little, but when she does, her hand shakes. It's as if her consciousness has just received this wound. Helene, his girlfriend, leaps into action. She's one of those people in a crisis who is everywhere at once, handling everybody's needs. He's amazed by Helene. They're eating together, they're walking together, and the meals are strangely rowdy. Jerome, the father of Juliet, is on this mission to save his wife. So at meals, he keeps the stories going. He has music, he passes out cigarettes, he pours booze. He's doing everything to keep things lively so she doesn't fall apart. And Carrere is watching this. Carrere writes, at the same time, out of the corner of Jerome's eye, he kept watch over Delphine. And I remember thinking, there it is, real love. A man who truly loves his wife. There is nothing more beautiful, but Delphine remains silent, absent, horribly calm. They find the body, they take some weeks, they go home. And on the way home, Carrere looks at Delphine and realizes he loves her. And he vows to himself that he will marry her. He writes, I tell myself that this long life together must happen. If I need to succeed at one thing before I die, it's this. Helene at that moment, in those weeks, thought, this is the moment Carrere and I came together. They ended up marrying, they have a daughter of their own. So why have I told you this story? First, it's about human solidarity in time of crisis. Second, it's about everybody understanding their responsibilities, depending on their role in the situation. But mostly because it's one event that happened, a tsunami, but every single person experienced the event slightly differently, depending on who they are, what their role was. We have the ability, in fact, this is what we do, the main thing we do with our lives, is we create a point of view, a way of seeing the world, a way of interpreting the world. Aldous Huxley, writer, said, experience is not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens to you. Aeneas Nin and Dyrus said, we don't see the world the way it is, we see the world the way we are. And so when you're looking at a person in this room, we're all in the same room, we're all having slightly different experiences of it. And so when I talk about this process of knowing you, I don't only want to see you as an object, I want to know how you know me. How are you creating this experience you're in? How have you spent your entire life building a point of view? This is a completely radical experience, a lot of which we're not even conscious of. So when we look at this room, it looks like we just open our eyes and the information just pops in. That's not how vision works. If vision worked, we'd have way too much data for our mind to compensate. So what the mind does, it predicts. If I'm in a room, a conference room with tables and chairs, what do I expect to see? And then the eyes check up. So it's not passive receiving, it's predicting out based on your memories and models and then checking in. Prediction correction. And so scientists make fun of this, take advantage of this way of seeing, and they play games with us. So there's a famous experiment you may know called the basketball and the gorilla game. It's on YouTube, you can Google it. They have a bunch of people passing around a basketball. They have a research subject watching the video. And then in the end, they say, well, did you see the gorilla? And the people watching the video said, what gorilla? They said, there was a gorilla. Watch it again. They watch it again. A guy in a gorilla suit stands in the middle of the basketball game, waves his arms, and then walks off. No one sees the gorilla because no one predicts there's going to be a gorilla. So they don't see it. It's what's in here is what you see. My favorite experiment of this game, version of this experiment, is a student is asking directions of another student. A student who's with the research team is asking directions. And while the direction giver is giving directions, two workmen, who are also researchers, walk in between them carrying a big door. And the direction asker picks up the door, and one of the workmen pulls off, and now the direction giver is giving directions to an entirely different human being. And no one notices. Because you don't expect one person to turn into another person. So my point is, you're creating the world that you see. Let's say you walk across the room. That seems simple, but you're creating a world. You see color. There's no color in the world. Color is something you create up here. You get to create this rich world. If we had a rainbow, we'd look out and we'd see a 7-banded rainbow. There are no colors in a rainbow, it's just light waves. There are no bands, it's a continuous flow of light. If we were Russian, they have 2 different words for light blue and dark blue, so Russians don't see 7-banded rainbows, they see 8-banded rainbows. culture really shapes how we see. Here's a passage from a fashion magazine from 1918. The generally accepted rule is pink is for boys and blue is for girls. The reason is that pink, being a decidedly stronger and more masculine cover, is more suitable for a boy, while blue, which is more delicate and dainty, is prettier for a girl. The way we see color and the way we see everything is just powerfully shaped by the culture we're in. And so the thing I'm trying to emphasize is how subjective your world is, and it's all because of what you are bringing into it. There's a guy named Dennis Profit who studies perception at UVA. He asked students to estimate how steep is a hill on campus. The hill was 5% grade. They all overestimated. They all thought it was 20%. One day, his research subjects asked students, they all say 5%, and they're dazzled. How did the students suddenly get it right? It turns out that day they'd interviewed members of the women's varsity soccer team, extremely fit D1 athletes. The hill didn't look that steep because it was easy for them to walk up. And so the theory is how you see a situation depends on what you can do in a situation. And this theory seemed kind of interesting to me. It's called affordances. But now I see this phenomenon everywhere. A poor person sees a different room than a rich person. I teach at Yale. A Yale student sees a different Yale than a New Haven townie. It's everywhere in how our subjective consciousness is creating our reality. You have a voice in your head that may be talking to yourself. It's the most amazing creation in the universe. Out of 3 pounds of meat, suddenly a voice in the head comes up. We have no idea how this happens. The average person has the voice running in their head about 23% of the time. Some people, the voice is going in there 100% of the time. I'm one of the 23%. My wife will say, "What are you thinking?" I'm like, "Nothing. It's just a nothing box up there. There's nothing going on." The inner voice is different. You can speak 4,000 words per minute in the inner voice, 120 with the outer voice. Some people speak in the third person, some use their proper names. It's subjective and it's different. So these are all to show you that we're creating a perspective and it's insanely subjective, way more than we're consciously aware. And so when we're looking at somebody, each of you, you're not in my movie, you're making your own movie. And if I want to get to know you or make you feel get to know you, I have to have some perception of how your movie looks to you. So how do you do that? Well, the first is what I call Illuminationism. You talked about your faith. God doesn't just know us the way a scientist knows an object. God illuminates us with his love. And we all know people who do that. They don't just look at you, they illuminate you by their warmth. I've had the good fortune I have to name drop once at least, to be interviewed twice by Oprah. I guarantee you, Oprah doesn't just look at you. She illuminates you with just an unbounded flow of energy. And so there are two religious concepts. It's the quality of attention you bring to a person. And there are two concepts I take from religion, but if you're not religious, they work just as well. The one is the concept of the soul. That I don't care if you believe in God or not, but I do believe that you'd think that there's a piece of you that has no size, weight, color, or shape, but gives you infinite value and dignity. We're not equal on the levels of our brain power, muscle power. We're equal on the levels of our soul, and it's of infinite value. The other image from religion is made in the image of God. God is a creator. We are creators of a point of view, of a consciousness. And we should look at each person as this amazing creator, as this amazing artist. And so that quality of attention is illumination. The second concept is accompaniment. 90% of life is not having deep conversations with each other. 90% of life is just like meeting at work, going shopping, chatting with your kids, dropping off your kids at school. But accompaniment is an other-centered way of going through normal life. We think of the way a musician or a pianist accompanies a singer, just aware of the singer, what he or she needs to be better. You're not leading direction. You're just attentive and sensitive, patient and unhurried. You're alongside as they experience the ebbs and flows of daily life. You're a faithful presence. Your movements are not marked by willingness, but not by willfulness, but just by willingness. to travel along with them for a way. And you're patient. D.H. Lawrence, the writer, said, "Whoever wants life must go softly toward life. Softly as one would go toward a deer or a fawn nestling under a tree. One gesture of violence, one violent assertion of self-will, and life is gone. But with quietness, with abandon of self-assertion and the fullness of a deep, true self, one can approach another human being and know the delicate best of life." Stephen and I were talking about play. Sometimes we get to know each other best, not by looking at each other, but by looking at something in common. And play is not an activity. Play is a state of mind. You can do tennis as a form of work. You can also do tennis as a form of play. Scientists, I know some scientists, it's their job to be scientists, but they're just curious. It's just play. And when play is there, self-consciousness goes away. And that's when you really get to know somebody. I know some guys who play basketball. They've probably been doing this for 20 years. Every week they play basketball together. They've probably never had a deep, meaningful conversation in their lives with each other. But they know each other super well because of all that gets communicated in the way you pass, the way you high-five, the way you lose. That's accompaniment. And then the third and most important trait of getting to know someone is conversation, conversational skills. When I talk about getting to know another, a lot of people hear, oh, empathy. Empathy is super important. It's also pretty inaccurate. You think you can empathize your way into another person's experience? No, they're too different from you. They're too complicated. If you want to know how they're really experiencing their experience, you have to ask them a question. And so social skills, our social skills are right now inadequate to the society we live in. We evolved to live with 150 people just like us. We don't live in that society anymore. So I've been collecting just practical conversational skills. Here are some I've got, not from me, but from experts. Treat attention as an on-off switch, not a dimmer. If you're going to pay attention on, fully on, not 50%. Second, be a loud listener. I've got a buddy, when you talk to him, he's like he's one of these people in a charismatic church. He's going, yeah, preach, yes, go. Love talking to that guy. He's a loud listener. Another one, make them authors, not witnesses. When people tell you the stories of their lives, they don't go into enough detail. If you make them authors, you ask, well, where was your boss when he said that to you? Oh, we were sitting by the side of the table. Then they replay the whole scene in their mind, and they're reliving the experience, and they're going to communicate it to you well. Do the looping. Looping is when you say something, and I repeat it back to you or summarize it back to you. And it can be socially awkward. So what I hear you saying is, but you will be amazed how often you are wrong. You'll say, oh, no, you're wrong. I wasn't mad at my mother. I was let down by my mother. We just get these things wrong. We walk around with these miscommunication. Keep the gem statement in the center. If you have a disagreement with a person, find the secret thing you actually agree on. So if my brother and I are fighting about how our health care for our dad should be, we can go back to the gem statement. We both want what's best for our dad. And that way a rupture in agreement does not create a rupture in relationship. Don't fear the pause. If somebody's saying to you, if I'm talking to you in conversation, my conversational comment starts here and it goes off to the end of my fingertips, at what point have you stopped listening so you can figure out what you should say next? Probably like right here. So it's better to listen to the end of the fingertips, and if you have to take a 3 or 4 second pause, do the pause. It's just a much better form of listening. Find the disagreement under the disagreement. If you were disagreeing about something, there's probably some philosophical reason deep down that is causing you to see things differently. And so if you both try to find the disagreement under the disagreement, it's not a fight anymore, it's a joint exploration for that cool thing. And so these are just conversational tips. But the key to conversation and the key to really getting to know someone is asking the right questions. The quality of your conversation is only as good as the quality of your questions. Kids are fantastic question askers. They ask like 1,000 a day. And then self-consciousness kicks in, or we don't want to appear stupid, so we stop asking good questions. I have a friend named Noah B. Way, who's a psychologist in New York, who teaches 8th grade boys She teaches a class in interviewing. How do you do an interview? And so the first day in class, she sat there and said, okay, ask me any question, interview me. So the kids said, 8th grade boys, are you married? No. Are you divorced? Yes. Do you still love him? Whoa. And so these are good questions. Good questions are honoring. Niobe also says if you're meeting a homeless person, your first instinct is to ask them about homelessness. But ask them like a great childhood memory. You can't help somebody until they feel understood by you. Bad questions. Bad questions are evaluative. What do you do? Where'd you go to college? What neighborhood do you live in? These are questions that put you on a status system. Good questions. Good questions are open questions. There was a focus group lady I read about, and she wanted to do research into why people go to the grocery stores late at night. And so in the focus group, she could have said, why do you go to the grocery store late at night? But that's not how she phrased it. She phrased it as, tell me about the last time you went to the grocery store late at night. Making them authors. Tell me about the last time. And a lady who hadn't spoken up in the focus group said, I smoked a joint and I needed a menage a trois with me, Ben, and Jerry. And that was her explanation of why she went late. So introductory questions are good. Ones like, how do you get your name? People always have some family story to tell about how they got their name. I travel a lot, so I ask, where are you from? I usually have been to the place they're from. Something they're proud of. What does your child want to be when they grow up? Then as you get to know someone, you can ask bigger questions. One of my favorite kind of questions are wide-angle questions that get people to step back from their life and see it from 30,000 feet. What crossroads are you at? Most of us are at some crossroads or another, but we don't think about it day to day. What problem did you used to have that you now have licked? If we met a year from now, what will we be celebrating? I had a friend who was at a job interview. He was being interviewed, and he turned to the interviewer and said, what would you do if you weren't afraid? She started crying. She wouldn't be working at that company if she wasn't afraid. I don't think my friend got the job, by the way. But I asked this question to my students at Yale. What would you do if you weren't afraid? A bunch of them every year said, leave Yale. It's not the right school for me, but I need the prestige. So these are questions that lift you up. Peter Block, who writes about how to build community, has some good questions. What is the no or refusal you keep postponing? What should you be saying no to? What have you said yes to that you no longer really believe in? What forgiveness are you withholding? If you have this kind of conversation, this is a deep conversation, and you're really getting to know somebody. And so this is the process of slowly getting to know someone and making them feel felt. And what I'm describing here is it's partly a skill, like some of these are just skills. But mostly, it's a way of being. It's a way of being present. So when you meet somebody, you sit at a bar, you have a conversation, you leave the bar and you think, that guy was a good listener. So the people in your workplace feel you respect them with a reverence. That is what they deserve as these creators I've talked about. Some people just naturally, some of us have to sort of urge our way into it. There was a writer in the 20s named Zora Hurston who grew up in the South. She's a black writer from an all-black town. She lived by a road, and when she was like 8, there would be carriages, this back in the 1920s or teens. Carriages would drive by, and she'd run up to the carriage and said, don't you want me to ride with you? And they'd pick this little girl up, put her in the carriage, she'd ask them questions for about a mile, they'd drop her off, she'd walk home and connect the next carriage. That's like just curious about people. Zadie Smith once wrote that when she was a girl, another novelist, I rarely entered a friend's home without wondering what it might be like to never leave. What it would be like to be Polish or Ghanaian or Bengali or Irish, rich or poor, to say these prayers or hold those politics. I was an equal opportunity voyeur. I wanted to know what it was like to be everybody. Above all, I wondered what it would be like to believe the sorts of things I didn't believe. And so this way of life, it starts with doing the reading literature. The number one way to expand your empathy levels, drama. Get active in drama or even go to a play. And so you have to do the reading about who human beings are if you're going to understand what you're looking at. You have to know about personality styles. What's the difference between extroversion and conscientiousness? You have to know about cultures. We've all been influenced by our ancestors, Jewish ancestors, Appalachian ancestors, Texans. Influences the way you see. And you just have to be conscious and curious about these things. I can tell you, when I ask people about a time they were really seen, they describe it as life transforming often. And I can tell you it's also transforming to be the one seeing, the seer. And I'll just tell one delicious experience, and this wasn't fair because it happened with my wife. But I was reading a book at our dining room table, and one day my wife opened the door, it was the afternoon, and she opened the door and the light was coming in behind her. And she paused at the doorway, not really noticing me, and she looked at an orchid we kept on the table by the door. Just absentmindedly, her eye rests on the orchid. And so I think, as I'm looking at her, I have this strange sensation where I think, I know her, I really know her. I know her through and through. It's the kind of knowledge you can have with somebody in a family. But if you'd asked me what I knew about her at that instant, it wasn't her personality, it wasn't her biography. It was just the ebb and flow of her being. The way she is sensitive about certain things, the way she is fierce about other things. It's how she responds to the world. And if you think about how I was seeing her, I wasn't studying her. I was just beholding her. The only word I could think of it is beholding. And that's a kind of reverential seeing that we can respect for all people, because all people are worthy of being beheld. And so at that moment, it wasn't as if I was seeing her. It was almost as if I was seeing out from her to see how she saw the world. It was fantastic. And so I'm describing the normal stuff we do, our normal relationships. And the way we normally do it in this culture has led to depression, has led to the crisis, has led to hostility. And somehow I'm trying to envision a way where people would feel heard, understood, and valued, and the atmosphere of distrust in a company and a country would be reversed into an atmosphere of respect. And to me, you can have all these big theories about community, about morality. It's the micro relationship, the day-to-day encounter that we do every single day. Thanks very much. And I think we have microphones, one or two, if anybody has comments, questions about.
Wow. Wow. Like, wow. I have watched you. My family has a newspaper business, and so I grew up in that industry and have watched you as I'm growing up and saw you as a conservative columnist and writer, and you just blew my mind and opened my heart, and I am in awe of your journey and what you have come to share with us, because it is so beautiful and so necessary for the world we live in now. And so I just want to acknowledge who you are and every step you've taken to be at this place to share what you share with us. It has a tremendous impact, so thank you.
Thank you. I should say, as a writer, you're just working out of your shit in public.
But my question or thought I'll share with you is, I also have watched you kind of, in my opinion, this is mine, transformation of sorts. But I've always valued your position because I always felt like it was fair, it was balanced, you were engaging. And the reason I'm setting this up, or the context, is that I feel like politically, socially today, the very things that you're encouraging us to be a part of, which is to understand, to see each other, to engage in conversation, I feel like in our political climate, even in our social environment, or even in education, a lot of what you're discussing is oftentimes not being really promoted or seen as a value. I think from a work position, I think the things you're asking us to do will actually make us a better organization, a better business. But in the political format, in the political environment that we're living in today, it feels like the many things that you're talking about today are things that are not being encouraged at all. If anything, it's really, and I heard this in one of the sessions earlier, that this conversation around culture and is really about power and influence. And so I'm trying to figure out how, from your perspective, how do we navigate or come to some understanding of how to better deal with this issue of people just wanting to have power to do what the hell they want versus engaging in the kinds of dialogues that you're trying to promote in this conversation today.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. First, in the workplace, Steve and I were talking about this. My experience is, especially if you're over 45, you should be more personal than is comfortable for you. That, especially in my experience with younger employees, they want the full person, the bring your whole self to work. I was telling the story, I had a team with at an organization I ran called Weave, which is about social repair. And my interns came up to me one day and said, David, we don't think you know us well enough. Why don't we spend the day looking at our childhood photos? And when I was 21, my mentor was William F. Buckley. And I'm trying to imagine going up to Bill Buckley and saying, Bill, let's spend the day looking at my childhood. His head would have exploded. But I did it, and it was the right thing to do. We got, they felt seen and respected. So I do think bias toward that in the workplace. And of course, in the power differential, it's up to the person with the most power to set the tone here. And the problem with having power is people with power always know less about the people under them than the people under them know less about the people over them. And so you just have to be aware of that blindness. Politically, it's harder, but I've found it work. So about 5 years ago, I'm at a baseball game. And in the ninth inning, a guy sitting right in front of me turns to me, who'd been drinking a fair bit, turns to me and says, I hope this is private, but are you David Brooks? And I say, yeah. And I usually expect, I like your column, or I see you on the News Era. He turns to me and he says, you're a fucking asshole. And I'm like, whoa, okay. But he won't stop. He's like screaming. And my son who was with me tries to intervene, and he screams at my son. He says, you're probably some rich Princeton kid. My son's like, no, I went to the Army and I go to Indiana University. I'm a normal person. And he screams at my wife, get away from me, woman. He calls me Satan. I mean, it's going on. And so afterwards, my wife said, we really should have invited him out for a beer. And I confess, I think that's the right thing to do. At the moment, I did not rise to that occasion. My son and I said equally unpleasant things to him. But in subsequent encounters, I have done that. And this is if you're in my business, you get a ton of negative commentary, negative emails, really hateful stuff, death threats and everything. Not with the death threats, but with the hateful stuff. If you write back as a human being, one email totally transforms the relationship and their posture. And so I find in the political world, as soon as you ask them to tell you about the story of their life, then immediately a lot of the hostility goes away. And that's not always the case because there are a lot of families that are divided. But I find you've just got to make the first bold move. And you can make a lot of progress pretty quickly. There are others. See one back there.
Hi, David. Thank you very much. Been, like everyone else, a huge fan. Also, I started out as a journalist, and I studied journalism, and I was the head of HR for the Wall Street Journal.
Oh, wow.
And I have lots of friends at the New York Times. And the question I have is, I was influenced by all the president's men. And so when I think about news today, where does one go today for objective news? And do I have an idealized memory of what I thought journalism was 20, 30, 40 years ago?
Yeah. That's an excellent question. The problems with journalism are twofold in my view, and then I'll get to the benefits so my employer does not fire me. The problems first, starting about 40 years ago, when I started into the profession, it was a working class profession. A lot of people just with high school degrees were journalists. Now, it's not only a college profession, it's an elite college profession. If you stood in the New York Times newsroom and swung an axe, you would hit 8 people from Harvard, Yale, or Princeton, which would be a good idea, by the way. And so we stopped hiring from a large swath of the country. And if you tell a large swath of the country your voices are not worth hearing, they're going to react badly, and they have. And so we just left a lot of the country. The second problem is, and this is related to the first, is people do what the metrics tell them to do. And we all look to see how many readers our pieces have. And in the Washington Post, they have a scoreboard of what's doing best. And they send out emails, what worked this week? What works is having the most emailed or the most viewed. And so if you have 91% of New York Times readers are Democrats, highly partisan audience, and you want to reach them, well, you push all their partisan buttons. If I have a column that a few weeks in a row that don't go to #1, next column, Donald Trump sucks. #1. It's too easy. And so I think that's been distorted. On the other hand, I would say the quality of the reporting is now equal to what it was then. And there's a lot of crap in the newspaper, but every day I woke up, not only with my paper, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, quality, and I'm embarrassed by a few things. I'm in awe of a lot of things. We just have a lot more resources to throw at stories than, at least at the papers that are thriving, than they did, Woodward and Bernstein. And they obviously did great work. And so I regard this as almost we talked about this, a golden age of journalism. There's a lot of crap out there, but you read the Texas Monthly, pretty damn good. You read the New Yorker, the other place I work, the Atlantic, amazing stuff. The Atlantic will give me 6 months to do a story. One of my colleagues did a story about a guy whose son died at 9/11 and who spent the last 20 years obsessing about it. I've never been so deep into another man's mind. I highly recommend, if you like long-form journalism, a website called The Browser, which is out of England. They go survey the English-speaking world, and every day they pick out 5 amazing stories that have been published somewhere in the world, often in small magazines you've never heard of. And so we're going back to a day of partisan journalism, that's true. But we're also at a period of quite rich journalism, if you choose to consume it, which is what a lot of people don't want to do. I don't know if there are any others. Okay, thank you so much, guys.
I am in awe of that session.
Right?
What a way to start the day. I mean, talk about vulnerability, storytelling, amazing storytelling. And Suraj, I wanted to have you open up because you had the ability, you were lucky enough to be there in person.
I was.
For that session. And so what was that like?
You know, watching it virtually invoked a lot of emotions that I felt like I did in April.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I think you saw people nodding their heads and writing down. And I think it's because we have forgotten how to see one another just to see them.
Yeah.
And I think people were reminded of that, and it was like, I should have done that, I could do that, I will do that.
Yes.
And I sat next to the woman who asked the first question, Sharonda, and she just expressed gratitude.
Yeah.
Right? She didn't ask a question, and I was sitting next to her just nodding my head even more, but she expressed sheer gratitude for David showing up as his true self, talking about that, and then motivating us to show up about our true selves. So I just had a lot of emotions this morning thinking about that session because it was one of my favorite sessions of the day.
Yeah, yeah. And I think in terms of sort of takeaways, it feels to me that the real takeaway from that session was this idea that our social skills are inadequate. That's what I took away, right? We use these terms like active listening and empathy, right? He even kind of called out empathy of that not being nearly enough. But really, this was about the ability to see people deeply. And he had, when he talked about this idea of seeing with understanding, affirming with insight, and critiquing with care, right? It went that layer deeper than just empathy or being an active listener.
Right. And that critiquing with care, the story from Good Will Hunting was like, you messed up.
Yeah.
I love you. I will continue to love you. I'm like, we just don't say that
Yeah.
anymore. We don't, in our day-to-day relationships, we don't. And I found that really, really powerful. And then the ability that we have to see each other.
Yes.
Just, we can't see you. I liked, someone commented, she said, we have to understand the being, not just your biography.
Yes.
And so it's like not, where did you go to school?
Yep.
And where are you from? But it's like, tell me like the origin of your name.
Yes.
And that could be a story for 30 minutes. And I found that so powerful. And it's like, okay, how do we implement that into our daily lives? Because in this setting, it feels easy.
Yes.
Right? And then we get back into our daily lives and we have to be conscious about that.
And then the awareness about how we see the world and see others, right? I think he had a quote about, your experience is not about what happens to you, it's about what you do about what happens to you. And that, impacts, just the way that you see the world and the way that you see others. So it's both being able to see others and then also having that deeper understanding about how you yourself are seeing the world and seeing others.
And we were talking about this earlier. He talked about building empathy. And it was a moment like when we were sitting there, it really struck you of like how we build empathy and how we see each other was by.
Yeah, I think he said drama, right? He talked about literature and drama, which I think is really special, right? Again, something that we maybe don't talk about or think about in a professional context, but I think it just went that layer deeper.
Absolutely.
And I think it sounds like the audience live really appreciated that.
Absolutely.
And then I hope everyone watching virtually really felt that, because I know that I did. All right.
Right. So now where do we go from there? What's next, Savannah?
Well, luckily, what's next is also an incredible session from our own Stephen Tomlinson. He's an associate professor at the Seminary of the Southwest, expert on leadership, economics, PhD from Stanford, just brilliant man and speaker. And he's really going to be talking about civil discourse and the idea of sort of using this as a tool and as a competitive advantage. You mentioned a little bit earlier, right, this idea that I think one of the first talks that I saw with Stephen, right, was this idea that we come into the workplace, and even though things are so polarized sort of outside in the world in terms of politics, that typically we're able to kind of set that aside and problem solve, right? But that more recently, I think that's been challenged a little bit. And so it's like, how can we kind of lean back into that tension and again, use it to our advantage? So it's going to be an amazing session, and we hope you all enjoy it.
This is a very high cost to us as a business. And as a result, we persist in beliefs about dialogue that aren't borne out in fact. For example, if you ask most people, they'll say, I don't have these conversations because they're not productive. I don't have these conversations because they're so unpleasant that I'm just going to avoid them at all costs. And when you're not actually doing it, you're not getting a chance to test that. Whereas when you take folks and you put them in a well-facilitated conversation where they get to actually be guided in dealing with what they need to say and hear, they report that this was not nearly as unpleasant as they thought. This was not nearly as scary as they thought, that actually something good came of it. So having skill around handling these conversations helps to liberate people from a mindset that says, look, other people just have a difference of opinion. I don't want to get into it. It's too sensitive and touchy. It's too risky. I don't want to feel bad. I'm going to go along to get along. And mainly what I'm going to do is I'm going to check out anytime that I feel like there's the potential of this. So if what we really want is to get the diversity dividend that Cynt Marshall talked about last night, if that's what we really want, that means we've got to have habits for engaging people who think differently than us. And often they think differently because they've seen a different cross-section of the world than we have. They're listening to different people. They have a different life experience. We don't actually get the full benefit of our difference unless we can have conversations that have, in this environment, often been primed to have a charge to them. So the stakes are very high for this conversation. What else is making it challenging? So we're talking about a practice that is going to look very simple, but it's going to be grounded in a larger intention and a commitment that our organizations have got to prioritize understanding over solving. That's going to be the watchword today. What I have learned in my practice with companies, in education, and in my work with nonprofit organizations and spiritual communities is that those that are able to sustain a practice of civil discourse do the work culturally of separating these two tasks, understanding from solving. Most of the urgency that comes into these conversations comes when I'm afraid that right now what I'm doing is I have to persuade. I have to lobby. I'm about to lose something that's important to me. I'm about to lose power. The decision is going to go the other way. The decision is being made soon, perhaps even in this conversation. And if we're in that conversation, then I have to be defensive or offensive or aggressive. And so the question is, what does it take to separate the work of understanding from the work of solving? Because let me give you an example of what I see organizations doing that are doing this at a very high level. Because the skills I'm about to describe that can help, that we as leaders can model, that can generalize in our organizations, depend on this view of the world. We are in a diverse organization that we have worked very hard to get different perspectives around the table. The insight from that does not come for free. In fact, having diversity around the table actually makes the problem more complicated. Because if I'm still in power solution mode, I now have more tribes represented around the room. And my anxious reaction to them is going to be, if he gets more, I may get less. You all may see that in your organizations. Also, what's going on when there are people around the table who look different from me or I know are from a different position in society is I begin to wonder, what's happening to my group? Is my group gaining or losing relative to it? I become aware of my own identity. I become aware of my own identity relative to other people in society in this organization. And those two charges, the possibility that, hold on, there's difference here, there are teams here, and the winning trigger makes civil discourse harder. It makes it harder. So if we want to have the benefit of diverse perspectives, we've got to be really honest up front that just getting different people around the table, that's not nearly enough. At the same time, as a leader, it's how I keep growing. When my hair is on fire and I think we're under a deadline and I'm just exhausted and don't want to work on something anymore, I may have very little room to think about things like that. But as often as I can remember, Stephen Covey famously says that someone is open to your point of view the moment they feel like you understand theirs. And so this practice not only decalcifies some of the reactivity in an organization, but it also, for me as a leader, often produces the missing perspective that I'm after. So when someone is pushing something that's different, can we have a moment where we say, I want to understand where you're coming from? What does this look like to you? Why is this so important? I can tell you feel really strongly about this. Tell me more about it. Just doing that work lets off steam that otherwise will wind up somewhere unconstructive. Now, if you are having a meeting with a larger meeting in your organization about a sensitive topic, and you are afraid that there's going to be all kinds of triggers to it, I highly recommend, because I see this successful, having 2 meetings. The first one is the discernment meeting. And the only purpose of this meeting is to complicate the question you're asking. Literally, let's talk about this question and what's at stake for us. Let's think about all of it. It is not a solutioning meeting. In fact, in the first meeting that I've led for organizations that have told me, I'm not sure we can talk about this, we don't even talk about potential solutions in the first meeting. We just talk about what is challenging about this question for us? Why is it so important? What does it look like to you? What does it look like to you? And I tell people before they come, or the CEO tells people before they come, that I don't want to come to hear people bitch. That's a frame, that's a story. And so the challenge here for leaders is to ask, when I'm dealing with someone that I know is hard charger, not a listener, and inclined to be reactive and feel impatience and urgency, I start by asking this person, what's the outcome you're hoping to get? And what are you afraid is going to happen? And then I can say to them, here's what's likely to happen if you try to force a decision in this meeting. Or ask them, what do you imagine will happen if you shut people down? What's going to happen? To get them to be mindful of the thing they don't want to have happen. And then to say, I want to ask you to take a risk and trust me on this. We're going to have 2 meetings. And here's why we're going to do the first one. We're going to prime people so that when they show up, they're not just complaining. It's really critical. You win this battle in the way you frame the meetings for the people who attend. You tell the people who attend, there is going to be a decision made. And the decision is going to be made in this second meeting. The decision is going to be made. What we're doing in this first meeting is not persuasion. And I like to say, if you think about the things that need to get done in order for this to work, the first is just discovery. We need to hear the different perspectives. So we're not going to ask people to come and complain. We're going to ask people to come and say, we're going to give them some prompts. Here's a decision the company has got to make. Here is an urgent situation that we're facing. What we need to hear about is, what does this look like to you? If you're trying to help us make a good decision for the team as a whole, what is the piece of the puzzle that you have? What do you see that no one else is seeing? Or what is it that is a value that's at stake for you that needs to be considered as we're thinking about this decision? And I often write in the notes to people, the final decision will not please everyone. This is not an occasion for you to come and lobby. This is an occasion for us to be smart together. And most CEOs, if they're going to spend an hour with a group of people in a conversation like this, would like to do it successfully. So you can prime them and say, here are the questions that I would encourage you to ask. Here's how to follow up. Or maybe you go with them to facilitate and they sit with you. Here's your role in this conversation. But understand what we're doing this hour is, if you will do this with me, you're going to get ideas you didn't have about ways to get to a more graceful, a more solid, sustainable solution. And Matrice, it's been my experience in the times that I've done this with leaders that didn't want to do it, that what they saw was something that actually opened a door to something that it was an option they hadn't considered whenever they saw how the pieces could potentially fit together. Am I making sense? So I think what we have to offer them is to say, the way we're working right now, if we keep pulling gas into this, it's going to make it worse. Instead, let's try this, and we're going to have a meeting that's just for this. Then the next meeting is going to be one where we try to articulate, what does the puzzle look like? So these are the competing goods that we've identified that are at stake in this conversation. These are the places where we've got tension that we need to try to come up with creative ways. The third is we consider possible solutions the third time. right? And then finally, the fourth meeting, we make a decision. If you can slow a conversation down to the speed of this conscious choice, by the time you get here, the relationships are intact, even if some people haven't gotten what they wanted. And even if some people are still angry, upset, hurt, the relationships are still intact because nothing is happening fast enough that is prioritizing something over the relationships. Not to move immediately to solutioning, not to move immediately to fixing, and to say, and listen, I think this is where our faith drives everything that happens at a company. If you really believe, if you're deep faith, if you really believe that this is a waste of time, then you're only approaching civil discourse as a compliance program. Everybody smells the phoniness of it, and it will do more harm than good. And if you as a leader are willing to test the possibility that, in fact, people can be smart together and relationships can be deepened by this kind of learning together, and you say, look, I haven't been very good at this as a leader, and yet I'm realizing this is what's missing, or I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this with you. My confidence is that your employees will give themselves permission to try it. Employees typically reflect the priorities that they hear from their leaders. What is an example of a kind of conversation that could be in your workplace that is not staying civil, or one where there is a high threat level of this damaging relationships or sending people to their corners? Look at this. This is to me part of having civil conversation about highly charged, predictable dramas of business. Part of the value of this is just having these questions that are recurring for everybody painted on the wall somewhere. How are we thinking about this trade-off? How are we thinking about the way these things, so that we can get because in order for me to be successful at your organization, I need to be aligned on these sliders. And if someone wants to tell me, we're creating value for the long term in your career, but what I see them doing is this, then there needs to be a place for me to point to say, let's go back to how our company has struck the balance on this particular predictable trade-off. So before we get to, one of the aspects of civil discourse is asking what I would call the prompting question that raises a shared value. And the prompting question in this case is particular. I want to make sure I understand how we're trading this off right now. And if they say, well, sure, we're still a long-term company. What cost do we expect to be imposing on our junior people's reputation from this? What cost are we willing to impose on their reputation to reach this goal? These are questions that are actually, we don't know the answer to them. We have to ask our leaders that. So part of civil discourse is the courage to raise up, and if these things haven't been clarified before, then it's going to require like a huge stepladder of courage to get them. But I'm saying when I go in to sit down with an organization for the first time, there are like 3 or 4 things that are the usual high-stakes triggers of imbalance or misalignment between people in different parts of the organization that we just need to have painted on the wall so that we can know, all right, what's happening with this right now? What's happening with this right now? Am I making sense? And so then I want to go back then to civil discourse. To me often begins with a question that is open-ended and prompts a shared value. Minnie and I got to be involved with a team that did a study about the effect of phone calls on people's experience of loneliness. And the way our callers engaged people was they asked open questions, they listened to the prompts or the clues that the other person was giving them, and they only made 1 point per turn. Rather than advocacy, they just made 1 point per turn. And the result was there was a measured decrease in the experience of loneliness, which is not typical of these sort of phone call studies. So there's a way of engaging people that lowers the adrenaline and the temperature and signals belonging to people. If you make 1 point per turn and are willing to hear what they say next, that affects their local mental health, perhaps. If you listen to what they just told you and are curious about it, follow their clue. Yeah, well, that would be challenging for my so-and-so. Tell me about that challenge. What's challenging about that? That is going to have an effect on the temperature. If you ask open questions that you don't know the answer to, instead of closed questions that are designed to corner and trap people, that affects the temperature of the conversation. So these are sort of micro practices that we as leaders can learn. And I find it's very effective when I'm trying to start civil discourse to ask a question that I don't know the answer to, which is, how do you imagine the experience is like for this person? Any of us who does not feel welcome to bring all of ourselves to work is holding back something our company needs for its mission to be successful. And so how do we have that conversation when it's likely to become uncivil because people get defensive? If I hear you had an experience of not being included or an experience that was directly counter to belonging in this organization, I might feel like I need to defend against that or argue you out of it or make you feel good or whatever. And to me, this is a very difficult conversation to have in a group this size. So one of the things that helps promote civil discourse is to break the conversation down into a smaller group and to ask, for example, your team to say, in the next week before we come to this meeting, talk to 2 of your colleagues and ask them these questions. When did you feel most wholehearted in contributing at work? When were you invited? When were you wholehearted? When did you take a risk? When did you feel like it was safe to contribute at work, something that you might otherwise not do? When did you have that experience? And when were you blocked? When did something happen that signaled to you that your contribution was perhaps not welcome? And I would do that do a walk and talk with a couple of people. And then when you get into the big room here, I don't have to put you on the spot. I don't have to put you on the spot. I don't have to be on the spot directly. I can say, here are the things I heard in my conversations. Here are the things that I'm aware are happening. Here's what I learned from listening. And then the guide that I give people for this exercise is, do not argue, do not respond, do not talk the other person out of anything, do not try to make sense of their experience. Learn from them. You have one job, which is learn, what does this look like to the people you're talking to? Because that's all we're doing. We're not going to solve or fix anything in this meeting. We're not going to rationalize it. We're not going to defend against it. We're not going to react to it. All we're going to do is to say, how much rich data is there out there? What is the experience of the people that we're working with? And that, to me, is a way of activating this sort of slow down to consciousness approach to something that otherwise is very, very hot. And I think the idea here is, how can we, with grace, show people that an assumption that has been made, or a position that has been signaled, or a limitation or prejudice that's just popped up, how can we show people, how can we have enough grace to say, we don't have to react to that, while at the same time, this is not, we have a higher standard for this, or a more generous notion of things. And I think that one way to approach this is, in these meetings, to say, when someone says something like that, to say, tell me about that. And to have actually the point of view that, well, if you feel like this has to be something, I'm actually seeing it another way. We believe that to be connected to this community, Spanish is an important part of that, and bilingual connection is not impossible, and that's what we're practicing. So you have another point of view. Help me understand how you got there. And I feel like if you can meet it with that kind of grace, then what Julia might hear is, all right, these folks, we're clearly not going to work with them. Minnie is being nice to them right now, but they're going to dig themselves in deeper. And then what you're able to say at that point is, you know, in our experience, the bilingual access is critical to building the community relationship. And I'm wondering how we might, how it could be easier for you. It seems important to your mission. And I feel like being able to have that as your first response, as opposed to having to move into what for me can feel like being the hall monitor, right, is an important option to have in our toolkit. Someone said this at work the other day. Well, that thing on January 6th didn't really happen. Okay, now maybe you don't know, maybe you're not in any of these conversations, but I found this one a great one because I could just tell that something was about to blow. Right? So what happens in that moment? That's an example, right, where I was thinking to myself, okay, I'm about to teach a class on political discourse or discourse that's civil, and here's an example of the kind of thing that right now is happening, little micro incidents all the time. So what do we do if we get something like that in the environment? Now, this is a good example of, there's really, for me in this particular case, there's nothing to debate. We're talking about a matter of fact. And yet, I've got a human being across from me that's just made a move in conversation that seems in a way designed to make trouble. It's flypaper, right? So here's what, I didn't have the presence of mind to do what my colleague did, which I thought was really brilliant. And she said, if something like that, though, really did happen, what would that mean? I thought that was so beautiful because it got underneath the silliness to the real question of value, the real question of meaning. And the person actually started talking about that. And what I realized was the person who was talking was actually afraid. Afraid. They were afraid of what had happened. And that was their only way of expressing it, was this really clumsy way that was designed to get me to attack them. Right? So there's all these brutal little games that we're trapped into right now where we get to reinforce other people's prejudices about us. I want to end with a quick story. This is a story that I don't remember making any decisions in this story. This was a moment where I was sort of possessed, but it was a gift that's caused me to be committed to this practice. I was flying to Chicago. The guy sitting next to me had 3 empty vodka bottles on his tray top, and we had not left the gate. He was wearing work denim, work boots, a gimme cap, big bristly black beard, and I started looking for something to read. And all of a sudden I heard my grandmother's voice in my head saying, "You're going to ignore him for 2 hours? You're the only person who hears what he's trying to say." And I thought, and I just turned. I had no idea what I was going to say, and what came out of my mouth was, "Flying is scary." And he looked at me like, "What the hell? Who are you?" And then he said, "Yeah." I said, "What are you scared of?" He said, "I'm scared that my kids are growing up without me." I said, "Tell me about your kids." Daughter 9 who dances, boy who's 7 who plays t-ball, baby who bangs on pots in the kitchen. I said, "You love your children." He said, "My father left home when I was 10, and I don't want that to happen to my kids." I said, "What makes you think that would happen?" He said, "I'm in North Dakota for 2 weeks at a time. I think my wife has met somebody else." I said, "I am so sorry." He said, "Oil is a dirty business." I said, "What do you mean?" "Well, my boss is cheating us. He doesn't pay us." And he started talking about the way that the business worked. We were flying now. He'd stopped drinking. I said, what are you going to do?" He goes, "I don't know. I'm stuck," because we kept flying. And then after a while he said again, "Oil is a dirty business." And I said, And then he turned to me. He pulled himself all the way up in his chair, and he turned to me and he said, "I don't believe in global warming." And I said, "No, you don't." And then he relaxed, and I relaxed. And then he said, "My friend was killed in the oil field." I said, "What happened?" And he told me about this accident. And he told me about this man. And I said, "You loved this friend." He said, "He was a good man." And then later he said, "Oil is a dirty business." I said, "What are we going to do about all that carbon dioxide in the atmosphere?" And he said, "I don't know, but we've got to figure that out." And then we landed in Chicago. And I got my bag from the overhead compartment, and without warning and without permission, this man hugged me, and he said, "Thank you. That helped." And I said, "Yeah, that helped." And I went outside and cried for about 5 minutes and then went to work. I don't know how that happened. See, that just happened. But I'm saying that if we are willing to imagine that what feels uncivil is somebody trying to work something out. In many cases, if you're a powerful person, people are doing these little attacks on you to see how you handle what they're dealing with all the time. They're provoking us so that we can teach them what a civil, peaceful, gracious, smart reaction looks like. And it's like picking up trash on the sidewalk. If you're willing to do it, if you decide, then there is a possible payoff. Thank you all for being with us today.
Savannah, that was incredible.
Oh my God.
Stephen, per usual, always like guaranteed Stephen's gonna blow us away. But what I really appreciated about it, it was such a great like parlay from our conversation with David Brooks.
Yes,
right? And,
absolutely.
And it was like, how do we take what we talked about with seeing and being seen and understanding into the workplace?
Yeah.
So what was top 3 takeaways? Let's go.
Yeah, I think the first, the quote about, striving to understand over trying to solve.
Totally.
Right. I think that's something, frankly, in personal and even romantic relationships that can be true sometimes. But I think definitely right in the context of a leader and understanding that there's a little bit of this natural tension, especially as we have more diverse teams, more diverse leadership teams, you're going to have disagreement. And so rather than kind of rush to trying to solve for a problem, just starting with that sense of understanding, to me, I thought was a really, really good takeaway.
Absolutely. And then, there's always going to be this tension. We talked about the long-term gain, short-term gain, and we just have to recognize that this seesaw exists, and we have to call it out, and we have to be okay with that. And then we have to be, Stephen made this comment where he said, if leaders give their team members the permission, right, the permission to be okay with that tension, they're going to be smarter and better as individuals. They're going to be smarter and better as teams, and more than likely, we're going to make better decisions.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be what everyone wants, but we're laying our cards out on the table, and we know what each other is bringing to the table.
Yeah. I think Stephen said something like really realizing the full benefit of our differences, right? And I think this was what I loved about this session is it's giving very, frankly, tactical advice to leaders, even down to how you run meetings, right? This idea of separating out, setting really clear expectations.
Absolutely.
You have a discovery meeting, a decision-making meeting, how you're sort of managing the temperature of the conversation, the types of questions that you're asking, right? It's asking questions that you don't know the answer to. I really love that, right? Because again, I think that there is this acknowledgement that we're not always going to necessarily come to a decision that everybody agrees on.
Right.
At my company, we call it disagree and commit, right?
I see. Interesting.
But if there's that acknowledgement of that tension, and you can really create that space for discovery and understanding, that hopefully it makes that that much more effective.
Absolutely. I mean, David Brooks, Stephen, 2 great sessions
Yes.
to kick off day 2. As we roll into our 3rd session, we're excited to have Amy Coleman, who's a corporate vice president of HR from Microsoft. Listen, the workplace has changed. How we work, where we work, when we work has changed. And we're excited to hear how Microsoft is going to talk to us about hybrid work and what it means to still continue to build a strong culture and how we can attract and retain talent. There's that thread from yesterday. Talent. And then what does employee well-being even mean, right, in this hybrid workspace? So on to our next session.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for joining me today. I'm Amy Coleman, and I lead corporate functions HR at Microsoft. We've learned so much from our experiences and from our employee feedback as we've all navigated the pandemic, and we're still learning. My goal over the next 30 minutes is to share some of our key takeaways and insights from this journey. To say we've all faced unexpected turbulence over the past couple years is an understatement. So many aspects of life and work have undeniably changed forever. As a company intent on practicing the growth mindset, we're always looking to learn and grow. So in that spirit, we've compiled 10 lessons we'll take out of the pandemic. Some may surprise you, others may not. At Microsoft, we've been on a journey to transform our culture for nearly a decade. Our values sustain our culture, and nothing is more important than the way we treat each other, particularly in a time of crisis when almost everything is unknown and evolving rapidly. New ideas need to come quickly, and while some things work, others may not. Your culture is literally put to the test in a crisis, and what we found that ours helped us anchor us in this time of great chaos. Lesson number 1, a strong culture counteracts chaos. First and foremost, we are grounded by our mission to empower our people, including our own employees. Our senior leaders and managers focused on the best interests of our employees' well-being, ensuring that they were safe, well, and able to deliver on their mission. From there are attributes of customer-obsessed, diverse and inclusive, and operating as one Microsoft with the greater good always in mind. That framework allowed us to remember what mattered so that we could make decisions quickly and efficiently. All of our decisions and actions were aligned in support of our cultural attributes and company values, and this made our decision-making clear, consistent, and logical for employees, customers, and even our partners. Let me give you a couple of examples. One of our cultural attributes is diversity and inclusion. There are so many examples of opportunities and challenges in this space during the pandemic. Our employees in China were the first to experience COVID-19, and it left them feeling isolated and in some cases under attack. We sent an email to the entire company reinforcing our gratitude and support for all they were doing and empathy for what they were facing. It was just an example of a strong signal of importance of inclusion during such a difficult time. Another example is the one Microsoft attribute coming through in so many ways, but what most stands out for me is our communications as a company. We developed a consistent and frequent approach with our CEO, Satya Nadella, and our leadership team, which really focused on the broader company goals and strategy. In addition, we had one of our CEO's directs as the incident commander of our crisis management team, sharing security, operations, and employee safety news and next steps for our whole company. Our CHRO also connected frequently with our manager community. In the beginning, we communicated daily with employees, and that became a key part of maintaining trust and the feeling that we were all in it together. As we moved out of the early stages of the pandemic, we reflect on how much we'd relied on our mission, values, and culture, and we were pleasantly surprised when our internal sentiment data showed perception of our cultural attributes actually improving when the world seemed to be falling apart. Staying true to our mission and values and culture resonated with our employees and will keep us grounded going forward. HR leaders have always understood the importance of employee well-being, but in the past it was the sole responsibility of the HR team, and it was really hard to get traction and mindshare outside of HR until now. The research and insights from those early pandemic months showed while productivity was up, employee stress, burnout, and overall well-being was suffering. In addition to work-life balance, the pandemic placed a powerful spotlight on the overall importance of employee well-being, covering all aspects, including emotional, financial, physical, and psychological. As the pandemic progressed, it reinforced that Microsoft needed to support employees' mental and emotional well-being in a virtual environment. So, to help our workforce navigate this uncharted territory of a global pandemic, we found it useful to provide easy-to-access mental and emotional well-being support resources, including discussion guides and a microsite to support manager and employee conversations for well-being. It also provided a space for employee stories and sharing of voices. To further raise awareness and reduce stigma, we also worked with our Disability Employee Resource Group to empower employees with disabilities to share their stories. And managers were important drivers here. We asked them to check in with their teams, have discussions about well-being, and create a space where it was both okay and encouraged to use mental health days and to take breaks. The learning here is a good one. Companies are taking responsibility and action to support employees' lives, and the walls between work and personal life have blended in a hybrid world. Another lesson from the pandemic is that in a hybrid world, the role of the manager takes on enhanced importance. Because when you're not in person, the dynamics of workplace engagement changes dramatically, and the sense of connection and purpose can either deepen or fade. From our own research about managers and their role in amplifying culture engagement and behaviors with their team, we knew that managers were critical. And in a hybrid world, managers have an even greater obligation to shoulder more of the burden while also demonstrating trust and empowerment. There is no place for micromanaging in the hybrid world. Before the pandemic, we already had a manager framework in place called Model, Coach, and Care, where managers were responsible for modeling behavior, prioritizing, coaching, connecting one-on-one, and showing care to each of their employees. We leveraged that framework and connected quickly with our manager community. Things like onboarding became critical, and we hired and onboarded over 50,000 employees virtually since March 2020 and continue to do so. Surveys at our employees' 90-day point showed us that our reliance on managers for onboarding went up by 20%. And the involvement of the manager in onboarding was critical to the new hire experience. New hires whose managers played an active role were 3.5 times more likely to say they were satisfied with their onboarding experience and 1.2 times more likely to feel that they were contributing to their team's success. Our research shows the massive benefits of thriving relationships within and outside of your direct team. One of the most felt aspects of remote and hybrid work is the impact it's had on our relationships. Last year's Work Trend Index revealed that teams became more siloed, and this year's study shows the trend 1 year later. Managers need to prioritize time for relationship building, knowing remote and newly onboarded employees will need extra support. Managers also play a crucial role in fostering close team bonds and acting as dot connectors to really help employees broaden their networks. Connection is also key for those managers who are helping everyone else. So we created a manager community so they could connect and benchmark with one another. We provided managers with training and tools to help them have conversations with their teams, and we shared insights and data from our employee listening systems. And we listened to our managers' needs, which meant simplifying systems, simplifying our processes and tools to allow each manager to be more effective. What we've learned is that in a hybrid environment, the manager role takes on incredible importance and can be the make or break for an individual or for a team. 2,000 years ago, a Greek philosopher said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we can listen twice as much as we can speak." I can't think of anything more relevant for employers in this time of massive change. We need to listen carefully and with intensity. Yet in a time of stress and paradigm shifting and reinvention of all the work habits we know, active listening needs to be happening at all levels. When the pandemic started, we saw weekly time spent in online meetings more than double, and the average person sent 42% more chats after hours. While that may have initially seemed positive and helped debunk many myths about productivity and working from home, we didn't inherently know what employees were thinking or feeling about the changing workplace. So we doubled down on our listening systems, using a variety of ways to pull a subset of employees daily, while also paying attention to Yammer and social media and aggregating employee sentiment. And we shared what we were learning. We provided opportunities for open dialogue and discussion town hall meetings in Yammer, and we leveraged our technology to do this at scale with 180,000 employees across the world. And from all this data, we gave managers special insights into employee feedback to help them understand employee sentiment and needs so they could take action to support their local teams. Under this research is where we found what they now call the hybrid paradox. For instance, some Microsoft employees cite work-life balance, focus time, and meetings as the reasons to go into the office, while others see those same things as the reasons to stay home. We recognize that there's no going back and have intentionally taken a hybrid by design approach. In this approach, we've empowered managers to lead team discussions and create team agreements that balance the individual and team's wants and needs. But we had some missteps too, and that's when you learn, you need to listen. Our managers were employees too, and they had the weight of the world on their shoulders. We realized we needed to listen to them as well, and they told us we needed to simplify the actions they needed to take. In a hybrid world, agile listening systems are not a nice to have, they're essential. Another lesson we learned is that the pandemic shifted our perceptions around what flexibility actually means. Microsoft had a history of offering flexibility, but it was more about flexible work hours and occasional work from home days than anything else. The pandemic turned that on its ear. We learned that flexibility has many dimensions and it's very personal. When we all went home in March of 2020, we had to engage multiple groups to reimagine what flexibility means. Our real estate and facilities team, our HR team, managers, leaders, and employees. This required significant change management, including evolving and creating new policies. It also required new tools and support, including things like team agreements, where teams discuss their schedules and what would work best for each member, as well as the collective, so they could achieve business results together. And it required ongoing communication. We used storytelling and examples of flexibility, leveraging technology to tell these stories at scale and normalize flexible arrangements. We also needed to evaluate our benefit offerings to enable support where it was needed most. We enhanced our benefit portfolio, including childcare resources, online school support, well-being, and working from home support. So, as we move into a hybrid by design, we continue to rethink flexibility, and we're reimagining everything from benefits to geo-pay structures to real estate facilities and office space. The key insight is flexibility is multifaceted, personal, and will continue to evolve. In the not-so-distant past, the way we made connections and learned about team members probably involved hallway conversations, coffee dates, or in-person meetings. These FaceTime activities built social capital. You lean on these informal relationships at work every day. When you have a question, you need a contact, or could use pointing in the right direction. When they aren't there, work can feel a little bit more burdensome. Enter the pandemic, and all those in-person interactions evaporated. One Microsoft study found that as meeting overload set in, people stopped making time for those informal chats. And what we've learned is that in a hybrid by design world, it takes focus, intention, and creativity to build and maintain social capital. Our Work Trend Index shows that strong workplace networks impact two things critical to the bottom line: productivity and innovation. And we also know from our research that having larger networks correlates to a greater sense of inclusion. Social capital is critical for success, and we believe it's in both big and small gestures that can build a social capital. Simple gestures like allocating a few minutes for casual conversations before starting meetings go a long way to keep us connected. Or taking time to check in with each team member about their lives, not just about their work. Even scheduling something as such, ensuring meetings are inclusive where everyone has a chance to participate and share, either through conversation or in the chat. But also larger efforts like ensuring managers understand the importance of social capital and create opportunities for team cohesion is critical. This includes things like deliberate focus on relationship building, intentional care for new employees who've never been into the office or even met their coworkers. This could also include assigning a team or an ambassador who helps bring the team together for team events or fun activities. The hybrid work world has dramatically changed the perspective of our past experiences, so ensuring your focus on social capital will be a critical aspect to maintain team connection so that teams can operate in a cohesive way to be more productive and even more innovative. And that brings me to our next topic, inclusion. The pandemic was a wake-up call for those of us traditionally office-based workers about what traditionally remote workers dealt with daily. This was a light bulb moment for all of us around inclusion. And while inclusion has always been important to us at Microsoft, the pandemic showed us how inclusion was bent towards in-person inclusion. We all now understand the difficulties of finding quiet space for video calls and the importance of a strong internet connection. We also better understand that caregiving is a strategic priority for businesses around the world. And we understand the lack of equity around the world when it comes to access to technology. We also heard stories of families struggling for space at home while others felt isolated. And we saw and felt the impact of the social unrest going around the globe. Inclusion was harder than ever before. However, we also had the opportunity to learn more about each other and to even be more inclusive. We got a view into each other's non-office lives, kids, pets, partners, doorbells, and deliveries. And we also began to understand more about each other. We got a view into working styles and needs, and we also learned how products can help us. The raised hand indicators, the live reactions via emojis, blurred backgrounds, and even a gallery view. These advancements and leaning into our culture made virtual meetings more inclusive. I learned from my own team that in large meetings, they felt more comfortable sharing their point of view since they felt more comfortable with chat versus an in-person dialogue. So, in essence, we're hearing more voices. Our Work Trend Index found that compared to 1 year ago, 39% say they're more likely to be their full, authentic selves at work, and 31% are less likely to feel embarrassed or ashamed when their home life shows up at work. This sort of authenticity is good for business. People who said they interacted with their coworkers more closely, than before not only experienced stronger work relationships, but also reported higher productivity and better overall well-being. In other words, we saw each other's humanity in ways we hadn't before, and that has pushed inclusion forward by leaps and bounds. I hope the implications of this are far-reaching and ongoing because inclusion is hallmark for the new and improved world of work. As HR leaders, we're all familiar with the importance of the employee experience. But as hybrid and flexible work takes hold, a new and critical category has emerged, the digital employee experience. Moving forward, the digital employee experience will be just as important as the physical employee experience. In a hybrid world, this will be the tie that binds the employee to their teammates, leaders, their organization, and its mission, no matter where work is happening from. For many organizations, digital employee experience offerings go underutilized. But for others, the tools that have flooded the market present opportunity, but few of them talk to each other. HR leaders and IT teams are overwhelmed. At Microsoft, we're tackling this problem by creating an employee experience platform called Microsoft Viva. Microsoft's own internal HR and digital teams have worked hand in hand with engineering to develop this as an open platform both Microsoft and our customers can use, and other technology tools can connect to. Let me share a bit more about why we think this is so important and what we're doing with Viva. The guiding principles behind the development of Viva was to put employees at the center and empower managers, support employees and managers from hire to retire, make it easy for HR, IT, and managers to improve the employee experience. Viva has 4 modules that cover the various ways we work: connections, insights, learning, and topics. I won't go into each of them, but I'll summarize that across this digital experience platform, we're focused on ensuring employees have the tools to find information, learn, and collaborate together. And leaders and managers have the ability to use this platform to reach employees at scale, ensuring they're connected to our mission and culture. The pandemic taught us that technology is critical to build and maintain inclusion in a hybrid world, ensuring that everyone is on equal footing in meetings. We developed hybrid meeting guidance and shared that with our leaders and our managers to help ensure that remote and in-person meeting attendees felt equally empowered to participate. Simple things like having all in-person attendees sign into Teams, assigning a moderator to help ensure remote attendees can contribute using the raised hand feature and using in-meeting chat. So the bottom line on lesson number 8 is pretty clear. As we embrace hybrid by design, the digital employee experience should be a new priority for all companies. Lesson number 9, talent decides its own terms. The pandemic caused both talent and employers to rethink their relationships. And it's no surprise that talent is deciding its own terms. The CEO of LinkedIn has called the result the Great Reshuffle, and we're all experiencing the effects of this daily. Employees are questioning and evaluating their situations, reflecting on their values and priorities, and deciding whether their employer is meeting their new expectations. So what do we all do? First and foremost, we need to get on the same page about what matters to employees. We're in a space where we need to recontract with our talent. They want different things now. The employee experience was always important, but now it's taken on new meaning and become a critical component of an individual's consideration set when deciding to remain in a role or change jobs. What our employees have been telling us is this: they want to feel a sense of purpose to stay in their role. They want career experiences. They want a culture that supports their values. And finally, and most importantly, they want flexibility and the tools that support it, including more learning opportunities. As a company, we've talked about the 5 Ps of employee fulfillment: pay, perks, people, pride, and purpose. These are now table stakes in the game of employee retention. The wild cards are unquestionably flexibility and career goals and what that means to each individual person. In an employee's market, it's important to challenge existing mindsets to open the aperture and meet employees where they are and with what they want and need. Imagine if you could find talent anywhere, offering fully virtual recruiting that provides broader reach and equal and inclusive candidate experiences, not to mention cost efficiencies and easier scheduling. And then imagine if you can help that talent grow their careers along the way through learning, reskilling, and other opportunities that help sidestep a feeling of getting stuck in roles and needing to leave the company to grow. We're optimistic that employees will find companies where they feel purpose and shared values alongside a mutual investment in flexibility and growth. These factors will strengthen their connections to their employers and reduce the significant reshuffling that's happening now. Years ago, our CEO, Satya Nadella, challenged us to drop a fixed mindset approach and adopt a growth mindset. We learned together to challenge preconceived notions about what's possible, and we're still learning. And with the pandemic, I have to give credit to all of our employees who helped us find new and creative solutions. Without it, I don't know if we'd be where we are today. Our insight from that experience is that when moving quickly and making decisions with limited information, a growth mindset is a powerful tool. If you have an environment where learning is valued and mistakes are recognized as a natural occurrence that moves you down the road to achieve your goals, you're going to be well positioned to deal with and optimize for change. The key is to keep listening, reflecting, learning, and iterating. The growth mindset builds resilience and a perspective that we haven't gotten there yet, so we'll continue to seek creative solutions and deal with unexpected challenges. In a world where this kind of unexpected change is becoming the norm, a growth mindset is a good friend. The impacts of living and working through the pandemic were life-changing and redefined the way we work, and they'll be felt for the indefinite future. For Microsoft, these are key learnings that we've taken away from the pandemic and will influence our strategy going forward. By having open minds to listening, learning, and adapting, it's my hope that our employees feel seen, heard, and valued. The work we're all doing on this journey will likely continue to transform the workplace of today and tomorrow. Thanks for listening and learning with us.
That was an incredible and informative session by Amy at Microsoft. You know, we had some folks in the chat earlier this morning we asked them what are they most excited about, and they said they were most excited about learning how to apply this in their day-to-day.
Yes.
Hybrid workforce, hybrid work environment. It was CEOs, people leaders, and so Savannah, I'm curious, as a fellow people leader, what did you take away from Amy's conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, one of the big themes from yesterday and I think today, right, this idea of social capital and just connectedness and how that is really the glue that sort of keeps a culture together and keeps people sticky, right? So I think it was something around the lines of stronger culture sort of counteracts some of that chaos, that there was, you know, a lot of chaos, you know, the past 2 years, you know, these different reveals of what was happening next and people sort of navigating uncharted waters, right? And so if there's that sense of connectedness, that can really be something that really just helps keep a culture strong.
Absolutely. I thought the other interesting thing too was about active listening, right? So active listening, not just in meetings, right? But like, you know, we're in person and then we're not in person. And so let's listen to hear what's happening in your day-to-day life. Let's understand the implications of working from home and what that is going to do and the impact it has.
Listening to employees, right? And really understanding how are they experiencing this and how can we change to, you know, based on what they're saying.
Which is a common thread from what we heard from David and Stephen, right?
Exactly.
I mean, listening, understanding, we're seeing how important it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think kind of on that thread, and I know this is something, again, I've talked about a lot and a lot of people leaders are talking about, this idea of really empowering managers, right, the folks who are closest to your people, to really kind of lean into employee well-being and lean into their teams. I think it was Andrea yesterday who talked about, you know, this can't all just be centrally located within your HR department or leadership team, right? Like you really do need to involve your managers because they're the ones who are interacting with employees every single day and making sure that they have the tools that they need to be successful and to kind of build that better culture.
And that whole thing about 100% of what's happening, your front line knows.
Yeah.
We heard about that yesterday, right? So that's coming back again. And so we're constantly hearing that, which is obviously proving to be very, very important.
Yes. Yeah. Awesome. Well, our next session is Matthew Duncan. He is the head of thought leadership on the future of work at Microsoft. He is a steering committee member at Culturati, a great friend of Culturati, supporter of Culturati. And he's going to be talking about Microsoft's 2002 Work Trend Index report. So really looking at the data in understanding, you know, again, kind of speaking to social capital, this digital first world and some of those learnings, right? Again, things that are top of mind for all the people leaders that I know. And so this is going to be a really amazing, really kind of, again, data, just helping us to understand what's going on. And we're just really excited to hear from Matthew. So we can move on to the session with Matthew.
Hello from Seattle, Washington. I'm Matthew Duncan, and I support the Future of Work initiative here at Microsoft. I'm excited to be with you today to share some insights into the future of work and where it's heading, and ways leaders can adapt to ensure their people and organizations are set up for success in the new world of work. Over the past few years, the world has undergone seismic shifts that have fundamentally altered nearly every aspect of society. From the psyche of entire generations to geopolitical upheaval to the new labor market principles that power the global economy. In a world marked by disorder, there are new challenges and new expectations. We felt this acutely in the way we work. In times of uncertainty and change, at Microsoft, we believe in relying on data, not dogma, to help us chart a path forward. We've relied on 3 sources of data to help us in that effort. First, our own Microsoft 365 telemetry, which helps us understand how employees use our tools to get work done. Second, data from LinkedIn, which paints a picture of what employers and employees are facing in the labor market. Lastly, our own research through our Work Trend Index. We've surveyed 31,000 workers across 31 countries to understand how they're experiencing work today and what they're thinking about in the future. First, we call it the hybrid paradox. Simply put, this is the idea that employees want the best of both worlds, the flexibility they've enjoyed from remote work and the benefits of in-person connection and collaboration. Second is the Great Reshuffle. This refers to the phenomenon we're seeing in which large numbers of employees, more than 40% last year, were considering leaving their employer for a new opportunity. And nearly half of employees were considering more significant transition, including one in which they'd actually move or relocate based on new foundations around the world to embrace a hybrid work model. But migrating to a hybrid isn't as easy as flipping a switch. It's complex and it's not without its challenges. That's because it requires employers to enable every type of working dynamic. It's not something we've ever had to grapple with before. From our perspective, the new world of work will require a more equitable distribution of technology. And organizations of the future will be powered by a persistent digital fabric that binds the organizations together: things, culture, technology, and space. Together, those 3 elements will work with you to make hybrid truly work. Let's start with culture. Now, this might sound a little counterintuitive coming from a tech company, but at Microsoft, we firmly believe success in this new era of work requires a culture-first approach. Let me tell you why. In our 2022 WTI report, the biggest finding for us was clear. Employees today are not the same people that went home to work in 2020. They have reevaluated the role of work in their new lives and have great expectations for what they want out of a job and what they're willing to sacrifice in return. More than half of the employees are more likely to prioritize health and well-being today than before the pandemic. And 18% of employees actually quit their job in the past year. Their top reasons for leaving: mental health, work-life balance. And while these themes play out across generations, it's telling to see that more than half of the millennials and the Gen Zs, the future of our workforce, are considering leaving their job in the next year. Employees are demanding a new deal from their employer, and flexibility and well-being have become non-negotiable. But culture is about much more than the individual. It rises and falls with the relationships these individual employees can make with their team. When you take a look at the status of work relationships over the past 2 years, we found some distinct patterns. Strong ties, the relationships you have with people you collaborate with frequently, daily or weekly, get stronger. Weak ties, relationships that you connect with only sporadically, nearly fell off the map. The implications is that we essentially became more siloed, which has a negative impact on innovation, employee engagement, and retention. In fact, 56% of people who were hired and onboarded during the pandemic are considering leaving their job, in part because they lack the connection they feel with their coworkers and organizations. In this era of flexible hybrid work, organizations need to rethink what their employee experience looks like. And a digital component is key. That's the idea behind Microsoft Viva, the first employee experience platform designed for hybrid work. Built on Microsoft 365 and experienced through Microsoft Teams, Viva brings together communication, communities, knowledge, learning, goals, and insights. Let's take a look.
Microsoft Viva is an employee experience platform to empower people and teams to be their best from anywhere. Today, it consists of the following 5 modules. Viva Insights helps people and businesses thrive by delivering personalized, privacy-protected insights and actions to help employees, managers, and leaders build better work habits to improve productivity and improve personal well-being. Viva Learning makes learning a natural part of the day by bringing a complete employee learning center in the flow of work in Teams and offering a rich catalog of modules across first and third-party content providers. Viva Connections is the gateway to your employee experience, delivering a curated company-branded experience customized for every individual, bringing together relevant news, conversations, and helpful resources and links to help everyone stay connected to the company and its culture. Viva Topics makes organizational information easier to find by automatically organizing content and expertise across your organization and then exposing these topics when and where they are needed across Microsoft 365 apps. And finally, Viva Goals, the latest addition to the Viva employee experience. Viva Goals is a goal-setting and management solution that aligns teams to your organization's strategic priorities, driving results and a thriving business.
While our approach is culture first, we think technology has a critical supporting role to play in enabling employees to connect, collaborate, and do their best work, regardless of when, where, or how they're working. Over the past year, we've seen ways in which technology has empowered employees to take control of their workday. Approximately 60% of Teams meetings are ad hoc, lasting 15 minutes or less. These meetings are filling the gap from the lack of spontaneous hallway catch-ups or water cooler conversations. We're also seeing meetings start later on Mondays and earlier on Fridays, as well as fewer double bookings and an increase of time off. All good signs for employee well-being. But we're also seeing a continued rise in meeting minutes and an increase in after hours and weekend work. Now, these trends aren't inherently bad. In fact, they could be signs employees are choosing to work at these off hours because they're enjoying the benefits of being able to start work later, take breaks during the day, so they're prioritizing other things like taking the kids to school or an afternoon exercise class. This is where culture comes in again, and the need for some relatively simple technologies to help prevent the flexibility of hybrid from feeling like always on. Like using delay send features in Teams so that messages can be delivered during convenient working hours, or the ability to record meetings so individuals can catch up asynchronously at a time that makes sense for them, or the ability to automatically book meeting-free focus times. I already mentioned how work patterns had shifted and organizations now need to enable employees to work synchronously, asynchronously, in person, and dispersed. This shift in patterns has also prompted changes in the tools we use to get our work done. Historically, the tools were pretty clear. Communication took place over email, collaboration was in-person activity, creation was limited to the confines of a document or a spreadsheet or a presentation. But in a world in which work needs to transcend time and space, everything needs to change. Just like Teams transformed collaboration and productivity, Microsoft Loop is the next breakthrough in collaboration. Loop lets you think, plan, create together like never before. It will change how employees approach getting work done together. Let me show you how.
This January, we launched Loop components in Teams Chat to bring distributed information, documents, and teams together to help collaboration. Now Loop components are coming to Outlook on the web and Outlook on desktop for insiders shortly thereafter. Here's an example of a voting table being added in an email. You can copy the Loop component and paste it in a Teams chat. After you send it out, all recipients can collaborate, brainstorm, and complete action items in line. They'll always see the latest edits from others, whether they are working in Teams chat or from Outlook. Everyone can stay up to date from a single source of truth without needing to switch apps.
The last area I'm going to touch on today is space. This is the one that's top of mind in conversations I have with customers. And while there are a lot of opinions, Microsoft believes space will continue to play a critical role in the way we get work done. But it will need to be completely reimagined. Physical space is an important tool organizations can use to help employees strengthen the social capital they've lost in the pandemic. But achieving benefits takes intentionality. Nearly 40% of hybrid workers simply don't know when or why they should come into the office. Now, that's not surprising when you learn that less than a third of companies have given them the guidance in the form of team agreements or new norms. The result is employees commuting into work only to find themselves alone in an empty office, joining Teams calls all day long, something they could have much more easily done comfortably at their home. That's why half of hybrid workers are considering going remote in the year ahead. The value of the office hasn't been made clear to them. While team agreements are an important first step, so is adjusting in-office space to meet the needs of employees who use it. One way we're doing this is by reimagining what meeting rooms look like. We're reorienting the furniture to face the remote attendees joining on a screen. With a new display, camera, audio technology, we're bringing everyone into the room at eye level, recreating the feel of being in person together. Here's how the future meetings come to life.
As the world shifted to remote and hybrid work, we adapted. But in a hybrid work world, we need experiences that allow us to be there, from any place at any time. The work of the future will be fluid, dynamic, and cloud-powered, with smarter meetings that integrate smoothly into your workflow, whether you're at home, on-site, or anywhere in between. We see a future where meetings are immersive and spaces are designed around people, bringing everyone together around the same virtual table, even if they're not in the room. And dynamic meeting views that keep everyone connected to the content and each other, with intelligent gesture recognition that uses AI to recognize physical cues, like when people want to speak and when they have spoken. Where formal presentations are paired with collaborative chats. Digital canvases unleash group creativity. And everyone can connect face-to-face wherever they are, and from any size meeting room. Meetings of the future will be more intelligent, so you can disconnect when you need to, knowing AI-powered tools have got you covered with follow-ups and action items. Our vision for meetings is grounded in a simple belief. They should offer so much more than a one-time transaction. with intelligent tools and experiences that you can access before, during, and after. Meetings of the future will be designed for everyone, whether they're in the room or across the world.
We can't talk about space without talking about the metaverse. The metaverse is coming to work, and soon. Organizations will be as deliberate and engaged in forming their digital spaces as they've been with their physical spaces. The truth is, we've all been living in digital spaces for some time now, thanks to remote work. But the metaverse takes this experience to the next level. Let me show you what I mean.
Mesh in Teams supports customizable avatars, so you can control how you appear in an immersive space. It's easy to customize and accessorize to reflect who you are. Create multiple avatars for different situations, choose a more professional look for delivering an important presentation, or a more casual appearance for a team event. Avatars lets you bring your physical presence into conversations even when you don't have your camera turned on. Avatars will also imitate subtle movements and gestures based on your voice and tone, and they also animate according to your live reactions in Teams. Let's look at the immersive space we created with Accenture, with lobbies, welcome areas, meeting rooms, the works. The freedom to explore these spaces really gives you the feeling of being together, the opportunity to have spontaneous connections. Just look at how everyone in the space is socializing and connecting with each other. Additionally, Mesh is built on Azure, so if a colleague in Korea speaks to me in Korean, thanks to Azure Cognitive Services, I can simply read what they're saying without a translator. We're also bringing Microsoft 365 apps into the Mesh experience. I can walk into a space with a digital whiteboard and feel as if I'm there together with colleagues as we brainstorm on a digital canvas. With Microsoft 365 integration, users can seamlessly access content, files, or documents via OneDrive, which you can edit, annotate, or share with others. You can even use 3D objects and interact with them as you would in the real world.
And as I've said, the challenges associated with hybrid and the new era of work are real and complex, unlike any changes we've seen in the way we work in a generation. But they also pose a tremendous opportunity. And I fully believe that if we seize this moment with flexibility and intentionality, we can ultimately make work better for everyone, for employees, organizations, and bottom line business results. If you're interested in learning more, I encourage you to visit Microsoft.com Work Lab, where we're regularly publishing the latest insights and research into the future of work. Thank you.
All right. Well, another really informative session.
Absolutely.
I love being able to look at that data, cut up in different ways in terms of what employees are saying they want and what they're wanting. And sometimes that's contradictory, right? This sort of hybrid paradox. Yep. And so really kind of finding that nuance there in terms of building a hybrid workplace is I just think, really, really interesting stuff.
Very much so, very much so. It's a lot of takeaways from that, but let's boil it down to our top three. What would you say our first one is?
I think I liked the sort of, there was something that he said about sort of this new deal that, again, employee expectations being high, and there's sort of this new deal they're demanding from their employers. And so there's this worth it equation, right, that we really have to make it worth it to the employee, and really, again, be supporting our managers, another theme that I feel like has been pretty consistent.
Absolutely.
Coming through a lot.
Yeah. The second thing that I found was that leaders have to make the commute to the office worth it. Again, worth it.
Worth it. Exactly.
It's not about the ping pong tables and what we thought it was. It's about creating that space of belonging, making sure that it's a welcoming space, that the technology needs are there, and that folks can go back and forth between the workplace and home and not feel like they've missed a beat.
Yeah, and he kind of talked about breaking it down. I know when we're talking about employee experience, right, where it was culture, technology, and space, and how each of those things work together, and how each of those things work together now in a hybrid, in this sort of new future of work era. And so that idea that I loved, and I know this is something we talk about at my company all the time, right? This sort of always on, quote unquote, idea, right? Of people starting their meetings later on Mondays and earlier on Fridays. And yes, you might have people working sort of non-traditional hours, but maybe that's because they want to leave to go pick up their kids,
Sure.
in the afternoon. So I think, that going back to core themes, right? Just like redefinition of sort of productivity and what it means to be sort of always on, what those expectations look like for employees, I think is another really, really big one here.
Absolutely. Well, let's continue on with the informative conversation. So we have 2 sessions that we're going to introduce. Our first one is about inclusive hybrid work environments. And so as we think about the great attrition, 2 key themes are coming about the workplace: flexibility and belonging. And sometimes those are in contradiction to one another.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're in relation to one another.
Yeah.
And so we're really excited to have Bonnie Dowling from McKinsey and Darren Murph from GitLab to talk about what does it look like for today's workforce. Is there a way to create the environment that's both optimal and inclusive and allows for flexibility? And we all know that this is going to create a clear competitive advantage for talent.
Yes.
So it's going to be really exciting, really exciting.
And then right after that, we've got the connectivity-based workplace of the future with Phil Kirshner from McKinsey. Again, just building on this idea of how do you create connection? How are we rethinking, the virtual environment, the digital-first workplace, the hybrid workplace? So just continuing on with some of those tangible sort of key learnings, and then also key takeaways that we can hopefully take back to our workplaces and really actualize with our teams. So they're going to be 2 amazing sessions. And we look forward to those.
Yeah.
And we'll be starting the sessions very soon.
Yeah. Enjoy.
So what we thought we would do today is, of course, Bonnie and I come from McKinsey, so we wouldn't be McKinsey if we didn't show you a bunch of data, right? So Bonnie and I combined forces and led a very large research study on hybrid and preferences, along with the great attrition and why people are leaving, and how you can infuse that with being inclusive in this new world or era that we're entering. And then along the way, we are going to be asking Darren a bunch of questions about how they did it, because as I mentioned, they were 100% virtual, as you say, virtual always, since 2011, so pre-pandemic, right? So they essentially have written the book on this. So that being said, why don't we just start off with you telling us a little bit about your organization since we're highlighting you today.
Yeah, sure. So GitLab, as this slide shows, was 100% virtual. So what does that actually mean? 1,600 people in more than 65 countries with 0 company-owned offices. 0. Like the most expensive thing the company owns is a MacBook Pro. Like literally no offices anywhere. So why did this happen? Well, the 3 people who started the company were in 3 different countries. They weren't really keen on relocating to a different country, so a remote organization was born. But deeper than that, they had strong conviction that remote and virtual was not a perk. It was not an obstacle to overcome. If you leveraged it, it could be a strategic advantage. And so fast forward 10 years, and in October of last year, we became the first remote-only company to ever IPO, ever. It had never happened before. This is a big deal because any organization that wants to grow without the confines of an office has always been told it can't scale, no one's ever done it before. Thankfully, we put that to bed. I want to point out this stat here in the top corner. 30% of our employees don't work from home. So how is that? We're talking about inclusivity today, and one of the things that we put into place very early on was a process for submitting an expense report if you wanted to work at a WeWork or a Regis office, a communal workspace, any place that felt inclusive to you. We don't have an office that you can go to, but you can pick any place that you want to go to. And I think this third space is going to be very significant for companies who are grappling with, are there only 2 options, the office or home? There's actually a lot of space in between that can be tapped into. We have 30 million registered users working with GitLab all over the world. We're an open core company. We did literally write the book on remote work. It's the remote playbook. And 2,000 company handbook pages, and we'll dig into this a little bit more. That's a lot. And when we onboard new employees, we don't ask them to read the whole company handbook. We just train them how to search it like a pro. That's the hack. So if I asked you, is there too much information on the internet? You would say, no, of course not. I know how to use Google. So when faced with a 2,000-page operating manual for how a distributed workforce operates, it's a little easier to digest when we teach you to effectively use Google to dive into it. Essentially what this handbook is the foundation for the company. So if you have an office, you have physical infrastructure, you have an architect and a designer and office managers and workplace experience designers who very intentionally design what the work experience will be like. We had to do that early on. Our office was the entire world, and you have to write it down. So for a lot of companies who have been forced into virtual work or remote work, the key thing that's lacking is you still have the buildings in the cities. The infrastructure is still physical, but you're not working physically. And auditing that, starting to rebuild that infrastructure for a more distributed, a more virtual world is no small task. It's probably why a lot of you are here today.
Or what did you have to believe in order to be 100% virtual? Because I think we can all learn from that as we think about taking this to hybrid.
Yeah, and in fact, you see this 1,600 number here. About 25% of those have joined in the last 6 months, which I think is pretty interesting given the topics of this event. But a lot of it is just shifting the mindset from a fear-based mindset to an opportunistic mindset. It's very easy to jump into the fear and scarcity mindset of collaboration is harder or culture building is harder, and the list goes on and on. But if you reframe it as, well, now that we don't have to have people in a certain city, now that we don't have to uproot families and bring them to one specific place, what opportunities are there? And a lot of this goes into decoupling the pandemic from intentionally structured virtual work, and we're still working through that as a society. But when we have executives join, a lot of times they say, I've prioritized different things. I want to be close to my family. Elder care is a big deal, even near hospitals or national parks, you name it. The ratio of work and life and the integration of those certainly plays a part.
These are stats from the US, so it is US specific, apologies, Joy. But our US Bureau of Labor Statistics, and they have been tracking for, Laura could tell me exactly how long, but more than a decade, the attrition rates, both voluntary and involuntary, as well as job openings. So what we see over the past, call it 6 to 9 months or so, is a really substantial increase in job openings, right? That's that economic recovery that we talked about, I mentioned briefly. We also see a pretty significant increase in the voluntary attrition or the quit rate. So the people who are actually resigning or just quitting. And then we see similarly a decrease in our involuntary, which would be the people we're firing or laying off for different reasons. So what does that tell us? Well, it tells us that we're in a really, really tough labor market with all these job openings and that people are voluntarily leaving. It also tells us that we may be holding on to talent that we wouldn't have previously held on to because we're scared about our ability to replace them. Great attrition or the great resignation or the tsunami of turnover, whatever you want to call it, is happening and may continue to do so. We continue to see record rates, over 4 million people quitting their jobs, voluntarily leaving per month in the US. When we ran a survey, we found that 40% of employees said they were at least somewhat likely to do so. So they're not just going to a competitor, which we're all kind of used to, right? Like, I used to work for the Cleveland Clinic. It wouldn't be unheard of for me as a nurse to then go and work for the university hospital system, right? We kind of budget for that churn. We plan for some of that churn. But when people leave the workforce entirely, that's when you get a labor shortage. 36% of those that had quit their job in the past 6 months said that they didn't have a job, or they did so without one. But 64% of that 40% that said they were somewhat likely said they would do so without a job in hand. That's a lot of percentages. I recognize that. So I'm going to put that into perspective for you. If that entire 64% quit without a job lined up, that would be the equivalent, if we extrapolated it, of the entire full-time employed population of California, Texas, Georgia, and Massachusetts combined exiting the workforce. When we asked employers why their employees were leaving, this is what they highlighted as most important. Inadequate compensation, they're looking for a better job, they've got poor health. When we overlay them, and I know there's a lot on this slide, like I said, you can have it. What we see is that disconnect coming out. The dark blue stuff, that's the stuff that employees are saying are more important to them than employers are recognizing. The light blue is what employees are saying, you know, it might be important, but it's not as important as you think it is, employer. And then the gray is actually where we do line up and align really well. But what you're seeing there is that employers are missing the relational aspects that employees are saying really make things sticky for them. They're focusing on the things that attracted people and the things that retained people 3 years ago, as opposed to changing those things and recognizing the differences that have happened and the priorities and the mindset shifts that have happened over the course of the pandemic and adjusting.
Definitely not seeing the same kind of turnover. In other words, people are staying, and it's largely to do with they opted into a very strong and defined culture. So GitLab had the benefit of having a well-defined culture before COVID. It's not like COVID massively shifted it one way or the other. And so I like to say no one accidentally ends up at GitLab. You kind of know what you're getting into if that's what you want. And so people have come here and they've actually felt more insulated and created a tighter sense of community because we had the infrastructure in place. And I do want to mention one thing that we added during the pandemic. We saw an interesting downtick in the amount of paid time off that people were logging right after the pandemic. So on paper, this looks great. Like, wow, we've never shipped faster. Productivity's through the roof. But the executive team saw that and thought, well, if we don't get a handle on this, it's not sustainable. It's going to lead to longer-term burnout. GitLab's values are incredibly important, and I actually want to talk about that for anyone who is going through this transition. Take a look at your values. I know those might be kind of like, we'll get to those someday. In a distributed setting, in a virtual setting, your values become your operating principles. There is no way to implicitly learn or share knowledge in a virtual setting. You have to make it explicit, sometimes overly so. You have to write down everything, hence the 2,000 pages of documentation. And so one of our sub-values is family and friends first, work second. And that's been a constant theme throughout the company. And when the pandemic hit, it was really time to rally around that. And so we started a day called Family and Friends Day. It was a Friday a month that we shut the whole virtual office down. But the secret ingredient to making that effective is that we created a Slack channel. We're all about boring solutions, so this isn't hard. We created a Slack channel called Family and Friends Day, and we encouraged everyone to share a photo or a video or a story of doing something other than work in that channel on that day. And it was amazing how just seeing someone lay in a hammock or read a book or call a loved one was this reminder that, whoa, we're all human and there's more to life than work. About 4 or 5 of those in, someone dropped in a Google Photos gallery of their wedding. They got married on Family and Friends Day. So they probably have one Family and Friends Day forever. But that's just one small example of how we were able to take a piece of data, which is people are not leaving. They're using work as escapism to really enable a globally distributed team to rally around each other, even though we were all quarantined in our own homes.
Quick question, Darren.
Yeah.
Are you seeing an increased number of applicants as well? Like, are you getting Joy's employees who Joy said that she's probably going to be losing because of the hybrid world?
Yeah, sorry, Joy, but probably. Yes, we are seeing a marked increase in people who are applying because their employer has taken away choice. And I see what we're seeing now is the greatest transfer of institutional power, certainly in my lifetime, where employees have an immense amount of power. You're never going to put the genie back in the bottle. And employees have had a taste of what life is like without the commute every day.
Yep.
And even during the pandemic, where their options have been severely limited, they have still found silver linings, and you can kind of see a glimpse of what the future is. And when you erase all of the pandemic and travel restrictions are lifted, you can see how much more enticing this is. And so employees are saying, look, I'm willing to work for an organization that will give me maximum flexibility, and I will pour more into the job in order to get that. And that's a very different and a new flywheel that we're seeing, but it requires organizations to be set up on the infrastructure side to not just allow remote work, but support and empower remote work. So a lot of our people are coming to us because they recognize this isn't a perk here. It's actually set up to be empowered.
One thing that I would stress in that is that when we talk about remote work and virtual work, it is not only the location.
Yes.
So when Darren says, like, we are set up for this is embedded in who we are, and this is how we work, and we've got the infrastructure and everything like that, they're not just looking at flexibility as being where you work. They're also thinking about flexibility in when you work and flexibility in how you work.
Yeah, I would offer anyone here who is thinking this through, how many days are we going to be in the office? Don't be so misguided by the where that you forget about the how. Because the truth is, if you reframe your workflows and you make it possible for people to get their jobs done from anywhere, then the where becomes a lot less relevant.
Some leaders might have a mindset or a preconceived notion, as what you said, Bonnie, of you can't build a culture remotely. You can't track productivity remotely. How can we make sure that we have oversight into the culture we're building and the revenues we're driving all remotely? So I think it's that combination of culture and productivity and ROI all together that I think will help us, and as people leaders, share with our executive teams that it is all possible, but I think you can't have one without the other, getting people to be more flexible, right? So I hope we can talk about how we can measure and track productivity and culture at the same time to help get some of those other folks who don't think it's possible.
Do you also build in time for people to get together in person? And I'm just curious because I don't think you're saying it should be all remote 100%, yeah?
Thanks for bringing that up. It's easy to forget, but yes, in person becomes an intentional strategy in a 100% virtual environment. In fact, if you're co-located, you can kind of get away with not having an in-person strategy. Fate takes care of it. Enough people bump into each other. Actually, it was the architect who designed the buildings for people to cross paths. They thought of that before you even showed up at the office. So you have to do that same type of architecting. GitLab gets its entire team together once a year at 1,700 people. It's getting harder to find places that can house all of those, but also sub-teams together on a regular basis. Point being, dedicate budget to get people together. Onboarding is really critical. Building that foundation, really critical. We're human beings. This is better that it's happening here. It could be done virtually, but the foundation setting is really important.
I guess one of the things I'm really thinking about this, and I'm eager to hear you speak more about the inclusive aspect of it, because what I hear us talking about is really a cultural shift in how we understand work, and people being kind of rigid and stuck in how it used to be. And to me, for me, this is an equity issue, right? Because as managers, as leaders, ability to actually shift their thinking from to a more growth mindset in how they approach their work, their ability to actually do what you're talking about, of being intentional about when we come together, about our in-person experiences, versus the other option was just to assume that's just going to happen, right? Yeah. And that's the preferred way of doing business. When in truth, actually we have to be more intentional about how we go about our work. And that intentionality to me is the same kind of intentionality I expect when I'm working with people around diversity, equity, inclusion. If you're not intentional, if you think this stuff is just going to happen because you're a good person, it's not going to happen. That's right. You have to be very mindful in your approach and look to folks like you to kind of give some guidance on what that looks like. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing in this.
Well, thanks for bringing that up. And I actually want to say, even for companies who go 100% back to the office, if you have more than one office, you're actually remote to each other. And so you should also put effort into being intentional about, well, how do those offices collaborate? Do they know each other? Like, we should actually make sure that even if we go back into our respective offices, that there's some sort of bond, that we're more intentional about that. And you had mentioned it's not all or nothing. We had this conversation at dinner last night. I think there will be some companies that go back 100% on site, and I'm totally fine with that. The benefit is now companies have to be clear about who they are, so that when employees opt into a culture, they know what they're getting. If anyone has ever interviewed at a place and they said, yeah, we'll be flexible, no problem picking your kids up, and then 6 weeks in you think, oh, our definitions of flexibility are a little bit different. For a lot of people, military spouses, working parents, those with mobility challenges, natural introverts, we've been forced to fit into the construct of work forever. COVID has enabled us to have representation in a new form of work. So it's not going to be for everyone. It's not going to be in every industry. But it's a growth opportunity for people who have felt a bit of a misfit or maybe ostracized in other places of work. This opens up a major new avenue for their voices to be heard, for their contributions to be felt within an environment that is more fulfilling for them. I like to say you can't solve burnout with yoga. Nothing wrong with yoga. Yeah. But like, if that's the only tactic, it's going to be tough. I'll give you a boring solution and then something a bit more philosophical. So we use a Slack tool called Roots by PTO. It's how we track our PTO. It's a very simple tool, automated tool, and it dawned on me that sometimes people just need a reminder. And so what we did is we created an automated script that on the first working day of every month, it would send a direct message to everyone in the company, and it would say, hey, it's the first working day of the month. Have you considered what days you're going to be taking off this month? If you feel like your workload will not allow you to do this, copy and paste this message into your next one-on-one with your manager. It created complete equitability. It creates the conversation. People literally copy and paste it. We also started a Slack channel about vacations where people could bounce ideas off of each other. We don't do this, but a great organization, remote.com, they actually have a minimum PTO. So a lot of organizations say unlimited PTO, which is not great without a minimum. You have to have a minimum on that. The more philosophical part is we teach people how to live lives differently. It is there's some data that shows, for the most part, people recaptured 1 to 4 hours of their day in commuting and immediately gave it back to their employer. That time was never the employer's to begin with. And if the employer doesn't, at first you're like, this is great. we're getting all this productivity, but it's not sustainable. So you have to teach people, how do you repurpose that time? Even something as simple as put a calendar invite where you used to commute and make it bug you to read, or Netflix and chill, like literally anything other than work. And we're big proponents of the nonlinear workday. So we actually have learning and development sessions on what does it look like to take a break at 2:30 on a Thursday and go for a 2-hour hike with your little one. Sometimes you just have to be the chief imagination officer and really help people think about living their lives differently. If you just left the office, went home, and kept the same rigid schedule, you're not really taking advantage of it. Our communication handbook is incredibly explicit. We are very explicit about where work happens, in what tools, how communication flows. Like, you can't get it wrong. Anyone in here could read that, and next week you could come work for us. It's that explicit, very step by step, to the point where we say you can't use @here or @channel in Slack. Like, it's just not going to happen. So if somebody does it when they join, we're like, oh, here's the handbook link. Oh, right, got it. So we're incredibly explicit about where communication happens. Second thing is values. We have 6 core values, but they're common words like collaboration. But collaboration means something different to everyone in this room. So we have sub-values, substantiators of values. These are critical. These explicitly define what collaboration looks like, not in the world, at GitLab. An example of this is short toes. Everyone has permission to contribute to anyone else's domain. So if a designer has an idea to make legal better, you can do that. And people are expected to collaborate with short toes. You cannot step on anyone's toes. So if you get feedback that is feeling like you stepped on someone's toes, that's a them problem, not a you problem. So we're very explicit about that. And the third thing is everyone can contribute. So most handbooks are written by the C-suite, and take it or leave it. At GitLab, we literally empower everyone at the company to make proposals. Not everyone can make the change. There's still order. But if I don't work in finance, but if I have an idea to make our expense policy better, I can make a proposal in the handbook to make it better and explain why I think it's better. And that exercise of writing something down, if you can make a proposal, if you're upset about something and you can write down a better way to do it, then it deserves to be heard. If you open up that proposal and you're staring at a blank page, maybe you shouldn't be complaining about it. So if I had to pick 3 things, I think it would be those.
The first time that Bonnie and I are sharing this information, so you can tell us what resonates and doesn't, and then maybe we'll adjust our article that's coming out in a couple weeks. That was my way of saying the train has left the station. So hopefully you like it. So what we found are really 3 headlines that we want to share with you today. So the first is, shocking enough, most employees, they prefer hybrid. And they are also willing to leave if they don't get that hybrid situation and go and work for Darren's organization.
As we think about what purpose-driven presence looks like, so when people do need to come in or be together for those, collaborative once a year, or maybe it's once a week, it kind of depends on the role, right? It's activity-driven, it's purpose-driven. It's not just the activities, though. It's also where employees are at in their journeys. So to that question about like new hires and how are you doing onboarding, if you just brought a team together or you just hired a new class of analysts or something of that nature, it might make sense to bring them in person a little bit more in the beginning to build some of those bonds, but that doesn't mean they have to be 5 days a week for the first year or even the first 6 months.
So the second point with diversity, right, this leads us that traditionally underrepresented groups are especially saying that they will leave the organization and that they want the hybrid environment. And we'll share with you some of the groups that were particularly stating this. And this is becoming very important, as Darren mentioned earlier, within how you think about attracting diverse talent to your organization and how you even tear down typical obstacles such as location, which has been a hurdle for some organizations when they think about attracting diverse populations. And then the third but not least is we measured 17 management practices that drive inclusion. And this was all based off of psychometrically sound tool that we conducted years of research with thousands of organizations on to understand what are the policies, practices, and procedures that drive inclusive relationships in the workplaces. So the relationships that you have with your teams, your peers, your leaders, and the systems at large that I was referencing in the beginning. And unanimously, across all demographic groups, they were saying, if you want to do hybrid right, we are asking you to push the pedal to the metal on these three. The first being work-life support, not too shocking. Second, team building. And the third being mutual respect. And in some way, shape, or form, with all the conversation we've been having in here, we've really touched all three of those quite deeply. So I'll take you a little bit deeper into it, and I'm speaking fast because I'm mindful of time. And again, we'll get you all of these slides. This slide, I don't think it's too shocking. On the left side, we see 60% of the population was fully on site with the pre-pandemic working modes, and now we're seeing overwhelming majority has gone to a hybrid working environment. I mentioned before that all employees are saying that they prefer. So it's not 100%, 74% is pretty darn up there, right? And then as you look at the traditionally underrepresented groups, the ones that were most notable was first employees with disabilities. The number in the middle of the circle is the additional premium that these employees are putting. So it's 11% more than their traditionally represented peers. So employees with a disability are 11% more likely compared to employees without a disability to prefer a hybrid work environment. And from the conversations that Bonnie and I have been having when we are digging deeper, a lot of them are saying, well, I feel as though with hybrid, I can better cater to my disability. Then we're seeing non-binary employees are 14% more likely compared to men and women. And amongst those conversations, a lot of them were saying, gosh, in this world where a lot of people aren't really understanding of what it is to be gender nonconforming, they're able to share their pronouns via Zoom or Teams or whatever interface you have. And for them, that gives them the opportunity to not be misgendered. So that's very powerful of the interface and how we even think about how they're thinking about hybrid. And then LGBTQ+, 13% are more likely to prefer. And you'll notice there's not a T in there because for this research, Bonnie and I wanted to be sure that we didn't conflate sexual orientation with gender identity. And LGBTQ+, when we talk to certain individuals, they say, well, I feel safer actually even coming out in a hybrid work environment, or that I have time to figure it out, which is really interesting. In all of these areas, of course, we could have an entirely additional research effort to dig deeper. So then I mentioned in the beginning, they prefer hybrid and they're willing to leave, right? So those that got a taste of the good life or this new working style and who've moved to hybrid, 71% are saying that they will leave if it's not available to them. And then again, looking at the premium that folks are placing. We talked a lot about younger employees, right, earlier. 59% of younger employees are more likely to leave than older employees if you take away hybrid. I think that's pretty stark because we're thinking about the future, right? And we're thinking about those who are retiring, and we're thinking about bringing in new blood to our organization. And then you'll see we've got the LGBTQ+ here, our non-binary Black employees and employees with the disability.
Quick flag on the Black employee comment. In our great attrition research, when we looked at parents and caregivers, we found that while 40% across the board said that they were at least somewhat likely to leave, 50% of fathers of color said that they were at least somewhat likely to leave. That's a 25% increase as compared to their white counterparts.
And I just looked at the clock. I've got about 3 or 4 minutes, so we'll gladly stay afterwards. So I'm going to totally do this Zoom round. So you might be saying, okay, why do they prefer? And again, this was pretty similar across the board with demographic groups. Number one, they said better productivity. We also talked about earlier that employers were saying, well, I think they're less productive, right? And we need to talk about the metrics. For sure we do. But also there is this feeling of I'm increasing my ability to get my job done with a flexible work environment. Number two is greater ability to address non-work concerns, which we also talked about. And then number three, fewer biased or negative interactions. And that one, especially as you saw the traditionally underrepresented folks that we surveyed, right? And I gave you some pretty tangible examples with the negative interactions. So I also mentioned what they told us we could do to be more inclusive in the workplace. And again, this was across the board, no matter your race, gender, ethnicity, LGBTQ plus status, and so on. Work-life support was number one, that they said, put the pedal to the metal and really focus on this if you want to create a hybrid work environment. And don't just create some sort of random policy or practice, really be thoughtful about it. One organization I was working with had COVID days. How many of you had COVID days that you could take additional? Okay, so a lot. And we said, well, how many of the employees took advantage of this? Well, they said, well, actually, on average, they took advantage of, per employee, less than one of the days. Well, why? Right? Because you just did something you thought was right, but you didn't think about the culture and individuals' ability to access those policies, practices, and procedures. So when folks are asking for work-life support, they're really asking for something that you help them take advantage of. And Darren gave us some pretty good examples earlier. Team building. They're also asking for team building. And we're seeing more and more organizations are doing things in a hybrid work environment where they're setting team norms. And then mutual respect. Actually, this is one of the areas Bonnie and I are going to dig deeper in, especially with traditionally underrepresented groups.
So at GitLab, we do one thing that touches on all three of these, and it's a very simple thing. It actually could be implemented by everyone here next week. So I'm going to give you one of these, which is a replacement for Zoom happy hours. So if anyone has been in a Teams or Zoom happy hour, like maybe the first one was okay, by the 12th one, you're like, this just isn't, it just isn't working for us.
So we should get out of here soon. Okay.
We replace these with community impact outings. So the same sunk cost of 1 hour, we gave swag to everyone in the company, and we said, take the hour that works best for you throughout the week, go to a food bank, read at a local library, do something that's meaningful to you in your communities. We have people in 65 countries. The only thing we ask is you take a selfie of yourself doing whatever it is that fulfills you with the company swag, and then share that back with the company. So we created community, even though none of us were in the same office, and they go over a lot better than a Zoom happy hour. So that's something that
nobody wants the Zoom happy hour anymore.
Hi, my name is Phil Kirshner. I'm a senior expert in McKinsey's real estate and people and organizational performance practices. I am a trained workplace strategist, and I'm really excited to talk to you today about everybody's favorite topic during, unfortunately, this last 2 years, which is the future of the workplace and how to reimagine the employee experience, given all that we have been through during COVID as we look forward. So the title of my talk is just that, the future of the workplace. We'll be talking about experience, about purpose, and ultimately, hopefully a little inspiration around improvisation. And I hope this provides a slightly different perspective than what we are inundated with the news. How many days we go back? Do we go back? How do we continue working from home? But to really reinvigorate the conversation about what is possible for us as employees and with our employers. So first, I'll just tee up a couple of the bold ideas that I'll be sharing so you can keep them in the back of your mind as we go through the talk. First and foremost, I believe that the workplace of the future is going to be virtual first, but by no means place-less. Second, I think that the purpose of the post-pandemic workplace is going to be around human connection and connectivity in general. Following that, workplaces and our offices, more than ever before, need a clearly defined purpose and an activated community around that purpose. Fourth, individuals and teams need a choice architecture for the best place to work and why and when, because it is becoming very difficult to make all those decisions on our own. And finally, most of the meetings that we have are not what we would think of as moments that matter, which is to say, we need to have fewer of them in order to make all of this work better. So let's do a little history lesson. While no one ever called it this, my interpretation of the image on the left-hand side of your screen, which anyone over, let's say 30 in the audience probably feels very familiar, I think of this as the exclusivity-based workplace, which is to say I exclusively do my work in this spot, or I have to be of a certain title in order to get something of such and such a size, like a private office. But the emphasis then, no matter what you called it, was always about productivity. How productive am I in this space? It's the sort of assembly line and factory version for knowledge work. But then over the last 10 or 20 years, we in design have seen a shift towards what in the upper right is actually called the activity-based workplace, where instead of single-purpose desks and offices and meeting rooms, we have a diversity of workplace settings to meet our different needs throughout the day. We were also starting to see a so-called resumercial design trend of having our office feel a little bit more like our home. Of course, in the last 2 years, we've had that reversed, where our houses are now unfortunately starting to feel a bit more like our office. But this trend was already happening long before COVID, and was starting to really help us rethink what the workplace, both in the home or in the office, could be. And one of the challenges for your typical real estate or facilities manager is that while all of this was happening, the so-called experience economy was exploding, enabled by new technologies and hospitality feel, places around the world, even so far as an airport. So the picture on the left is Changi International Airport in Singapore, which is an amazing place to be. And I can't believe I'm saying that about an airport. But because of all of this, it created a really strong contrast to the fact that most of our offices, again, on the right here, were not that great. They weren't great before, and many of them still, unfortunately, are not that great now, which is adding to the resistance that employees have to want to return to an experience that wasn't that great before, but they didn't have a choice. I often say most offices I've ever worked in are not actually as intelligent as my home is now, between smart devices and things we can control with our phone. And that's not to say that there aren't some examples of buildings that do this well. As I say here, some buildings are actually very, very smart, and they are getting smarter by the day. The example on the left is a building called The Edge, famously in Amsterdam, which about 7 years ago was given the title of the leanest, meanest, smartest, most intelligent, and most sustainable building on the planet. Very cool experiential tricks. When you book a meeting room, it will reserve you a parking space. It will recognize your car when you drive into the parking lot. You can order coffee on your phone, but you can also change the lights above your head from your phone to suit your preferences. It's really amazing. And now on the right, we have a picture of JP Morgan's new headquarters in New York City. These renderings were just released a few weeks ago, and it's going to be the first all-electric, incredibly sustainable office building in New York City, saying nothing of the level of sort of sensors and experiential design that's been put into it. So the envelope is being pushed very, very far. And it's because experience matters. Even before the pandemic, we believed that the magic happens a little bit when we are together. The onus has been on employers and on developers and owners of buildings to create environments where we want to be together. The slight sliver example here on the left is Bloomberg's headquarters in London, which is a phenomenal piece of architecture you can see with the light and the spiral. And on the right is a building also in London, multi-tenant, so this is many different companies in the same building, a building called 22 Bishopsgate. And if you read the description in the upper right and you had gone to their website and read this information about the soundtrack, the plants, the signature scent, without pictures of the lobby or an office building, you might be fooled into thinking it's some hot new restaurant in town, and that's by design. So a building like that is going to this level of experience to attract top employers, and then the employers are building out their own environments to attract the top employees, because again, the experience matters. And if I'm going to continue talking about experience, I owe it to you to define that term. There are many definitions of experience, but the one that I came to like through my own history, working mostly at WeWork for several years in a community-based workplace environment, is the events that make up the conscious past of a community, which is to say we have plenty of great experiences by ourselves, but they tend to be better when we're with other people. The example here is one of my favorites from during the pandemic. The insurance company Humana here in the United States, based out of Louisville, which had approximately a third of its workers fully remote pre-COVID. So remote working was not new to them. But during the thick of the pandemic, when employees weren't allowed into their headquarters site, they started exploring different ways of using the outside to safely engage their workforce together. So working with the local city and event planners and some clever companies like this one in the foreground, Utbox, which will drop a portable meeting room basically wherever you need it, created this community workspace with Wi-Fi and social distancing and food and drink for their employees. And the experience was so positive, they both took it indoors, you could see in the upper right, during the colder months and continued this kind of event center feel to give their employees a chance to be together, but also have taken lessons learned from this whole experience back into their headquarters environment and really rethinking how employees want to connect with each other and different modalities of seating and servicing to really maximize their experience. And since we've gone from experience to talking about community, I will give you a definition of that as well. Somewhat counterintuitively, it takes a lot of me to make a we. Only when I can feel safe and authentic and valued and really to be myself am I going to be in a position of being ready to connect and engage with others as part of a group. Unfortunately, in large part due to the technology that we carry, and this is not new to COVID, it is now easier than ever for us to meet, to do these virtual connections, but or sort of virtual events and meetings, but harder than ever to genuinely connect with others. You may have heard the so-called loneliness epidemic that has started with all day, everyday access through our phones to social networks and the concern that our kids will never look up from their phone. And so it's been harder than ever to genuinely connect. And by connect, I mean taking the time ritually to see the humanity in someone else. This definition I got from a former coworker and I've always loved. It's not just the one-off meetings, but how am I regularly practicing the ability to get to know someone deeper as a person? And if this definition is a little difficult to grasp, we all know what the opposite feels like. To be disconnected, to be unseen, unheard, or ultimately that you are just a number. So we know we don't like this. The question becomes how to make a workplace that helps get ahead of that. So the term that I've coined for it is the connectivity-based workplace, both physically and digitally. I think that this hybrid future flexible workplace experience has to be assessed by how connected all of its members or occupants are to, yes, the company's team and mission, vision, values, and technologies and resources, and even transit nearby, but ultimately to each other as people. So how do we do that? First, you have to build a place with purpose. Most offices don't have a good one. If you ask anyone, especially before COVID, hey, why do you have an office in Chicago? The answer might have been, because I have 500 employees in Chicago, which frankly is not a great answer. This example here is from a healthcare-oriented building recently constructed here in New York. It's called Cure. It has a brand, a logo, and is a mix of hospitality space, event space, co-working, offices that would attract healthcare technology startups, and also wet and dry lab spaces to attract scientists. And if you read up about their building, it is very clear, why should you want to come here? And instead of mandating to our employees how often they need to be in the office, we have to create a place with a clearly defined purpose that they can align to and know, why should I want to go there? What is happening there? What is the value that we're creating by being here together? Second is designing for proximity. And I know during COVID, as we come out of the pandemic, proximity is a difficult word. We have been conditioned for challenges around distancing. But there's a reason that the old European cities are built the way they were, with a clear and logical town square where everybody goes to see each other as the default meeting point for everything. Many traditional offices, while they may have social spaces, they're either buried in the back or diluted into small pieces instead of engineered to be upfront and highly hospitality oriented so that you feel something when you come into that space. The picture in the upper right-hand corner is from a virtual meeting platform called Verbella. And I show it just to say, even when you go to attend a virtual event on that platform, where you may be sitting in a virtual auditorium watching a virtual speaker in front of you as a little avatar character, they still drop you into a social space, either outside or inside. You're not just put into the meeting room because there's something intuitive that we like about seeing the buzz and the traffic of getting a feel of what's going on to a space by being in the town square. Next is to create and activate a community. So that's the software above the hardware of the office that you're building. While you can't move a desk or a stairwell very well or quickly, you can change what's happening in the space. And you need a team that is responsive all the time to the needs of the community. Planning and reacting with different events, making introductions, solving problems, giving occupants a sense that someone is there who cares. This is a hospitality trick. Restaurants, hotels, we're used to this, just not in an office context. So if you want your employees to feel that experience, it has to be activated over and above the built environment. And finally, for the built space, I think the office of the future is going to be more of an event center than the office we think of in the past. You should be able to signal that me and my team, we need a room that's kind of scrappy for brainstorming for 10 people. Then we'd like lunch, and then we're going to do something social later, and have your office be able to respond with that need. We will give you that room. Don't worry which room it is. You show up, and we're going to treat you much like you might be used to experiencing at a hotel or a business center. Do you care which room it is? No. You just care that it is set up the way that you want and serviced the way that you want. So I think this will be great, but it is a terrifying proposition for most facilities teams in a traditional environment to shift their modality to operating like this. So the built environment doesn't move very fast, unfortunately, so it can be scary to think of what changes you can make today. But I'll offer you a few examples inspired by this image in a Japanese term, which is called nemawashi. It literally means digging around the roots, or if you're going to move a tree, that you should go get dirt from where the tree is going and bring it back to where the tree is today to condition it for the new environment. So there are some things that we can do, I think, to maximize our experience and the impact of the future workplace. And first and foremost is understanding the moments that matter. What times, what activities, what conditions objectively are better with higher value when we do them together in real time, either virtually or in person. Instead of, again, mandating that employees have to be in a particular place, you can motivate them and help them make the choice to be together when they know that that activity is either good for the company, good for their team, or even good for them personally. Maybe certain moments don't matter, and I should take a break or be on my own for increased focus time instead of rushing in just because. Speaking of choice, we have to empower our teams to make better choices, not just about how and when they work, but where they work. There's an explosion of platforms that are allowing people to selectively and on a transaction basis take the kinds of workspaces that they need for an hour, a day, a week, a month, you name it. The example here is a white labeled service for BP through an application that was called Meetings Booker at the time. It's now called Hubly, that lets their employees go out and select not just workspaces, but meeting and event spaces. So if they have a client need, again, I want a room shaped, with a U-shaped table and lunch and a presentation setup, and maybe even a room upstairs where my client who's flying in can stay. They can do that through a system on demand for themselves without having to go through a complex event planning process. And these choices are becoming even more important because the supply of so-called third places, something that is neither our home nor the office, has absolutely exploded through the pandemic. It was already happening before, but has increased recently. Things that are not a workplace are now becoming a workplace. The picture on the left, you can probably tell, is a gym. But the other three pictures are an old WeWork site, a hotel lobby, and a bank branch. And from my experience, it takes a minute for most people to be able to figure out which is which. And that's the point. Workplaces that are perfectly good and serviced with a hospitality mindset are going to be everywhere. So if you want your employees to be together, not only is there extra friction to make them come all the way, perhaps into something that is your controlled office, but also they may have more options to be with each other at the same time in a completely different context that suits them for the moment and where and when they have to be with others. And sort of wrapping up with 3 behavioral recommendations that make it the easiest to be digital first or virtual first. As I said, I believe that the future environment is very much not placeless, but we do have to have the intention of operating in such a way that we can be without the place and still get by just fine. Evolving our work patterns to be better operating in a virtual environment so the moments where we can be together are icing on the cake. Reading left to right, the first is visualizing our work process, taking the Post-its off the wall and onto the computer, so to speak. You should not have to be somewhere in particular or with someone in particular at a particular time to know what is going on in your team or with other teams that you interact. In the middle is embracing asynchronous communications. Gets back to my big idea that most meetings don't matter. We are abusing ourselves with Zoom fatigue and assuming that every single conversation has to be scheduled, and they don't. We're accustomed to email and now Slack and other platforms like Microsoft Teams, but there are some really incredible options out there for rich but asynchronous communications, voice messaging, video messaging, screen sharing that really allow you to use tone of voice to express what you want to someone, which is a lot of the reason that we choose to get on the phone or on Zoom, to just say something. So if you can say it instead of writing it or show someone that you want, but at a time that is convenient for you, knowing that they can hear it at a time that's convenient for them, it will make the space in your calendar to allow you to have more flexibility about where and when you are to do other work. And finally, we have to build a culture of documentation and writing things down. If you have employees or contractors coming and going faster, needing to know how work gets done, then they've got to be able to go to an all-inclusive company playbook to see not just like how to get in touch with people or how to solve problems, but how work gets done, how we communicate, how we deal with urgency, when we do and don't have meetings and under what construct. So this culture of writing it down is really important to enabling the future of flexible work. And I will leave you on this point about improvisation, as promised at the beginning. I think this image is an inspiration to me about what the future workplace can be for a variety of reasons. First, these guys have set up shop exactly where they want. They've picked the location, no one told them where to go. Second, they have a very clear way of measuring outcomes through the jukeboxes on the ground and knowing if what they're doing is working or not. Third, I would say this group is much more diverse than most of our workforces, and that is something that we are all aspiring for. But ultimately, when you think of jazz, somebody has to set the tempo, set a baseline, set a pace for a piece, but it still gives individual musicians the ability to improvise and riff over and above that common baseline in a way that works for them. And I think that's a good model for this somewhat scrappy version of the future. We have to have consistent ways of working within our companies and again, rules for meetings and for collaboration and what tools we should be good at, but that still gives the individual preference over the baseline to do what works for you, when it works for you, the tools and the times that work for you to be most impactful, both for the company and for your own health and well-being. So I will leave you with that, hoping that this is the sign you were looking for to change the conversation with your colleagues and your employer about the future of the workplace. And I really appreciate your time. So take these messages back, as I said. The future of work will be virtual first, but not placeless. We need to think more about choices and motivation instead of mandates, and knowing that giving ourselves more freedom in our schedule through challenging the times that we are together in real time will let us make the most of the moments that we are together for our companies and for ourselves. Thank you.
Savannah, those 2 sessions were just full of information.
Yes, and so interesting.
And full of data, but like data that we can use and take back home to our companies and how we're going to make a difference. And GitLab, I mean, that first conversation with Darren and Bonnie, GitLab's in 65 different countries. Darren, having led the head of remote, writes all these blogs, has this entire toolkit. I mean, just like mind-blowing.
I feel like GitLab has been sort of the gold standard in a lot of ways for
Absolutely.
all remote work. And they've been remote since inception, right? They're one of these few companies that was remote prior to the pandemic.
Yes.
And so they have so many amazing learnings. And I also work for a remote first company, and I know we definitely look up to GitLab in a lot of ways in that sense. But one of the things that they hit on in that conversation that I thought was really interesting was basically about the power of or the potential of hybrid and remote work to actually be more inclusive. I think that was just really interesting. Some of the stats around individuals with disabilities,
Yep.
members of the LGBTQ community, and sort of how they felt in some ways more comfortable in a remote environment. I thought was really interesting, right? There's potential to actually make this sort of the backbone of a more inclusive inclusive culture.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then what I also loved hearing Darren talk about was like being explicit.
Yes.
So he said like we've got to take our values and then we got to put it into operating principles.
Yes.
And then we have to just be way explicit and way obvious to
Write
our
it
team
down.
members so that they know.
Yes.
And then if they question it or there's confusion, then we have to be nimble enough to be, okay, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's be more explicit. Because someone may read it differently. And you want people to ensure that they know what the company's being said, what the values are, what the operating principles are, and how that affects them.
Yes,
So there's
absolutely.
a huge commitment, right, to just being plain, clear, and candid, which I really appreciate.
Yes, and just the need to be that much more intentional. Again, some of
Absolutely.
the things we maybe took for granted when we're in person, and you can have those water cooler chats and all of that, right? You have to be so much more intentional about that in a hybrid context. And then in the second session, which I love seeing this sort of evolution of the physical workplace and sort of where we're headed, right? This idea of starting with the old school kind of cubicles, moving to this big open office space where it was all about activity, and this idea that you really have to design an experience, a physical experience that people want to come back to, right? I don't know that companies have necessarily had to ask themselves
Well, it's
that
like the previous sessions we're talking about, you have to make the commute worth it.
Yes,
So you have to make sure that the people, that they want to be there, they're
Yes.
excited by the work, and
Yes.
the physical space
Yes.
is just as inspiring.
Yes, and that the future of work doesn't have to be spaceless, which is important, right? Going back to that hybrid paradox, right? So people want some in-person interaction, but they want the flexibility to be remote. But that the new office is going to look very different, right? More like a clubhouse, or I think he said even almost like a hospitality restaurant feel in terms of what that experience is looking and feeling like.
Yeah, I think this rolls into very, very well our next conversation, which I'm really excited about with Jim Breyer. You know, Jim is one of the country's most foremost investors.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get these wrong, so I'm going to read off of them. But he's been an investor, board member, or former board member of Facebook, Walmart, Marvel, big Marvel fan here, Dell, Blackstone, 20th Century Fox, and so many other public companies. Yeah. And one of the main filters he uses about where he spends his time, where he makes his investments, is on culture.
Yep.
And how important the culture is at those companies. And so we're going to talk about culture, ESG, CSR, not just in ways to manage risk, but also on scaling these global organizations and having impact internally and externally. So we're really excited for our next conversation with Jim.
how does one manage an organization? How does one build a deep culture? How does one decide that this group doesn't have to come in every day, but this group does? I think as a venture capitalist, I think the single hardest job in the world is being a founder or entrepreneur in a fast-moving technology area. So I have great empathy, respect for the entrepreneurs and CEOs who do so much of the work in these very challenging times, in these very challenging companies.
And it sounds like the relationship is so symbiotic that you're a part of making certain that culture also is extended.
Largely that's the case, but as board members, there are plenty of instances where we have to replace the CEO. And we try to do it fairly, with dignity, but part of what we have to do is continue to scale and bring in new talent. And we tend to knock it out of the park if we have a brilliant founder. But so this discussion should be founder-led and founder-friendly, and all the big hits, Microsoft and Google and Facebook and Amazon are strong founders, but the fact of the matter is there are a lot that are not that way. And so, yes, if a founder is growing very significantly quarter by quarter, it's our goal to back that founder, help that founder or founding team. But there are cases where either the founder or members of the senior team sort of don't make it to that next scale that's so required. Well, I try to spend a great deal of time with the CEOs of the different companies where I've invested. I'm only on 2 public boards at this point, thankfully. Blackstone, which most people have heard of, and Michael Dell asked me a year and a half ago to join his board, which is a SPAC looking at information technology or life sciences scaling revenue. It is so dependent on the type of industry, and it is so dependent on the leadership style of the CEO and president. And so at JP Morgan, Jamie can say, I want everyone in the office 5 days a week, done. At Blackstone, we have found that we are, because of the pandemic, farther behind in building the culture of the analyst class, the young associate class, who didn't receive the same training, not just financial, but what does Blackstone represent? What is the culture? What are their values? So we're going to have to work really hard on that. And fortunately, Steve Schwartzman and our president, John Gray, are pretty darn good. But we're not going to force the whole company to come back, because the very best developers in so many of these cases want to live in Austin, Texas, or Nashville, or Miami, or Jackson Hole. We are never going back to what was pre-pandemic, in my humble opinion.
And do you think that we will suffer as companies, or the companies, do you think they will suffer as a result of us not going back?
I don't. I think it makes the job of the leadership team that much more difficult. But the reality is, if Alphabet decrees that all employees must go back into offices 5 days a week, there will be enormous talent exodus. And they're going to go to Facebook and Amazon and Microsoft and Apple. And so I think if you're in certain technology areas, it's incumbent upon the team to build a hybrid workforce that really works. other industries, if you're building rocket ships, you probably can require that the people building the rocket ships are coming in 5 days a week. Well, I'm very positive, I have to say, and maybe it's the streak of optimism, but what I see in terms of some of the positives, I spend a lot of time trying to recruit some of the best and brightest 30-year-olds, call them plus or minus, out of Google and out of Microsoft and out of Apple and out of Facebook. And what I find, they want to do three things typically. They're brilliant, so they are rock star developers. They either want to go into crypto, and a lot of them are going into crypto, whole other topic.
Your son's in crypto, right?
Absolutely. They want to go into something where there's a very strong purpose, and I think that's fantastic. So again, if they've been touched by cancer, as 99% of us have, through family or friends, the areas where computation and cancer diagnosis are intersecting is an area that attracts tremendous people. And then finally, sustainability. There is a great deal of interest, of course, in sustainability. So these three areas right now are the areas where one can really recruit phenomenal people who have been educated at Apple or Alphabet for 7 or 8 years, and then are ready to make that leap, which is very encouraging.
And a lot of culture is in that conversation. Larry wrote a letter 2 years ago talking about corporate purpose.
I remember the day.
And then this year, it was all about ESG and the importance of that and how culture is embedded deeply in that. How are you seeing companies deal with, and the companies that you've been a part of, and now all of the portfolio companies within Blackstone, how are you all dealing with the conversation that's occurring and the fact that there's even a conversation about mandating it?
I think it's incredibly healthy that we're having these discussions, not only if we talk about Blackstone, not only at Blackstone, but those discussions occur across the worldwide portfolio. The 5 of us who are outside directors will continue to push the team. So it's not just the Blackstone flagship office in New York, but India, China, all over the world. These are really important topics. And I think what we say at Blackstone, we are such a big target in many ways. If we don't get this right, bad things will happen. And so there's been, over the last 3 years, a really profound focus on doing the best the company and board can on making sure that it's not just a checkoff box, but that it really embodies so much of the culture. As we speak, it was 2 weeks ago that the SEC came out and is asking corporations for far more detail on precisely what they're doing in terms of being a very good citizen along these different metrics. And so, if anything, this is with us even more. Larry Fink was ahead of most of the industry, to his credit, and now much of the industry is trying to figure out how to catch up, but also to really drive and make a difference. So it's not just raising an ESG fund, which a lot of big alternative finance companies have done, but again, as a board member, we really try to push so that it's not just check off boxes and window dressing around a big new fund. It really gets at the core of the business. And end of year bonuses depend on meeting many of these ESG goals. When I spun out a set of technologies and intellectual property 4 years ago from Memorial Sloan Kettering. We formed a company called Page AI, which had exclusive access to the MSK prostate and breast cancer slides, data, etc. And the CEO of Memorial Sloan Kettering said, Jim, good luck, but we're not going to replace doctors. And I said, Craig, we're not replacing doctors. These are really important tools that can help the best pathologists do their job better. And he announced 3 weeks ago that he's leaving. And we talked, we've stayed in very close touch, and he said, I should have listened a little more carefully because I think 10 years from now, 2030, 2031, at least 40% of our staff at Memorial Sloan Kettering will be in the area of computation. And so for those of us who are building careers, who have children, in some cases grandchildren, I can't think of a more interesting set of long-term opportunities than this area that sits at the intersection of computation, medicine, and healthcare. And 2 weeks ago, we announced we're spinning out a team of 50 brilliant technologists from Alphabet focused on quantum AI technologies. And other than cryptography and security, which is probably the #1 opportunity over the next 2 years, the area of life sciences will be a remarkable area for these kinds of technologies. Just think of how little progress we've made in cardiology over the last 20 years. It will be possible to have, think of it as image detection that is at least 1,000 times more powerful than what we have today to look at not only cardiology systems, but the brain. And that's where quantum technologies will start to have a very profound impact. And so, again, it's just an area of incredible opportunity and interdisciplinary. And so from a culture standpoint, building these companies is more challenging because you have the physicists, the biologists, the computer scientists, on, and some are from academic worlds, some are from the Googles and Alphabets and Microsofts of the world. They tend to move a little faster. So building these cohesive cultures, I think, is challenging, but it's incredibly satisfying when it works. We've talked about this incredible interdisciplinary set of skills that's needed at the intersection of computation and medicine. And then there are plenty of other examples as well within fintech, for example, where not only do you have very different skill sets, but you have people coming out of environments that operate at very different speeds. And I think it puts a premium on leadership, testing and retesting hypotheses, breaking down silos. Breaking down silos needs to occur whether it's a medical school, the University of Texas, Austin, Harvard, Stanford, or many of the companies that we talked about. And so it's just constant focus on ensuring that one doesn't slip into a trap, which is really easy to do. And there are no silver bullets, but this is going to continue to be, I think, one of the real challenges for many of the businesses that emanate potentially out of universities. And so I spend now a lot of time at UT. I'm on 2 advisory committees to Jay Hartzell. And his big frustration is this set of silos, whether it's between schools, departments, within departments. And he completely gets that interdisciplinary capabilities, if UT is going to take it up a notch or 2 around licensing, commercialization, really providing much of the research in partnership with private businesses to make a difference. These silos have to really be broken down, and that is something that I think the most effective next generation of Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and bless him, Steve Jobs and others, they're going to have an innate skill set that is driven by curiosity and a recognition that all of this has to be pulled together in a way that was perhaps far less difficult historically. We'll find 6 months later that the physicists at one startup, true story, are not getting along with the machine learning team. They were doing, lip service, but not deeply integrating. And we're going to see more and more of that. I think the universities sit at the heart of so much of where many of these next generation technologies will be implemented, whether it's around sustainability, environmental sustainability, or whether it's around medicine. You need departments that are deep in biology and physics and computation. And in the world of quantum, we should all go back and brush up on our linear algebra. Linear algebra is the single most important skill set in the world of quantum. So again, we'll all have to, I think, as investors, entrepreneurs, leaders, recognize that the truly enduring great next set of companies will have this kind of interdisciplinary capability. I think there's more of a premium on intellectual curiosity and empathy relative to different departments, areas of practice. I was on stage with Michael Dell at South by, and I asked Michael if you were to write the letter to the Michael Dell 25-year-old.
You just took my last question.
What would it be? Well, and Michael said, I wish I would have had more patience. So Michael, as you would imagine, is just extraordinary along every dimension. But he said in this day and age, he feels he can't understand, for instance, the world of crypto. So he has to ask his son, Zach, to explain crypto to him. And he said he's finding more and more many of these important potential computing opportunities are areas where he's going to have to study and really dig in. And again, quoting Michael off stage and on stage, he said that just wasn't in my mindset when I was 25 or 30 years old. And so for the great leaders, it will not be enough to be largely a great leader going very deep in an area. You still need that, but as we've discussed, at least it's been a central investment thesis of mine, you're going to have to get different viewpoints. That includes personnel. Silicon Valley, I'm so sorry that we didn't do a better job in building female-led companies and companies led by underrepresented minorities. I certainly believe at this stage, for the next 10 years, that's something I'm going to try my darndest to do and do much, much better than what we did in Silicon Valley. But that is the nature, I think, of what great leadership will be in many of the technology businesses in particular. Teaching classes in entrepreneurship, innovation, and so often the top students still decide, I know McKinsey is one of the sponsors. I worked at McKinsey for 2 years, the lowest person on the totem pole, pre-business school analyst. But line experience is so critical. And I think when I'm seeing many of the very best students, postdocs, graduate students, when they'll listen to advice, I will just strongly advise, get 3, 5, 7 years of line experience. There's nothing like it, and you can go in any direction as opposed to staff or strategic planning experience. I should have spent a lot more time trying to help invest in and aid female-led entrepreneurs and founders that are underrepresented in Silicon Valley in particular, and leadership more broadly. And it is not an easy problem to solve. We all know the statistics of when girls hit 8th grade, often they stop studying math the same way that they might have. There's no reason we can't fix that in a lot of ways. I was seeing statistics at the Cockrell School here, and 2 or 3% of the students are underrepresented minorities. And so I picked up the phone and talked to Jay Hartzell, and I just said, what do we do? And they're just, again, no magic bullets, but I would like to see the very best companies and nonprofits led by a much more diverse group of leaders. And I would study linear algebra even more aggressively. Applying artificial intelligence and the beginnings of some quantum algorithms for drug discovery, which will be a very big set of applications. We all know that to really do much more efficient and effective drug discovery, you're going to need very smart people developing really brilliant algorithms. And I think there are just so many different areas where it's that interdisciplinary set of challenges that, if addressed, whether it's real estate and finance, whether it's cancer diagnostics and machine learning, this is the world we are entering and living with. And again, this is where the big breakout companies will be. Microsoft, Apple, Alphabet, NVIDIA, these are companies run so well with phenomenal talent. But the good news for entrepreneurs and for investors, these companies that get it right in terms of pulling together the different disciplines will have the chance to break out and build very meaningful companies. You wouldn't want to try to out-software Microsoft. There was a time when that might have been a smart strategy, but not with current Satya leadership, or you're not going to try to do certain things as well as Apple. These companies have phenomenal leaders today, so operating at intersection points really makes sense. And there aren't that many big companies that, by definition, are equipped to go after a great next generation real estate technology opportunity. Blackstone, we think, has the most scalable, best real estate business in the world. But they have trouble understanding how the technology is going to impact their real estate business. We all try to help, but that's where I think so many of the great future opportunities are. These intersections where, again, most companies, most cultures, most medical schools, most universities are not organized to go after these kinds of opportunities. Now enough groups that are trying to address many of the biases that we've seen in technology and AI and recruiting software historically. There's enough effort going in that I'm cautiously optimistic, but we have to check in every quarter to make sure that some of these initiatives are being developed quickly and with the right people behind them.
Final question, sorry. Culture, does it make a company more profitable when you sell it?
For sure.
You've heard it. Okay. good culture sells.
I would just say I've been on all sides of selling portfolio companies, buying companies, advising Walmart and Blackstone and others. A strong management team and culture that is motivated not just by the acquirer's stock and cash, but by an enhanced mission, will every time do better in terms of what that acquisition looks like.
What an amazing conversation to hear from Matrice Ellis-Kirk and Jim Breyer, right? An investor who's had the opportunity to work with so many founders, CEOs, some of the most frankly brilliant minds of our generation. So getting his perspective on sort of this current moment, what he's seen in terms of leadership, and then sort of what he's looking ahead to was just so illuminating.
Absolutely. I was just amazed by the fact, to your point, Savannah, he has worked with all these companies, he's invested with all these companies, and he still came down to the perspective that companies have to be citizens of the world.
Yes.
They have to be good stewards of their communities, good stewards of their resources, and it matters more now than ever.
Yes.
Prior, it was like a conversation.
Yes.
And now there's scorecards. He talked about year-end bonuses sometimes at investing firms are related to ESG and how other companies are looking at it. So it's becoming a conversation at the shareholder, board, and team level.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think Culturati, right? I think this has been a kind of a cornerstone of Culturati, frankly, since its inception, right?
Absolutely.
This idea of companies as sort of true cultural citizens and citizens of the world. And so yeah, that was such an amazing perspective to hear from someone of his caliber. And then I also loved, again, those consistent themes. We're talking about a person who's worked intimately with so many incredible, successful leaders, and it still came down to this idea of curiosity and patience.
Yes.
And that's a theme that came through yesterday. It's come through in some of our earlier conversations. So I think it's just validating again to hear that same message from him.
And even patience in a really fast-paced world.
Yeah.
Right. So he asked Michael Dell.
Yeah.
What the letter you would write to your 25-year-old self was to be more patient.
Yes.
And then how Michael Dell has to ask his son about crypto and Bitcoin. And so how does patience fit in every day when we are moving so fast and we're so well connected and it's just so many devices? I found that really interesting that was also one of the takeaways as well.
Yeah. And then I think the last one is just I need to brush up on my linear algebra and quantum physics.
Yeah. The math tutoring that my parents got me, my math tutor probably is really excited to hear.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to learning algebra, which I'm not sure if I really want to, but that's okay.
Awesome. Well, we've got two more really, really amazing sessions coming up. The first one is really about this gap between perception and reality. It feels like, again, a continuation of some of the themes we've been talking about today. So Danielle Dannenberg, she's a senior product manager for product craft at Atlassian, and she's going to just be talking about this, basically trying to increase our own awareness of that gap between perception and reality and our own sort of personal and professional blind spots so that we can work better together as teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And then our session after Danielle's is around youth mental health. And, a conversation we've been having over the last 3 years that become really prevalent is just general mental health.
Yes.
But then the mental health of our children, right? We have to be looking after our children.
Yeah.
And we have to ensure that communities are constructed well for them to grow and thrive. Yeah. So we have a really robust panel. Kathy from Levi Strauss, Sheila, who is a filmmaker, Marty, who is the executive director of On Your Sleeves, and Maria from Hearts to Heal. And they're just going to talk about children's mental health, what we need to do, and how we can protect our children. And so we're going to be on to our next session with Danielle.
Good afternoon, Culturati. I'm Danielle Dannenberg, and I lead product craft at Atlassian. Today, I focus on investing in our product people and scaling the gold standard of how we build products at Atlassian. But for the past 2 years, I've been working with teams ranging in size from 10 to 250 and a chief of staff role. I actually joined Atlassian as part of an acquisition. Just 2 years ago, I was leading operations at a tiny startup in Boulder, Colorado called Help, which we sold to Atlassian in May of 2020. The company was on a rocket path to growth that hasn't slowed down. Since the acquisition, the Halp team has tripled its team size, continued to grow their customer base and revenue, and they thrive on a sense of urgency, trust, and get shit done mentality. I have to admit, I was pretty wary going from a 14-person startup to a company of that time over 6,000 people overnight. What I discovered was that Atlassian functioned in much of the same way, agile and nimble, even as a large company with team members all over the world, because of our focus on teams and how teams work. Over the past 2 years, I've seen how you can scale effective teamwork through 3 key tools: collaboration, problem solving, and open communication. And we recently conducted a study that shows the data supports this. In partnership with Bloomberg, Atlassian conducted web-based focus groups among teams across several industries and geographies, in total speaking to over 600 teams in the US between September and December of 2021, evaluating 5 key hypotheses relating to team success. What we learned is that effective teamwork is directly correlated to our perceptions. Our perceptions influence the way we think, work, and collaborate. Yet our perceptions are often different than our reality. So this gap in perception creates ineffective teamwork because, well, people and teams were not the best mind readers, which means teams are constantly in a state of misunderstanding. It's when we realize that gap in perception that we can truly work well together. So today, I'll be sharing some of those insights from the study with you. I'll also be sharing a set of tried and true Atlassian tools and techniques that we use inside of Atlassian ourselves called the Team Playbook. Inside the playbook, you'll find workshop resources, or what we call plays, for addressing common challenges and starting important conversations. I'll be sharing a few specific plays that I use with my teams regularly, and this is not a sales pitch. This tool is publicly available online, free for you to share with your team to pioneer new ways of working together and enhance team collaboration. At Atlassian, our mission is to unleash the potential of every team. For this audience of leaders and influencers, we're going to start with you. I'll be asking questions to spark your thinking. How do these insights relate to your perceptions? Do they confirm or challenge them? How do your teams work and communicate? My intention is for you to leave with actionable examples to bring back to your teams. So I'll be asking some questions to spark thinking and start conversations with your teams. The first question I have for you is, what is one word you would use to describe effective teamwork? What's one word you would use to describe effective teamwork? If you said collaboration, that is exactly where we're going to start. So pre-Atlassian, at Halp, the startup I mentioned earlier, we were a small team. And if you've been on a small team or a scrappy startup, you know that everyone wears a lot of hats. And at Halp, we all did everything. I'll give you an example. Around the holidays, we encouraged teams who could take off a full week between Christmas and New Year's to do so. But we also had SLAs to deliver on, customer promises to be available for support. So the Halp team created a sign-up schedule, and team members from marketing, sales, engineering, and product all signed up to relieve our support team during the holiday break. 1 extra day worked by everyone to share more time off with our support team. This type of all hands on deck ethos can certainly be useful for collaboration on a small team. There wasn't any notion of cross-team. But I've learned this is harder to replicate at a large company where it's possible, but also healthy, to delegate, and where you're working with just so many more teams and people that a shared understanding of work and clear expectations of teammates actually enables collaboration. I remember being struck by just how many teams there were to collaborate with Atlassian. And I still meet new people all over the world from teams I'm only just learning exist every week. I'd rate adapting to the complexity of cross-team collaboration and learning how to partner with teams globally as one of the biggest changes we went through in our first 100 days. And it's still a big challenge. the research shows us that we're not alone. We learned that on average, more than half of the workday is spent collaborating with other departments. More than 1 in 4 people belong to cross-functional teams within their company. And the median number of coworkers on a cross-functional team is 16. Now, this number really stunned me because I've seen how each additional person can add more and more complexity to the group. When you have groups working so cross-functionally, it's really important that those roles and relationships are defined. In fact, 90% of workers believe team success is closely linked to the team members' roles and relationships with each other. And I'll give you an example of how this showed up on one of my teams. I was working with a product manager and a product marketing manager on a new product launch. They kept butting up against each other. The product manager thought the product marketing manager wasn't delivering on their work. The product marketing manager found the product manager difficult to work with. And for a few weeks, this resulted in more time spent working through the conflict than working on the product. And what we learned is that this really came down to unclear roles. At Atlassian, we have a play for this. It's called the Roles and Responsibilities play. And here's how we ran it. This is the actual example of the Confluence document that we use to run this play on this team. The gist is that you jot down all of the roles on a team, then you spend 10 minutes writing down the top 3 to 5 things you think you're responsible for your role, and writing down your understanding of the other role's responsibilities. And then you have a conversation about it. For each role, the person in the role describes their what I think notes, and then each person in the room presents their ideas in the what others think column. The group can discuss differences in ideas and prioritize what actions to take next. This really forces you to think about each other's roles and reconcile those differences. In the case of the product manager and the product marketing manager I discussed earlier, this allowed them to out their expectations, have an open conversation. And this dialogue revealed that they didn't have shared expectations. They weren't clear on the separation of duty when it came to customer value. And they had different ideas of how to inform the product strategy. But having this dialogue allowed them to leave with shared expectations and work more effectively. People assume that everyone knows what work is covered by what teammate. Well, marketing just handles this and sales handles that. But most workers actually still want more clarity on their roles. 77% believe unclear roles and responsibilities can derail a team. Yet 67% of employees would like their role to be more defined. And if you're in leadership, here's an expectation you may not be aware of. The most common source for who workers think should define roles and responsibilities? The manager. C-suiters, on the other hand, are 40% more likely to say it's the team who defines the roles through informal consensus. But we learned that workers are relying on managers for this definition. The most effective decisions are made with a shared understanding of work and clear expectations of teammates. How are roles defined at your company? Who defines the roles and responsibilities? How often do you update them? We're going to move on to open communication. Take a look at this statement. One bad apple can ruin a team. Do you agree with this statement? Well, 80% of workers believe that one bad apple can ruin a team. When it comes to potential team pitfalls, teams are more likely to be derailed by someone's personality than lack of tools, information, or expertise. I was really surprised to learn that workers cited a toxic or distrustful coworker as more detrimental to team effectiveness than tools, information, or expertise. And at Atlassian, one way we counter this is through working agreements, which are a tool to create guardrails for respectful collaboration. At Help, we had a culture of moving fast and failing fast and celebrating failure. So we had a working agreement that team members would share their failures in a Slack channel explicitly designed for this purpose. At the Atlassian Accelerator org, another group I worked with, we had a culture of discovery. We were the group responsible for starting new things. But we noticed our operational processes lent to a heavy practice of sharing updates, which meant our team spent a lot more time presenting reports and a lot less time talking about product and customer discovery with our leadership team. So we created a working agreement to optimize for demos over memos. What this meant was that we'd ask teams to share a live demo of their product experience or customer journey instead of just another update shared in memo form. Now, I'll say agreements are a great first step, but they still need to be enforced, and we didn't always get this right. So there was many times we didn't enforce the agreement and memos abounded, but the important thing was we had agreements we could come back to for a shared understanding. Working agreements are extremely easy to implement. The play consists of using a collaboration document. I like to use a Trello board for this, or a Confluence page, reflecting on what is important to you as a team. Drafting agreements, combining ideas, and then voting to commit. What team behaviors do you want to be known for? Are there any behaviors you've agreed to or could imagine agreeing to as a team based on your team culture? Now that we're working in distributed environments, working agreements can be even more useful. So at Atlassian, we have teams all over the world, but we have a working agreement around collaboration windows. We've agreed that to work effectively as a team and part of our Team Anywhere model, you have to have at least 4 hours of time zone overlap where you can work synchronously with your team. Working agreements can be especially useful for distributed teams. And what's interesting about distributed teams is that where you sit in an org structure can influence how you see productivity and how it relates to location. 86% of C-suite members say teams are less productive when people work in different locations. Yet only 30% of workers agree. So a play that can be helpful in starting this conversation is called the Work-Life Impact Play. It's a really helpful tool to start conversations. What you do is you look at 3 different dimensions and each team member plots their self against one. So you have the home office dimension. This is really looking at your physical space. How much space do you have to focus? And how many responsibilities do you have outside of work? Then you look at your role requirements. How cross-functional is your work? How many dependencies do you have? Are you working with other people to solve other problems in real time? Or are you more heads down in focus mode? And then finally, your support networks. This relates to social capital, your personal and professional networks. How strong are each of them? The intention is to start a conversation with your team, understand where they're coming from when they're doing their work, wherever it is. And then the next step is to commit to actions or changes you could make as a team, or that individuals could choose to make on their own to allow them to be more productive in their work environment. The last area we're going to cover today is problem solving. There are contradictions on teams related to who should be solving problems. So in our research, we learned that workers consider problem solving to be a top 3 skill for individual contributors. Yet, people working on problems are rarely the ones solving them. In fact, on average, only 9% of workers reported that someone with expertise in the problem at hand actually solves it. And 48% of the time, the responsibility for solving the team problems falls to a manager or departmental lead. If we did this survey at your company, what would the data look like? Do you expect leadership teams or teammates with expertise to solve problems? And then the next question is, how does your team identify problems? Sometimes it can just be hard to start talking about problems. And I'll share with you a tool that we use. It's called the Atlassian Health Monitor. Health monitors help you uncover those undocumented perceptions. I think this, you think that. How do we start talking about it? It's your team's chance to take an honest look in the mirror. What you'll do is you'll assess your team together against 8 attributes most commonly found among healthy teams. And at the end of the session, you identify strengths to exploit or challenge areas to grow. How it works is you use a simple thumbs up or thumbs down relating to these different attributes of the team. I encourage you to try to really reserve the middle thumbs as much as possible because it can be quite easy to default there. And you go through each attribute one by one. For example, decision making. How much do you feel decisions are made at the right level, with the right amount of urgency, with long-term implications and trade-offs considered? How much do you feel decisions are timely and effectively communicated on your team? Then you go around and I recommend doing a countdown, 3, 2, 1, thumbs up or thumbs down, and then you have a conversation about it. That tool is publicly available on our team playbook as well, and it's a really helpful example for starting a conversation about solving problems with your team. Well, those were some examples of plays we offer and that we use ourselves to enable collaboration, open communication, and problem solving, and ultimately enable effective teamwork. As this together helps us unleash the potential of every team. Thank you so much. Feel free to visit atlassianteamplaybook.com if any of these plays might be useful to you or your team. Bye, Culturati.
All right, can everyone hear me? Good, good, good. Well, good afternoon. My name is Maria Brown Spence, and if you are here for the Youth Mental Health Crisis panel, then you are in the correct place. So I'll start with a brief introduction. I'm the manager for member companies with the Entrepreneurs Foundation, and so we work with tech companies and startups to build their social impact strategies and how they want to get connected in the communities to increase team building and rapport amongst their teams. I'm also the founder and CEO of an Austin-based nonprofit called Hearts to Heal, which provides mental health and bereavement support to the community. And so this topic is very dear to my heart. I am not a parent, but we do have a mentorship program for Black teen girls that's led by 2 Black women licensed psychologists. And we've heard a lot of this conversation and topic come up within that group. So we would love to get started. So I did want to start with something that was just released last Thursday. So the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is warning of an accelerating mental health crisis among adolescents, with more than 4 in 10 teens reporting that they feel persistently sad or hopeless, and 1 in 5 saying they have contemplated suicide, according to the results of a survey just published last Friday. So we are truly in a mental health crisis when it comes to our youth. So this topic is right on time, unfortunately, but we have an amazing panelist of experts that want to give insight and expertise to help you navigate this challenge. So to kick us off, I'd love to turn it over to Sheila Andreen to get us started with a video clip and share more about herself.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you. I'm Sheila Andreen. I'm the CEO and co-founder of IndieFlix, which is a global streaming platform of content for purpose. We also have IndieFlix Education, which is where we create social impact films that we take out into corporations. We create programming around that so we can kind of not only open up the conversation, but keep it going. It has been a very organic process, and I came from Hollywood. I worked on TV shows, The Wonder Years, Party of 5, Dawson's Creek. Never thought I would be making mental health films and taking them into corporations and schools. But a friend of mine had asked me, she said, gosh, you know, you make these films about bullying and empowerment and you take them out into the world, you need to make one about mental health. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I think it needs to be made by a mental health professional. And frankly, I don't think anyone in a school or corporation would want to talk about mental health so openly. And she kept asking me. I worked with her. I saw her every week. And then I got a call on New Year's morning that she had died by suicide, leaving 2 teenage children and a husband behind. And I knew she was struggling, but I didn't know that it was that bad. And I think that's a really common statement that a lot of us make. And so I made Angst, which is the first in what used to be a trilogy, but now it's a collection of 4 mental health films. So I've made Angst, which I'm going to actually show you 2 clips. One is really about how Anxiety doesn't discriminate. And then we'll do a second one basically on just a minute of about the science around it.
Anxiety doesn't discriminate. It affects us whether we live in a big town or a small city. It affects us if we're male or female, all gender, all races, everything.
I'm an immigrant and my future is a little blurry at the moment and it's just scary.
I have like friends personally who feel that they have like no choice whatsoever. Like they're like into like gangs and like they're in the streets and they feel like based on the family that I'm grown up in, like the block I live on or whatnot, I have to do this.
Everyone's dealing with some form of anxiety, part of the human experience. Johnny from an underserved community, he may not see his parents because they're locked up or they're abusing drugs or they're just out and about all the time. But Johnny from the affluent family, he may not see his parents either because they're working all the time. And then you have the extra expectations that these affluent kids have as well. You know, oh, you come from a good home, you're supposed to do well.
It's very, very common that the expectation is just you're going to college, point blank. There's no give and take with that. That creates a lot of stress for young people.
In the old days, people didn't talk about college starting in 3rd grade. You shouldn't even think about college in 3rd and 5th grade. But I've seen little kids in my practice who literally have it monster under my bed and I'm afraid that I won't ever get into college. And I'm going, where did they get this?
Definitely meeting up to your parents' expectations.
I'm behind the curve because I'm doing 2 APs instead of 3.
What you're gonna do for the next 4 years, like, it's kind of hard.
You know, just this feeling I get when I'm, thinking about colleges, I just start to get a little worried and then it just becomes more and more dramatic over the next hour, the next 2 hours. And my head just gets cloudier and cloudier with all these different thoughts and worries. And so I get to this climax where my head is just buzzing and I'm just like, looking around and I'm just kind of trying to figure out what's going on almost. And at that point, I just have to drop everything I'm doing, go get a glass of water or something and just kind of try to calm myself down.
It almost feels like this generation is feeling the most amount of stress, which I know is probably not true, and definitely the generations that came before my generation felt stress too. It's just, I think that people are talking about it more.
Yeah, we're better at identifying anxiety and depression. Anxiety is something everyone feels, and I think we are better now at determining what causes an anxiety disorder versus having more of just plain anxiety.
So that was, that we break the film up into chapters so that we've learned that people like to have access to those chapters again and then discussion points. So who knew we were going to make a movie that was so evergreen and chopped up into little pieces. Now we have just a little 1-minute clip about just a little bit of the science about what not just our kids can deal with, but us as well.
It's very common for kids to not know, and even more common for parents to not be able to recognize that anxiety is the reason they're struggling so much.
I would go to the nurse and they would send me home because I just had these horrible stomach aches and no one could figure out what it was for a really long time. And then I'd be super nervous and anxious about all the school I was missing, and then they would get worse.
I can't tell you how many times I will tell a family the reason why your kid has chronic abdominal pain is because they are too anxious about school, or they're so worried about how they're going to do at the basketball game, or they're scared that their parents are going to be deported, and that's why their stomach hurts. And that's a big leap if you think about it. How can that possibly have anything to do with the brain and the stomach? But it does. Because if you think about it physiologically, that if you create a chronic stressful condition, worrying, that raises your cortisol level, which is our internal steroid, which raises the amount of hydrochloric acid in our stomach, which is not okay. and your stomach hurts. Your heart starts going faster, your eyes dilate, your mouth gets dry, your hands get cold, your muscles get tight. And if your muscles are tight for a long time, then you start hurting. Your back starts hurting, your shoulders start hurting, your neck starts hurting. If you furrow your brow for too long, you'll start getting a headache. If I explain it that way, like at a very basic physiologic level, people get the aha. They suddenly have a moment of awareness.
So I want to bring in one more statistic, which is important too, because sometimes you have to hear the data to understand and connect with it. So the CDC survey paints a portrait of a generation reeling from the pandemic, grappling with food insecurity, academic struggles, poor health, and abuse at home. Nearly 30% of the teens surveyed said a parent or other adult in their home lost work during the pandemic, and a quarter struggled with hunger. 2/3 said they had difficulty with schoolwork, which we also know there was a digital divide that took place during that time. But the survey also offers hope, finding that teens who feel connected at school report much lower rates of poor health, and the finding calls attention to the critical role schools can play in a student's mental health. And so as you saw during the pandemic, a lot of parents also had to become educators and instructors while they navigated work. And we saw many children hopping on Zoom calls with C-suite leaders as well, which put another lens to the human dynamic to say, oh gosh, this is a leader just like me navigating the workplace, and the kid hopped on with pajamas. All right, it brought another human level to it. And so I really like to ask you, Marty, with you being a parent and the executive director of On Our Sleeves and really having that connection with the youth, how are you supporting your well-being and encouraging others to support their health as they have to navigate this world of being a parent and being an employee or being a colleague? What are some tips that you could give?
Thank you for the question. I'm so glad all of you are here. On Our Sleeves is a national movement for children's mental health and wellness, and it's based on the concept that our kids cannot wear their thoughts and feelings on their sleeves the way we can. They don't yet have the verbal skills perhaps, or even the understanding, and maybe they're saying it's a stomach ache. So it's up to all of us around them, the adults, the teachers, the coaches, the counselors, the parents, the Girl Scout leaders, all of us, to try to understand a little bit more about what's going on with these children and how we can best help them. It's true that 1 in 5 children, before the pandemic, we knew 1 in 5 children was living with a significantly impairing mental health disorder. And we also know that 50% of lifetime mental illness presents before the age of 14. So On Our Sleeves came to be simply so that when we talk about mental health, we don't forget to talk about the kids. And all of this began before the pandemic. And in 2019, Nationwide Insurance, which is one of our major corporate partners, came to us and said, we really think we need to look at the impact of child mental health on the workplace. And they used the word workplace because in 2019, we all used that. And we were excited about that idea, and we thought, yes, this is something we absolutely want to dig into. Well, fast forward, we never could have known what was coming, not only our way, but everybody's way. And so we dove in 2020 to designing some research to better understand this connection. And what we learned is that parents and caregivers overwhelmingly are concerned about their children's mental health and well-being. And we see far more parents citing concern. We see 6 in 10 parents citing concern than our 1 in 5 children with the mental health disorder diagnosis. And so what we know is that the concern group is much bigger than the necessarily diagnosed group. And that could be for many reasons. It could be lack of access. It could be the current trend of what's going on during the pandemic. So what we realized is that more and more parents and caregivers are feeling these worries. And this is not just the stress of, will I make it to daycare pickup in time? Or what if I miss soccer practice? Or, oh my gosh, it was, my day to do the teacher gift and I forgot. This is my child withdrawing into their room and thinking dangerous thoughts? Is my child's misbehavior related to perhaps it's anxiety, perhaps it's worry, perhaps it's unsupported learning needs that don't necessarily fit a mainstream model and certainly don't fit a Zoom model, to your point. And so the worry that parents and caregivers bring then to their work showed up as 30 to 50% of their mental time at work being over here worrying about their child's mental health and well-being and emotional development and behavior. And so our research took us over a year to conduct, and along the way we did some curriculum design with a resource for employers to roll out to parents and caregivers. And it's all available now. It's called The Great Collide is the name of our research report, because that tension we heard so strongly from our respondents. They told us, I feel like an elastic. I feel like a hamster on a wheel. I feel like a juggler. I feel like a ball of spaghetti that I can't get quite untied. And my personal favorite was the air traffic control metaphor. I feel like I'm in the tower directing all the time. And so our research study and our resources that we've been deploying through On Our Sleeves are designed to alleviate some of that distraction. And I am gonna answer your question, which is, it's the notion of putting your oxygen mask on first. So at onoursleeves.org, we have all kinds of resources for parents and teachers and coaches to think about and have conversations with kids. But the number one thing we tell everybody is your own self-care has to come first and come alongside. There's so many metaphors, you can't pour from an empty cup and all these kinds of things, but it's really, really true. And I think what we saw during the pandemic is when you take away an adult's coping mechanisms, you take away a child's coping mechanisms, and then you sort of isolate them together. And of course the adults are supposed to model, sit and don't solve, listen to their stuff, I think many times we may know what to do, but doing it is a whole nother thing. And there's there's a significant amount of parents and caregivers who don't know what to do, because how many of you feel like you grew up with mental health skill development as part of your upbringing? I call us Generation P for pivot. The people who are parenting right now are trying to, in one generation, turn this around and create a space and learn skills and talk to kids about mental health when it probably never came up, or if it did, it wasn't in like a positive way necessarily in our upbringing. And so we're trying to upskill all the grown-ups who surround our kids. We of course want to support them when they need treatment, but you probably know the waiting list to get a child into a therapist is 6 months or more. So we work on what happens in that 6 months. What happens in the 6 months before you even made the call, when you weren't sure if you should make the call because you knew there was a long waiting list, but you're really getting worried. That's our space to try to help parents and caregivers and coaches and teachers so that when they go to work, they can focus and they can really feel connected.
And I'd like to ask you, Sheila, with the films that you're creating as an opportunity to start or evoke dialogue, how can companies empower their employees to step up and take the mic essentially to talk about some of these tough topics?
Well, I think I can speak to just what we've seen in the workplace. And I've already talked to these companies, so they don't mind that I share this. But we did a screening for Starbucks corporate and at corporate headquarters, and we had about 800 people in the room. And we also, a week later, did a screening at Goldman Sachs with about 800 people in the room with, expert panelists and all that stuff. Starbucks, their culture was slightly different, so there was a lot of sharing about being on medication, getting the whole family into counseling. There was tears, even to the detail of getting the dosage right, like on a medication. But just being vulnerable, leaders being vulnerable had the most profound effect. It just gave permission for everyone to say, you can show that human side a little bit more at work, because we all know it's there. And then on the at Goldman Sachs, it was much more buttoned up. I think we had like 3 questions in the whole Q&A. And I actually thought maybe we didn't even like push our way through. I ended up calling the head of wellness later and saying, did it do anything? Was it helpful? She said, yes, we've got more engagement with our EAP. People are sharing in reviews. We're talking in the hallways and in the bathrooms and in the different groups and organizations. And so that was like just being able to talk about it. What people don't realize, and because Dr. Yursa Ben Halim, who is our licensed professional, isn't here, and I used to be at Sundance hanging out with filmmakers. Now I at mental health summits hanging out with mental health experts. They're my new best friends. And so I can share a little bit of what they say is that our brains, I mean, what's really wonderful is there's science behind all of this. And when you're talking, especially when you're able to share, you're tapping into 3 executive functions of the prefrontal cortex. It's an action, you have to move your lips, you have to make a sound, and you have to form a sentence. And doing those 3 things, anxiety can't exist. You move the energy from the amygdala to the prefrontal cortex. And so even if before a presentation, I will recite the months of the year backwards, or I will do something just to trick my brain. Did anyone see Inside Out? Right? What a great movie. Who's in the controls? So when we can start sharing resources, and we know how guardians and parents are, we are like the force, right? Get a few resources going, some tips, things like that. We share with each other because we want, it might help. So when you open up the conversation, it changes corporate culture lickety split. You can leapfrog and then be able to tap into resources. You actually can make some meaningful, forward motion.
Okay, so this is a little more forward looking, but I teach at-risk youth. I'm an equine therapist. I also recruit people at JDI. My oldest kiddo that I teach is 16, and I have spent 3 years teaching him to recognize the stomach ache as emotions and say the 5 things you see and the 4 things you hear and process through that. And I'm just curious, and it sort of goes to the point that you just made, how do we as a workplace prepare for an incoming generation of, I hope, kids and young adults who are now emotionally aware and more emotionally able to share and want that sort of deeper level connection than we're used to? What does the workplace need to do to welcome that generation, create a space where we foster it as opposed to traditionally, not at JDI, we're perfect, but have shut it down in the past?
I'd like to. Yeah, I love you. So since I'm representing the employers here, what I would say is that we're already seeing that. So Levi's is a progressive organization. They have championed HIV/AIDS in the 70s, research, philanthropy. They've stood for lots of social justice issues over the years, many of them controversial. So why would mental health be a stigma in an organization like that? But I'm telling you, a number of years ago when we tried to tackle this, it really was a stigma issue. And it was really interesting to say that we could talk about anything except mental health. So what I'm finding is that generational difference is changing already. And that with the new workforce that we're hiring in, access to mental health support, open conversation about it, needing to be as part of our work environment is absolutely ongoing. It's at the forefront. And I welcome it because it's refreshing. I often try to say that the only difference between your physical health and your mental health is about 1.5 inches. Mm-hmm. It's called the neck. That's all it is. But the stigma around it was just crazy. So where we are is we are dialoguing. We are opening up the conversation. When we do a filming, we're going to show angst during the May Mental Health Month. But we're going to kick it off with our CHRO doing a fireside chat, talking about her own mental health journey. And those of all of us, so that we're trying to, again, destigmatize it. But we have to have, the catching receptacles, because once you open up the conversation and people become more activated around recognizing it, then the resources need to be there. And there are lots of different initiatives that are underway. I know, for example, Meta is trying a peer-to-peer approach. It's looking like it's working pretty well for them. Traditional EAPs, yes, they're a resource, but we need to iterate beyond that. Technology is really helping with a lot of the solutions. But I also think that the way we're really going to get there for one another is to just basically mainstream this and make it completely part of our lives. That everybody feels anxiety at some level. Many people have depression at different times. Fear is a natural consequence, sometimes just to the reality of the world that we live in. Yesterday, I had a colleague mention to me that their son was feeling a tremendous amount of concern because of a shooting. How many of us have been touched by public or school shootings and violence or crime? Those are very healthy, normal reactions, by the way, to feel fear and anxiety in the face of danger. So these are all really healthy, wonderful things. And I think conferences like this and audiences like this that are engaged, who will then turn around and take this back into your places of research and work and champion for this to become mainstream, is an enormously hopeful opportunity to be able to say everywhere that we can all be whole and healthy and have these conversations, and we can all basically live the lives that we were created to live.
Could I add quickly that I think employers can also really invite the diverse perspectives of what different types of employees and cultures are handling. So in our data, we heard 85% of parents say, yes, it would help me to talk to another adult about my child's mental health. But then we asked them to rank who would they like to talk to, and guess who was at the very bottom? Their boss, their colleagues, and HR. And they were even lower among parents of color, because the lack of trust in those conversations and settings really came through. And so I think there's so much opportunity to really, I mean, at dinner last night, we had a great chance to get different perspectives into that conversation in a way that we wouldn't otherwise have done.
And I'd love to touch on that part too, for the recognition of underrepresented or once marginalized demographics as well. With Hearts to Heal, we have what's called the Travis County Girl Squad. It's a mentorship and wellness program for Black teen girls. And this was based on a study from Georgetown University called Adultification Bias that shows, starting at the age of 5, Black girls are seen as needing less care, knowing of more adult topics and not as supported. And so we were able to find 2 licensed Black women psychologists to lead peer support groups to provide mental health education. We received 100 plus applications within 4 days for girls that wanted to attend this program, and were only able to accept 20. During that time, some of the feedback from parents were, my daughter is sharing more than she has ever shared before on some of the things she's experiencing at school. And the mom replied, and now I'm able to share with her to sometimes why I'm snippy after work because I've been stressed out and burnt out. And so really the importance of peer support and mental health education spans beyond any demographic, to really have that connection with lived experiences, to say we have more alike than we think. And that thread really came up during our dinner conversation. And from what we saw taking place over the pandemic, a lot of racial unrest. And I remember one time Eugene got on the phone with me and he said, hey, Maria, just calling to check in. I said, okay. He said, I've seen there's been a lot going on. How are you feeling? And this was with all the police shootings that were taking place. And I just started crying on the phone because I didn't realize how much I had pent up in me, but it also showed a human capacity as well to say, let me pause and let me check on my colleagues, because we are not in a space to where we can go to the water cooler and say, hey, how's it going? Or see someone that might look a little more frazzled at the workplace. If you see someone coming in with their coffee and they're always spunky, you know that it's good to go. And if they're not that way, then you can say, I'm identifying something here. But it was easier for people to put on a mask on the Zoom call or decide to say, I'm just not going to have my video on at all. And so I want to ask you guys too, how can we empower employees to speak up with challenges? Because again, we hear this term psychological safety in the workplace that's trending now, for supervisors and managers to even empower their employees to feel safe to say, I'm struggling and it might be hurting my performance, but I need to let you know. So I'd open that up to anyone on this.
We literally put it on the agenda of our status meetings. There's a section at the bottom and it says, what are you doing in the upcoming week to support your own mental health? And we do a round robin share. And it's not just what are you doing this weekend? It's like, what are you actually doing? Is it riding your bike? Is it, taking your meds on time? Once it's on the agenda, it's like accepted right away. It's like, oh, now it's in writing, and so this is what we do. So I think you could even open meetings that way. I mean, to your point about this emotionally savvy generation coming in with all these vocabulary words, I mean, that's a great way to open up. How are you doing? How are you feeling? How are your families doing? And then being willing to listen.
And I'll jump in there too. We obviously embrace that as well. And then heard this morning, there was a reference to ERGs. And so we're leveraging ERGs very heavily because they're very important organizations. They're if you will, self-affirming, and they're growing exponentially. And I would say that they're a powerful influence on policy and programs because it gives us the opportunity to hear needs and concerns and to address them. Interestingly, there are many of the traditional ones that you might expect. Some of them are nationality driven, some of them are gender, but the largest one we have, interestingly enough, and we've got dozens now, is the families with special needs. We were surprised when we had a C-suite executive who championed that and opened it up. We probably had over 100 people come into the first meetings. And the definition of a family with special needs is really interesting because it's all different perspectives. It's my parents had special needs, or I'm an adult now and it was never recognized and I have special needs, or I have children that need special needs, or I have family members, and special needs is all over the spectrum too.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very powerful leveling tool in an organization.
Well, I'd like everyone to give our amazing panelists a round of applause. And pat yourselves on the back for one, showing up to this summit to learn more and how you can support your colleagues in the workplace and also yourselves. It's been a long 2 years, so pat yourselves on the back, everyone. Doing a great job. Positive affirmation. But thank you so much to our amazing panelists.
Savannah, those 2 sessions were incredible.
Yes.
I mean, full of information, full of just nuggets to take home. You know, what I really appreciate about Danielle's conversation is for the past 2 days, we've been talking about the leaders. Leaders, leaders, leaders. And Danielle's conversation brought that to the team level.
Yeah,
and talked about how the teams can work with one another and how they can work to make sure that roles and responsibilities are clear.
Yep.
So it's just a really interesting conversation, I felt, that focused on kind of like those middle managers and frontline workers that we talked about yesterday, which I found really, really intriguing.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think, she kind of broke down those 3 kind of core pieces to sort of team synergy around collaboration, problem solving, open communication. And then what I loved was this concept of sort of working agreements, right?
Yes.
Again, kind of going back to the need to be explicit. She talked about coming from a startup, having a much smaller team. It maybe wasn't as necessary to have to define roles and responsibilities so specifically. But when you're dealing with a much bigger team, teams of 16 cross-functional people working together, kind of putting into writing those working agreements and understanding is super, super important.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So then on to the next session on mental health. That was a really powerful conversation.
Yes.
A lot was there. I remember watching it live, and Marty Post is from Columbus, Ohio, so it's a hometown hero to us. So I was really excited to see Marty. But before that, before they started the conversation, they talked about the Surgeon General releasing a report that said that children's mental health was a public health crisis.
Yeah.
And it stuck with me then, and it stuck with me right now about the impact that the world is having on our children.
Yeah.
What did you think about that session?
No, I mean, absolutely, right? This entire generation that has been sort of impacted, by the pandemic, and thinking about, being ahead of people, having a lot of individuals at my company that are parents and caregivers, and I think just having a deeper understanding of what that really means, right? If you're just saying youth mental health, it's like, okay, well, what does that really mean? How is that showing up? And having that context so that we can better support and provide resources to our parents and caregivers who are kind of dealing with this in real time.
And what do we talk about a lot today? Seeing and being seen. So much of our lives are at home. And so for employers to see their employees as parents and all the struggles that they're going through. The other interesting topic that came up was around our future workforce. So our children, they're the future workforce.
Yes.
So there's like two sides to it that I found really interesting. One was on like, we have to make sure that we are investing in our children now so that they're more emotionally equipped and aware when they come to the workforce.
Yes.
But then, I think someone in the audience asked a question about like, how do we build the workforce to be ready for them?
Exactly.
Right? So it's twofold. We have to invest in them, but we have to be ready for them and how they can talk about their emotions and bring their whole self to the workplace. Those are things that are changing, and we have to be ready for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that was just such a powerful and informative session. And for our last session of the day, we've got Chris Hyams from Indeed and Alan McGirt from Fortune. And they're going to be talking about the transformation of hiring amidst the Great Resignation. And this is a topic that hits very close to home. My company, Untapped, we are recruiting. We're in the recruiting business. So
we've been busy.
We're literally talking to our customers every single day about different challenges that they're facing in the current sort of job market, how they're attracting talent. And I think employers more than ever before are really having to sell themselves to the talent, right? So this is a really, I think, timely, interesting conversation and great way for us to sort of end the day. Yeah.
Now, before we bring Chris and Ellen onto our virtual stage, we want to hear from all of you.
Yes.
So this is our last session. We're going to close up after they're done, but we want to hear, what was your favorite session? What did you learn? What takeaways are you going to take back to your companies? So we're going to have some polls that are going to come through after we get off the stage, and then we will capture it all and we'll reflect as a group and then be planful together. So we're going to start with our polls, and then we'll be joined by Chris and Ellen.
Indeed is the #1 job site in the world, with over 250 million unique visitors every month, more than 11,500 employees around the world. But the company, in my view, has placed itself in the middle of what is really a sacred transaction between a person seeking a job and all that goes with that, a happy future, a dignified life, healthy communities, purpose and impact in the world, and an employer who wants to grow their company and their footprint in the world and all that goes with that, especially now, especially these days. Chris, how did I do with my introduction and welcome?
That was great, thank you. It's really great to be here with everyone. It's nice to see some familiar faces and some new ones as well. Yeah, I really love, we were talking about this before, I love that concept of the sacred transaction. So indeed, I joined 11 years ago as the head of product. It was a real company, it was just a lot smaller, about 130 people. We're actually now just over 12,000, so in 11 years we've grown quite a bit. But it was the mission that drew me in the first place. I had been in tech for a while, but it was the first opportunity to do something that was as deeply meaningful and personal as that. And we talk about it really that way, that in a person's life you have your family and your health, and then employment is really up there in terms of one of the most important things, whether you have a job or especially if you don't have a job. And most of the other issues that we care about when we think about some of the bigger things like healthcare and education and criminal justice reform and all those things, that employment is actually the underpinning of a lot of those, and the difference between someone having opportunity and not can really be tied to them having a job. And so we do wake up in the morning and go to bed at night thinking about helping people get jobs. And we're really fortunate that we've been able to run a business successfully, really purely focused on that mission.
I want to dig in a little bit more on all of that and your unique career path and how you also were uniquely prepared for the pandemic without even knowing that you were prepared for the pandemic. But I want to start with the heartbreaking breaking news in Ukraine. I recently attended a briefing with one of their digital ministers, and it was only then that I understood how hard they had been working to create an engineering culture, to be a beacon for other domiciled other company there, to grow their workforce, and which is part of why they've been able to thrive as well as they have, because they had trained engineers. I mean, they were planning on transforming the government, all of that kind of stuff. So could you talk a little bit about your understanding of what's happening over there, what you think that your or any of our role could be in helping people who are migrating and the job seekers, and just thinking about the future of employment there?
Yeah, there's so much wrapped up in that quote. We could probably spend easily an hour just on the topic. So we start, as we do with a lot of these things, with just our employees and how they're impacted. So we don't have operations in Ukraine, but we have a number of employees who are Ukrainian, more who have families in Ukraine. We have a number of employees who are Russian, and we have engineering partners that we've been working with for 15 years in Ukraine. And so the first focus for us as a business is really what support do people need, both from an emotional perspective, but then also we've been offering, our legal team has been, helping people who need help with visas and trying to get people out of places safely. As a business, we're really focused on, there's now a few million people in the EU and coming to the US who now have work authorization. And so working with companies and organizations who are actively open to trying to hire them to find placement. When you're a refugee, you need a safe place to stay, and then you need employment. And so with so many things going on in the world, for us, we're really fortunate that employment is such an important thing, that with all of the sort of free-floating anxiety of horrible things happening in the world, we're able to focus on, well, what can we do in this case that's actually useful and helpful to people? The other big aspect of this, and we can talk about it, it will come out in the rest of the conversation, is, you wrote a piece recently about the fact that it's impossible to look at the reaction around the world to something like this and not say, where are people when there's war and conflict in other parts of the world where it's not Europe and people are not white. And there have been a lot of people who have said things that have exposed exactly how people think about these things. So we're also really aware of that, and our employees bring up these questions because we're responding, to be frank, we're responding a little more vocally and quickly than we have in some of those other cases. And so we're also trying to look at this from a perspective of how do we come up with an approach in general to help refugees find work wherever they might happen to be. And sometimes it sadly takes something happening in a majority world for people to pay attention to, but then it's a lens to look at these other issues and to see how we can show up more equitably with those issues.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about why your mission is so unique and the kinds of data that you collect, the kinds of experiences that you collect?
Yeah, so Indeed was founded in 2004 as really a search engine for jobs. The original idea was there are tens or hundreds of thousands of sites out there where people could find. Back in 2004, if you were looking for a job, you'd go to Monster Career Builder in the US or any one of these other sites. And the insight was that that's a terrible experience for job seekers because basically to find all the jobs out there, you'd have to go to dozens, if not hundreds of sites. And so we just took all the jobs, put them into one place, made it simple and fast for job seekers, and then layered on top of that a business model that was basically just bringing internet advertising to HR. So before it was classified advertising, you'd pay to post a job, and we just brought an auction-based model that really is market dynamic. So you don't have to spend any money if you're trying to hire someone where there's not competition, and then you have to spend if there is competition. And what happened in our business over the last 17 years is that we had this mission. We help people get jobs. It's on the t-shirts, it's on the business cards, it's on the walls, and everyone sort of gets that and believes that. But, and I'll just sort of tell this really brief story. When I first started at Indeed as the head of product, we would spend Friday listening to interviews with users. And the whole product team would sit down and we would just listen to what these people were talking about. And over and over and over again, they would talk about the biggest complaint was, I applied to 100 jobs and I didn't hear back from anyone. And our first response was, well, they don't really understand what we do. I mean, we're just the search engine. We bring all the jobs together, and that's the employers who are not responding. And after a period of time, it became clear that, oh no, that actually is our job. That if our mission is to help people get jobs and not to help people click on jobs, then we have to do a lot more than just bringing all the jobs into one place. And so we've spent the last decade really going from being a search engine to being a two-sided marketplace. We have 3 million employers who live and breathe on Indeed, who are bringing their jobs, who are interacting with candidates, and our vision is to make getting a job as simple and fast as pushing a button, which sounds crazy, and we could spend a lot of time talking about that, but the purpose behind that is that the only way that we can make things easier for job seekers is if we can automate more of the employer process, take more of the things out of their hands, which makes it simpler and faster, but also when we talk about bias and barriers in hiring, there's a whole lot that we can do in theory from an education perspective, but actually the best way to reduce bias is to just remove a bunch of the steps where humans are making flawed decisions. So that's really our focus as a business and what we've been able to do that I think is different than what other people are doing. Right. In that we're really focused, and we care about the outcome. We care about how many people who come to Indeed actually get a job and how long does it take for them to get a job. And that's just very different than building an internet advertising-based site.
So that's a perfect segue into the two sides of the equation. Let's start with the pandemic. How did the pandemic change hiring, and what did you already know about the future of work that helped you prepare?
So I think that there's a handful of things that changed because it was a pandemic, and that our thoughts about health and safety in particular, should I wear a mask to protect myself or to protect other people. Like there's some new ideas that came out of it, but by and large, what I think happened in a lot of industries and certainly with us is that trends that were already underway got accelerated pretty radically. One of them for us was just around this idea of how much more can we bring onto the platform, can we automate and make simpler. We had been trying to get employers to adopt video interviewing for years and years and years, because it would just meant that if we could bring the interview onto Indeed, then we could actually get the screening and the scheduling fully automated and make it simple and fast. And most employers felt like they needed to sit across the table from someone.
Right.
In April
Get the vibe.
In April of 2020, suddenly everyone needed to hire, and they said, hey, what was that you said about video interviewing? And so we threw together a team and built a platform that would have taken us a few years otherwise, mostly from an adoption perspective, and we're able to get probably 5 years of innovation done in about 6 months because of the necessity is the mother of invention, and employers were willing to try things that they were never willing to try before. And that's, for innovation to happen, you actually need to invent stuff, but then you need people to be willing to try it. So I think that's the biggest thing that it shifted, is it opened people's mind. The second area where the same thing is true is that, we spent a lot of time thinking about bias and barriers in hiring and all of the areas where employers are unwilling over many, many years to relent. Need someone with a college degree for this job.
Right.
Need someone who went to Stanford or MIT or Harvard Business School for this job. Unwilling to consider someone who's formerly incarcerated. All of these things suddenly, in an incredibly tight labor market, not everyone, but a lot of employers are willing to try things and throw away some old ideas. And again, the biggest barrier to adoption of innovation is an open mind, and sometimes desperation is a really good key to unlock that.
Yeah. Any desperate people in here? Who's hiring? So top of mind for you is going to be hiring, issues around hiring? Okay. So let's segue into the Great Resignation, which is changing the complexity of the job market. It's real. I think it's real. You think it's real. What are some of the underpinnings of it, and what does it mean to be an attractive place for someone who is not just seeking a job, but seeking, a life and a purpose and impact?
So I'll say that from our seat, which I like to say we have a front seat to the global economy, most of these conversations, and I'd imagine a lot of the conversations going on here and a lot of the people that you talk to in your job, are looking at a slice of the economy. That's the slice that we're in, where what does remote work and meaning and purpose mean? But 30% of the jobs in the US, and it's different in different markets around the world, but pretty much globally, are even eligible for remote work. So a huge part of this there's people who've been showing up at their place of work every single day throughout this entire thing.
That's right.
And so there's sort of two sides to the Great Resignation. We have been calling it the Great Realization, just another sort of rebranding of things. But basically, there's two sides to it. So on the 70% of the world, a lot of it was the overnight realization that there's no safety net in a whole host of industries. And so you look at people who worked in hospitality or in food service, and there was literally nothing to help them, and those jobs went away, and there was no idea that they were coming. There's a bunch of people who left who are never coming back. And even, you go around today and everyone's favorite restaurant probably has a help wanted sign in it, or they're in some kind of limited service. And it's not really clear what it's gonna take in the future, but it's really clear that there's a whole host of people who left because they realized that they were not going to be taken care of, and they're just looking for a place where they feel like they can have some security and stability. Then there's the 30% of the knowledge worker world where it certainly has created a huge, I think, acceleration again. These are themes and trends. You talk to, I have two daughters who are 24 and 26. My 26-year-old daughter works in tech, and she is one of those people who, when they talk about, she's right on the cusp of millennial and Gen Z, but she cares deeply about what the company does.
Yeah.
And in the last couple of years, we've had an opportunity for people to see how do their employers show up? How do they take care of them? How do they listen to them when the chips are down and things are so much more difficult and they're dealing with trying to teach kids at home and trying to keep families and parents safe? And then how do they respond when things are going on in the world around them, starting with the wave of violence and xenophobia against Asian Americans, and then George Floyd, and then sort of everything that's unfolded after that. And so there are a host of people who are asking very different questions about, so one of the data points that we look at, so we've been doing a weekly survey with job seekers throughout the pandemic, in addition to all the data we have of job search activity on Indeed. 85% of the people that we survey who are looking for work outside of the industry that they're in right now. And 97% of them are doing so because they want to be somewhere that they feel reflects their values. And those numbers were not the same. So that trend was there, and people were, and as you know, boomers are aging out and more Gen Z and millennials are coming in, that was going to happen anyway. But it's very stark in terms of how much people are thinking about that. And then people have had in this little world, have had a taste of flexibility and freedom, and like it. And in particular, one of the things that we're seeing, women right now the numbers are still relatively small of people who when they're searching, they're saying that remote work is the most important thing to them, but women are 50% more likely than men to say that remote work is important because they are twice as likely at least to have childcare responsibilities still, and so until that changes, there's going to be a big difference between who wants what and why. So it's hard to answer that question without looking at in the various different aspects of it. But people tend to ignore the 70% when we talk about the future of work stuff, and I think that's we spend our time with the 100%, so we have to look at all of it.
But for the 70% of people who showed up and either left or leaving these jobs, my heart hurts for those communities because they were already underinvested in. Then came a pandemic, and they were already going to experience job loss because automation was coming for those jobs first, right? Like, you know, in healthcare and in hospitality and in retail, like all of that kind of stuff. So they were already vulnerable, and now just some of the research that I've seen speaks to the loss of whatever wealth or safety or stability in these communities. We're talking mostly in the US, I'm sure it's happening in other parts of the world, too, that will never come back. And I'm curious what you think the role of employers could be in targeting those communities. I know that for tech, because you can work from anywhere, people are setting up shop in Atlanta, they're setting up shop in Detroit, they're setting up shop where people already have relationships and communities there. This is sort of the philosopher King's CEO question, is there a role for employers and business to get creative about thinking about the communities that were already vulnerable, now decimated, and off the front page?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, there's sort of two sides to it. There's sort of doing good, but it's also, even for people who don't care about that, it is good for business because there's so much opportunity. We are looking, so we actually just this year have opened up offices in Miami, Chicago, and Atlanta for exactly the reasons that we, like a lot of other people, have struggled with diversity in our workforce because the places that we set up shop 15 years ago, no one was thinking about that at our company when we were doing it. And so there's a huge amount of opportunity for, again, all of the primary motivation for us, I guess, for that work in particular, is that it is just related to our mission. And so we see very, very clearly that, you know, we have a marketplace. And if you want to just get totally academic about it, it's like liquidity in the marketplace is what we care about. How effective are we at matching job seekers with opportunities, or for employers who are trying to hire, finding the talent that they need? The bias and barriers and systemic issues that permeate every aspect of society, but they show up very, very deeply in employment, and that's sort of the history in this country is really around work. Those problems are ones where it is so clear that, especially in a labor market like this, the things that stand in the way of people considering other people for opportunities makes for a broken market. And so our focus, like the only way that we can actually get better at our work is by systematically deconstructing the problems that exist. And these are very, very, very old and very, very sticky problems. One of the things that's really clear to us, though, is that, so I'll just full disclosure, Indeed did not think about diversity at all when the company was founded. The founders will be the first to say that. I was hired in 2010. I was the 10th member of the executives team. I was the 10th middle-aged white guy who was married with kids. 9 of us were married with kids. The other one was unmarried. And these were not conversations that we were having 11 years ago. Right. And as we started to grow, without trying to really focus on diversity, we just started, reach a certain size and you're gonna hire people with a little more diverse backgrounds. And people started asking questions and suggesting opportunities for us that were ones that we had never thought about before. And a lot of them were identifying, here's people who are desperately trying to hire, here's a bunch of job seekers who are out there and they're not considering them. And so how do we shift the entire problem from being hiring based on experience and resume and moving it to skill and opportunity? And so that's where all of this work then suddenly has become a business imperative for us. It's really, really clear that we can't solve these thorny problems with a bunch of people that don't reflect the world around us. So for us, there's different reasons why people would want to invest in community, why people might care deeply about, quote, doing the right thing from a diversity perspective, but it's an absolute business imperative for us, which is why we're actually looking at and we were talking about this before, at the sort of the deepest levels of how do you actually transform a business, and it's a lot deeper than putting people through training and having a couple external speakers come in and talk about things and creating it. You have to do all of those things, but it's a lot more complex. And so investment in community is another big piece. One of the things about having a purpose-driven company is that it attracts people who care about purpose.
Right.
And so if you have a nice sounding mission and it looks good on the t-shirt and on the walls, but you don't actually act that way, you're gonna bring a bunch of people in who are then gonna start asking tough questions.
And they're gonna take it outside.
Right.
They're gonna call me.
Yeah, and so
Nobody wants that, although I do.
So if you're doing that, then you actually have to be committed to doing the work, and then the work suddenly gets, just like everything else, once you start to actually look at it, it's much deeper and much more complex than you might have thought before.
That's right. That's exactly right. I want to look around, make sure, anybody want to join in, any questions, comments, anything that's on your mind? Ask the CEO, looking around.
So I have a really clear and definitive answer. Nobody knows anything. And anyone who is out there writing blog posts about this is exactly what they're totally full of shit. So I can tell you what we're hearing from our employees. So we've been surveying people too much, but it's really helpful over the last couple of years. And we have a split. So we have 12,000 employees in 35 countries. In 35 offices in 15 countries. And the decision that we made pretty early on last year, because we wanted to communicate it in advance, was that we're going to have basically 2 categories of roles. We're going to have fully remote, which means you can come and go as you please. So you can live in the city where you have an office, you can come to the office whenever you want, or you can live anywhere in the country that you're employed. Or what we're calling flex, which is we're going to ask you to be in the office a couple days a week. And so basically, I left it up to the senior leadership team because they're the ones who had to be responsible for it. And essentially our inside sales team, which is pretty sizable, so we have 3,500 people, they're going to have to be coming in starting in July, 2 days a week. Everyone else has the option to be fully remote. We surveyed the folks in Austin who fall into both categories. How many days a week do you expect to come into the office? The people who have to be in 2 days a week said 2.2 on average. The people who never have to come in said 2.2. And so I thought that was really interesting. We then surveyed in 3 other cities where we only have sales offices, and this is just last week, hot off the presses, in Tokyo, Dublin, and Stamford. So very, very different cultures, very different places. And their average answer was 0.9 days, even though they have to be in 2 days. So it's a very clear message that, my interpretation of this, and it's up to the team to figure out what they want to do with it, but I think it's about listening to employees. And so the people who were telling they have to come in are saying in a protest vote that they really, really, really don't want to. And the people who were saying you can do whatever you want, they're excited to be in about half the time because we have a great in-office culture. And so I think one of the biggest things that's going on, we talked about this at our dinner last night, is that there's a huge gap between what management wants and what employees want. And in general, if you survey people, and you could read whichever one you want, Management wants people in an office for productivity, and employees want to be in an office for connection.
Right.
And as long as that disconnect
That makes
exists,
sense. That makes sense, yeah.
then, but I think management is wrong about that. I mean, if you think productivity, because it basically says, I mean, you pay people a lot of money to be, creative and innovative and do a whole bunch of stuff, and then you don't trust them that they're going to do that. I mean, we have, in the last 2 years, last year, I mean, it's public now, but I mean, last year we grew 92% year over year in revenue. We hired 3,000 people. None of them have ever been into an office. We've had 12,000 people working fully remotely for 2 years, and we've had it's really hard to say that you have to be in an office for that to work. There's bigger questions around how do new people get us in, but we've hired 4,000 people in the last couple of years, and so the question is, do I want people to come in because I want to look over the shoulders because I believe it's really about this very human desire for control. And it's easy for me to say because I'm not looking over 12,000 people's shoulders, but line managers feel like they're not able to control the stuff if they're not there. And right now, at least, here's the thing that I can say right now that we're seeing is that employers who are willing to understand what employees are asking for right now, they're just gonna have an unbelievable competitive advantage over the ones that are not doing it. And so in a war for talent, if you're not willing to listen to your employees, you're gonna try to pretend that none of this ever happened, you're gonna be screwed.
So this seems like a good Philosopher King place to end.
Philosopher King.
You are naturally good at it, and you're naturally thoughtful about it, and you put yourself through processes to get prepared, like deciding only to read books by women or people of color about business and culture, to prepare yourself to open your eyes. I think that's wonderful. What advice do you have for any of us who's watching, about the pressure to decide how to speak out about issues? Because it is mandatory now, isn't it?
It certainly feels more that way. I mean, I think I'll just say how we've approached it, because this was before the pandemic. This was already going on, and that there were issues that were affecting groups within the company, and people would ask, are we going to say something? Why did you say something here and not say something there? And so for us, the approach that feels right is to actually just come up with a framework for how we're going to do it. Because the answer is there's something going on somewhere in the world every single minute of every single day that's affecting people that you could weigh in on, and it really could become a full-time job as just opposed to an important part of an already busy job. So for us, inclusion and belonging is a core value of the company. It's how we show up in the outside world and try how we run things. And so what we've said very clearly is that anything related to that and to how employees or job seekers are impacted by these things, those are things that we will stand up very clearly for. But for us, and again, it's different, so I'm a non-founder CEO. It's not my company. I'm a shepherd of something that I have immense respect for. And if I was a founder, I could really speak my mind on everything, and I have a lot of opinions on everything. I don't know that that would necessarily help, because we also are, it's a delicate thing, because we want to help everyone get jobs.
30 seconds left. The future of work is?
Ooh. I'll just go back to what I said, compassion, and one of the things that we talked about before, we don't have time for this, embracing uncertainty. So if you think you know everything right now, you're going to screw it up pretty badly. If you think you don't know anything, you really can't screw it up. So.
That's a perfect place to end. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, for inviting me.
Savannah, so all day we've talked talent. But this last conversation with Chris and Ellen was about hiring.
Yes.
Talk to me. What did you see? You're the head of people. Give me your feedback.
Yes, hiring. Like I said, always top of mind for me, working at a company that specializes in hiring. And there were so many interesting nuggets there, right, in terms of, first just truly understanding the Great Resignation or the Great Reshuffling, right? What's happening? Why are employees leaving? And in a lot of cases, speaking to this fact that they felt like they weren't necessarily set up for success. And this idea that the employers who listen to their employees are really the ones that are going to win out
Yes.
in the end. There was a mention, talking about, again, similar theme, this sort of gap between, frontline managers and frontline employees in terms of what those wants and needs look like.
Absolutely.
In terms of whether that's coming back into the office, where managers are more inclined to want their employees back in the office, employees are more inclined to want to be remote, and asking the question underneath the question, right? Like, okay, is that about control, or who should we really listen to? So I thought there were some really interesting questions being asked there.
Very much so. And I'm intrigued to see how quickly companies pivot their hiring, recruiting techniques.
Yes.
Because it's a battle and they have to get out there. So I'm really interested to see what companies are successful in that and who rises to the top.
Yeah, and the one other thing that Chris talked about that is so important and is something, again, that I'm really passionate about, is this idea about like how we hire, right? Like the way that we hire is different because it has to be, right? So we're competing for talent. We have to create amazing candidate experiences, right? We have to kind of convince them to come work for us. And we also have a lot of, recruiters, other heads of people, chief diversity officers who are being tasked with building more diverse teams.
Sure.
And that means retraining in a lot of cases the way that we hire. And so Chris was talking about, hiring for skill and opportunity as opposed to sort of more traditional credentials or name brands, right? If you really want to diversify your team, you have to think about hiring differently. And again, that's something super close to my heart, and so I love that they spoke to that as well.
Absolutely. So Savannah and I were looking at our notes from the last 2 days, and we had just copious notes left and right over everything.
Yes.
And we thought, okay, we're going to try and task ourselves to boil down the last 2 days to a handful of takeaways. Very difficult, just an incredible 2 days, but I want you to start. What's the first takeaway that we have for our audience?
So the first takeaway, and this truly came up, it felt like in almost every session in one way or another, is this idea of social capital and connectedness, right? Again, we talk about financial and human capital all the time as these sort of resources, but this idea of social capital, connectedness, creating that connection between an employee and a workplace, an employee and their colleagues, an employee and their colleagues that maybe don't work on the same team. That to me stood out. It stood out in the data and the research. It stood out in what leaders sound like they're talking about at companies. So that to me was a headline, this idea of social capital, and actually integrating that into your goals in a measurable, actionable way.
Absolutely. I think the second headline that I felt was the power of belonging.
Yes.
So for 2 days, we talked about how we want to be seen and we want to see.
Yes.
And we had an audience member comment this morning ask them about their being, not their biography.
Yes.
And I thought that was so powerful about how we have to create psychological safety with one another and within the companies and the leader's responsibility, and then trust. 5-letter word. We talk about trust, like I talked about trust at like Cub Scouts when I was growing up and summer camp, and it was like trust falls, but like it is so much more.
Yes.
And it is so important to the future of society, is the trust that you and I have and that our organizations have.
Yes, no, absolutely. I think the other big one that obviously came up, and again, something that I think about constantly, is this idea of hybrid and remote, how to do it right. And really the takeaway that I took away from it is just how much more intentional we have to be in terms of how we work, whether that's how we document. If we are hybrid and we're bringing people to an office physically, how are we using that time? What does productivity look like during that time that we're together versus when we're maybe independently working remotely? The idea of, sort of over-communicating, just turning some of those assumptions on their heads in terms of the employee experience. So that, I think there were so many great nuggets that I know I'm going to take back to my remote-first company about how to be really intentional about how to kind of design that employee experience.
Right. And then when you're designing that employee experience, it comes down to listening, right? And it comes down to, so we started yesterday morning talking about the gap between the executive level, the mid-manager level, and the frontline level. And then there's a larger gap when you take in race and gender. and how we have to listen to one another. We have to, there's a difference between understanding and solving.
Yep.
And sometimes we can understand, sometimes we can solve, and there's a little bit of a middle ground. But how important truly active listening is in every single conversation.
Yes, I think David Brooks said loud listening, and I loved that. I'm totally going to steal that. And then I think finally, just again, I think huge takeaway is that employee expectations are changing.
Absolutely.
And the companies that can respond to that change are the companies that will be successful, right? We're not going back to the way that it was, right? The employee expectations are high, and we need to listen to them. We need to meet what they're expecting of their employers.
Yes. And then finally, this is our new normal.
Yes.
COVID, the past 3 years, surcharged everything. Like this was going to happen no matter what, but it just happened a lot faster. It didn't happen on our timeline, obviously.
Yep.
But this is our new normal. And companies and leaders have to respond.
Yes.
They have to step up to the plate. And it's no longer just about surviving. It's about thriving.
Yes.
And it's important that companies can thrive for themselves and for their individuals. And so we just want to iterate, friends, this is the new normal and we've got to get to work, but we're very, very excited to be on this journey with each and every one of you.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And with that, we're going to welcome Culturati founder Eugene Sepulveda to close us out. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you. Give them a round of applause. The best MCs we've ever had. Suraj and Savannah are both former Culturati fellows. I guess you're once a Culturati fellow, always a Culturati fellow. Thank you both for really hard work. I know it's been very difficult to stay here, stay present, and move forward. So are there any people that you know that you wish had seen some of these sessions? I'm going to come back to that and talk to you about Culturati on Demand in a moment. But first, as I've already thanked Savannah and Suraj, I have to thank Misty. Misty Wild, who's our Culturati manager as of today, as of tomorrow. She's our Culturati Chief Operating Officer. Congratulations, Savannah. And Annie and Rebecca, Julie, the team. You know, we've got Josh, Eric, and Nick here. We've got Dusty and Taylor in the studios streaming. Couldn't have done this without everyone. Josh Jones-Dilworth is my co-founder, many of you know. If I hadn't have told him that this was going to happen at 3:30 instead of 2:30, he would be here with us now. And look, there's a lot of Culturati members and sponsors who have been contributing to this experience for the last 7 years. We've had live for 7 years. We've had virtual twice. It's the second this year, both. Our best ideas come from everyone. We've got a really robust steering committee. We've got scholars, David Altunian, Professor David Altunian, Raj Kumari Niaji in San Francisco, and Ethan Burris at University of Texas. Our knowledge partners, McKinsey Company and Microsoft especially. You know, lots of input from Indeed, National Instruments, Atlassian, DLA Piper, JDI, Google, HEB. But you, now that you've been on, and if you've been to an event, are now a Culturati member. And we need you to be involved and to be proactive. So send us your ideas. I talked about Culturati on Demand. Well, for the next 30 days, these sessions will live on Hubelo. So feel free to come back and take a look at them. Feel free to share your code and the link and let your colleagues take a look at them. And then we're going to be figuring out where they'll reside permanently. Our dear friend Caitlin O'Connor gave us the idea of Culturati on Demand, and so we've just adopted that very quickly. We'll be reaching out to you for ideas. McKinsey Company and Microsoft, which have already agreed to participate again next year, will be reaching out. We'll be surveying C-suite leaders around the country, possibly around the world. We'll find out what are the main pillars and the through lines for next year. And until then, you'll be hearing more from us. But please reach out. Remember, belonging is a two-way street. Thank you.